Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing Leonards. Hello, hello, hello. We are here. It's Friday, August 21st. We are in day 5 of Nevada versus Keffe D. He is on trial for the murder of Tupac Shakur. So we are going to see, well, what witnesses they have today. We did a lot of Keffe D's own words yesterday, and some of the questions are, how can they use those against him? This all came up in pretrial interviews, and we are in different jurisdictions. But I do think that one of the things that opened the door legally for Keffe D's proffer interviews to be used against him was his book. A lot of what's in his book lines up with what's in the proffer interview that we heard yesterday. We know there's another one. We'll see if they play that today. But much of what's in the book lines up with that proffer interview. And so on the inevitable discovery, it's like, well, it's already out there. He's already said it. So this is no longer a secret proffer. And again, we've got different jurisdictions. They were investigating a different crime, some other things that are more technicalities that I don't think would override the sanctity of a proffer. But the book really makes it hard to argue that you can't use those statements when he's said it in other forms. So we'll see what witnesses we get today. If you notice that I get flush or look hot throughout the day, yesterday we had some technical issues today that are affecting, well, yesterday we had some technological issues that are affecting our air conditioning. So yes, and we're here. We're here. We're going to make it work. It's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. I just feel like it's fair transparency. It's really hot in Middle Tennessee. And it's really not helpful. It's really not helpful. But again, we'll sort it. We're going to sort it out. We're going to sort it out. So let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I made a coffee this morning. Do we still have hot coffee even though it's hot? Sure we do. Sure we do. It's fine. It's all going to be fine. It's fine. EDB's fan. EDB has multiple fans. Some of them louder than others. Some of them in Griffin's room. It's going to be. It's going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. We're going to roll with it, guys. It's going to be fine. We're going to go to court. We're going to see what T today brings and how many more times they say the word Diddy, because that's really where we're at in this trial. So let's roll the intro. Let's go to court. You guys ready? I'm ready. Let's make sure our audio's in the right place. It wasn't. Now we can roll the intro and go to court. Let's go. Hey there. I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the Leonards in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, Leonards, are you guys ready to go to court? I'm ready to go to court. I think we are going to have a great day in court, and it's time. It's just time for us to roll. And all right, there we go. Court started a little bit later today. Not significantly. They, from what I saw, because I went to the very beginning to see if they were going live, so I could handle stuff on my end, and saw that they didn't put anything on the record. So we're going to jump to the jury coming in, and we'll fly when we switch witnesses, just so that all of the Leonards can join us on our flight. We don't want anyone missing miles. We're going to have to make sure that nobody's running for the gate, because that's no fun. So let's go to court, day 5. We still have 2 more weeks of trial left. I'm curious what those 2 weeks are going to bring. Like, what are we going to bring? I want to know. What's going to happen? I guess we'll see. So let's go to court.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated. May I please have you state...
I've been asked about 10,000 times, Leonards, who is typing near the microphone? It's probably the attorneys. I'm digging this bow tie. It's not the judicial assistants or clerks that are sitting up at the bench, because there's not a microphone near them. The attorneys both have microphones. They're these little like UFO looking things. The attorneys have them on their tables. It's probably the attorneys. I'm loving this bow tie.
Spell your first and last name for the record.
I'm living.
Leonard Jefferson, Leonard Jefferson. Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jefferson, on the weekend of September 7th, 1996, did you come out to Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And where were you coming from?
Los Angeles.
He
Why'd
was
you
in
come out to
Vegas.
Vegas?
I was coming to attend the Mike Tyson fruit sales and flight.
Another witness that was in Vegas this same weekend. I'm curious if he was in the car behind, if he was part of that group. I'm real curious.
Where were you staying?
The Monte Carlo Hotel.
And were you here by yourself or with somebody else?
I was here with someone else.
Did you go to the MGM Grand for the fight?
Yes,
Did you actually attend the fight?
I did not.
Tell us about that. Why didn't you attend the fight?
I was just in the lobby, people watching, and normally when we come to the flights, we just hang out for a little while. And a couple people were asking, were they selling tickets? Were we selling tickets? Turned them down, and then a couple, I remember from there, were from Detroit, had a green, they were matching green suit. And I offered us $2,500 each for our tickets. And
He was
we
like,
didn't
yes.
pass it up, and we sold our tickets.
Yep. You want to give me $2,500 for the tickets? Here you go. They are yours. Those tickets are yours. Hand me that cash. Those tickets are yours. Brittany asked, is he one of the people reselling tickets? No, I think he was going to go to the fight and they were hanging out. This used to happen back in the day before everything was digital. I feel like now I'm old splaining things, but this used to happen back in the day. If you would be walking to a concert, there would be people outside being like, tickets, you got tickets, to see if you wanted to sell them your tickets, and then they might go or resell them. But yeah, that happened all the time. That's not unusual. Digital tickets have screwed it up. Can I tell you what? Emily, we're 3 questions into this witness. So this morning, Dave Matthews tickets went on sale for some of his fall dates. By the time I got through the queue and into tickets, Ticketmaster already had tickets up that were being sold on resale. Why is there no cooling off period? Oh, because Ticketmaster wants to take all the fees. This was back in the day where you had a physical ticket. Somebody gives you some cash, you just hand them their ticket. And you're like, I was going to go. You're giving me $2,500. That's fine. Ticketmaster already had stuff on resale before I even got through the queue. And I was queued up 45 minutes before tickets went on sale this morning, already on resale. If you Ticketmaster, just click the freaking button and make it so you can't resale tickets for a week or 2 weeks if you really wanted to solve the problem. But you know what? They don't want to solve the problem because they make so much off of fees on selling the tickets and more off of fees on reselling the tickets. God, I hate them so much. All right. I am done now. I'm so happy that Nissan Stadium is a SeatGeek stadium and not a Ticketmaster stadium. I hate them so much. Continuing on. I mean, I guess it is more convenient than standing in line in person, but also I hate them. I did get tickets, but I still hate them.
You didn't miss much, right? Only a minute, 30-second fight. So.
Yes, sir. And that's what we talked about on the way coming down. It might be another quick fight.
Yeah. In the lobby.
Did you hear that? He's like, we knew it was probably going to be a quick fight. You're going to give us $2,500 per ticket. We knew it was going to be a quick fight. We'll go gamble. See you later.
I guess you didn't miss much, right? Only a minute, 30-second fight. So.
Yes, sir. And that's what we talked about on the way coming down.
I
It
like
might be
that.
another quick fight.
That makes sense.
In the lobby area while you were watching people, did you see somebody relevant to this case?
Yeah, I saw Tupac and his entourage come in.
And then was that before the fight?
Yes.
How did you know that was Tupac and his entourage?
Because it's
I
fucking
just
Tupac.
recognized him. Just knew who he was.
And had you had previous interactions with Mr. Shakur?
Excuse, counsel, have you seen that man's face? Counsel.
Briefly, yes. Back in Los Angeles.
Case.
Can you tell us about what those interactions were about?
Back in those days, I used to sell cars, and a couple people that worked for Death Row Records, I sold them a couple of cars, and I delivered them to Can-Am Studios in the Valley. And
That's
I just
awesome.
happened to meet them, or they introduced me to
were
them,
there.
and we talked about cars, and that was it. Nothing major.
So let's
But you
go back
remember
to
that
Las
because
Vegas
it's Tupac.
on September 7th, 1996. You sell your tickets for a pretty good amount. What do you do afterwards?
Continue people watching. Then we, I guess once the fight started, people were still, hanging out, and we decided to go back across the street to our hotel. And we took our money and went to the crap table.
And gambled.
And by the hotel, you're talking about the Monte Carlo?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, do you decide to leave the Monte Carlo?
Yeah, after a couple hours of being there, I got hungry, and I wanted to I called California Pizza Kitchen, place an order, and they told me it would be like 20, 30 minutes. And
I love his late nights. Like, I need a BLT pizza. Can we get on that?
I told my buddy I was about to leave to go to pick up my order, and I walked outside to the valet, gave him my ticket, get my truck. I had a Suburban back then, and once they brought it up, I drove out and went to the Strip, went to the Las Vegas Boulevard.
And you had said you were driving a Suburban?
Yes, sir.
What color was that Suburban?
White.
So, and just for the folks that don't know, a white Suburban is like a big white SUV. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Then when you were driving down Las Vegas Boulevard, were you headed toward, driving north towards the stratosphere, I guess, as a marker?
Yeah, I was headed north, yes.
Because you had to
And
go
while
back
you were
and
driving north on Las
pick up
Vegas Boulevard,
your takeout food on your
did
own.
you see anybody that you had met earlier?
Yeah, I was stopped at a light, and a car rolled up, or really the wheels really caught my attention, and then I looked up and I saw it was Tupac and Suge sitting in the car.
He's a car guy. First thing he notices, the rims. He notices those rims. He's like, those aren't factory rims. Those are some big fucking rims. Yep.
What, did you try to interact with Mr. Shakur or Mr. Knight?
With Tupac, I did.
Okay. And what happened? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I said, hey, what up, Pop? And then he kind of looked and kind of took like a double take. He said, oh, what up, man? And then I said, hey, where you guys headed? He said, we're headed to the club. You should follow us. I said, all right, cool. And then,
Yeah, fuck the
I don't know.
CPK at that point.
I said, man, let me get a picture real quick.
Oh.
And I had my camera in my center console, so I just grabbed my camera and snapped the picture.
So this was before iPhones, so you actually had a physical camera with you.
Yeah, I had a 35 mm.
Had a flash and everything. He took the picture. He took the picture that we seen. We saw the picture in trial. We're going to see it again. We saw the picture in trial. It's a picture of Suge driving with Tupac with his chain on. Wow. I'm rolling out to go grab some CPK. I notice the rims because he's a car guy. Notice the rims, see that it's Tupac, and is like, hey, let me get a picture real quick. Wow, that's moments before Tupac is shot.
Millimeter camera.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit Number 3. Do you recognize what's being shown to you?
Wow.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's the picture that I took.
Now, after
That's
taking
crazy.
this picture, so you took this picture at a red light,
Yes, sir.
and I'm assuming the light turns green at some
He
point.
was driving
Yes,
safe.
What do you do?
After I took the picture, the light changed green, and
Wow.
they took off, and I recognized like one or two of the cars that were behind them from seeing them from LA. So I let them go by, and then they got in front of me, and then I got 3 cars behind them, behind the BMW, and then we're just driving down Las Vegas Boulevard.
He joined the entourage.
At some point, do you make a right turn?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we, I don't guess the street is, I remember this, Flamingo. We get to Flamingo, and as we're making the right turn, I get on the phone. I was calling California Pizza Kitchen to cancel my food order.
Because you're heading to the club, right? You don't need a CPK anymore.
I don't need CPK. So while
Yeah, I'm not gonna need that
I was on
pizza.
the phone with him like 30 seconds or so, and then all of a sudden I just hear pop, pop, pop. And I kind of like,
What
like
the
looking
fuck?
around.
Yeah.
And then I see the cars were stopped, and I see the people in front that were in the cars. They got out of the car and ran to the front. They ran to the BMW.
So you hear gunshots,
Yes.
but you don't. Do you see where the gunshots are coming from?
I did not know.
And do you see who's doing the shooting?
No, he's trying to cancel his order. This makes so much sense. I'm trying to cancel my food order because now we're going to the club. Because you say yes. You say yes. Hey, get behind us. Come with us. 100%. And all of a sudden he hears something else and it's like, this man's story is just A, so interesting, but B, we've had so many just normal witnesses. I saw this. I did this. I heard this. I was doing this. Just so normal.
I did not know.
You just hear the gunshot.
I just hear them, yes.
And then when you are looking up, after it looks like you were kind of ducking down a little bit.
Yeah, because I didn't know where they were coming from.
Right.
After you look up, you see people from the other parts of the caravan get out of their vehicles.
Yes, sir.
And which vehicle are they going towards?
They went towards the BMW.
And then what happens after the people start going towards the BMW?
When they started running there, all of a sudden I see the BMW make a big wide U-turn going back towards Las Vegas
Doesn't
Boulevard.
make any damn sense.
And the BMW, I don't know that we've established this yet. The BMW, is that the car that Suge was driving that Tupac was in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Suge or Mr. Knight makes a wide U-turn.
Yes.
And then what happens after that?
The people, they run.
Also, do you notice, though the prosecution I don't think needs to reiterate the testimony, he does, but do you notice that the prosecution's questioning is basically what happened next? What happened after that? And what happened next? Did you see this? What happened next? It moves things along so much quicker.
Back to their cars. And actually, one of the guys, I didn't know who he was. He tried to get in my car, and I didn't know dude. So I guess he realized he was getting in the wrong car or whatever. I guess, I don't know what it was.
Were there other
So I
Suburbans?
got caught up in the little
Entourage.
situation. I made a big wide U-turn as well. Now, I made the U-turn. I catch up to, I'm behind the Lexus. It was a green Lexus. So I'm behind him, and then we see Suge make the wide left turn back onto the strip, and he went up on the curb and came back down, and then we all went through the intersection. It was traffic coming through, and we just all made it through. And then we got to, I guess, Harmon. We got back to Harmon, and Suge makes another left turn, and now it's like cross traffic. He couldn't get through. And by this time, now we see the bicycle cops. There's a bicycle cop rolls up, and Suge is kind of like, stop here. This is Las Vegas. This is the street he turns on. So he's just stopped. And then the cop drops his bike, and I started to get out, and then I got back in once I saw the cops or whatever. And then what happened?
So, okay, so you're in the middle of Harmon in Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Knight's car has just stopped at this point.
Yes.
And you stop as well.
Yes.
Are there any other cars that stop along with Mr. Knight's car?
Yeah, I'm stopped behind the green Lexus.
Okay, so
I'm literally right behind him in the turning lane.
So there's the BMW that Mr. Knight's driving.
Yes.
You have a green Lexus, and you have white Suburban that you're aware of. And then...
And I trust the car dude to know what cars are in front of him. I trust the car dude. I trust the car dude to remember the cars. Because absolutely. It's just, when you're interested in things, your brain's just going to remember. And we've heard other testimony from the bicycle officer that we saw at the beginning of the week talk about the green Lexus as well.
You said you were going to get out of your car, you see bike cops, and then you decide to stay in your car.
Got back in, yes.
What do you see as you're inside your car? Do you look at the BMW at all?
I look at it, and then I see, like I said, the bicycle cop rolled up, and then he drops his bike, and then I see Suge getting out the car, and now the officer is yelling commands to him, get down, lay down, and you hear Suge saying, my man, pocket shot, we need help, pocket shot. And then the cops, I kind of blanked out, I didn't really hear what he said, and then the cop, for whatever, walked over there
Right, 'cause
to
the cops
Suge.
have no idea what's
Suge
going
got
on.
up, and they walked over to the passenger side of the car.
Okay, and so initially, is it fair to say there's one bike cop, or are there multiple bike cops immediately?
Well, I saw one, but then others came.
Okay, so
But one immediately. I saw one immediately.
Okay, so the one immediately shows up, and then other bike cops show up afterwards.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And then the one bike cop, he's the one that's talking to Mr. Knight, and then at some point do they go over to the passenger side and deal with Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, at that time, when that occurred, a police officer rolled up in a vehicle. He ran up and pulled a gun on me and ordered me out of the car. He opened my door and then threw me down, snatched me out of the car and threw me down.
This poor man was like, I was trying to get some CPK. I gambled. I sold my tickets. The fight was like a minute long. Awesome decision. Was gonna go get some pizza at California Pizza Kitchen. Saw Tupac, took a photo, got invited to the after party, was gonna roll to the club, saw a shooting. Everybody left, went the same way, because what the fuck do you do next? And then the cops are pulling him out of his fucking Suburban and throwing him to the ground. This man's got to be like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
On the ground. Now I'm like prone down on the ground. I'm in the direction I'm facing. I can see what's going on with the BM, with the police and shit.
Did the officer give you an explanation as to why he was treating you in such a manner?
Yeah, I said, hey, what's going on?
Hey, what the
He
fuck,
said we have
man?
witnesses saying that you were part of their entourage.
Okay. And at that point,
I get that the cops don't know at this point if there was shooting between the two cars or just shooting at one of the cars. But man,
when you're prone and looking at what's going on at the BMW, what do you do?
I see that they were kind of like struggling with the door. They get the door out open, and then they pull Tupac out of the car.
And were you able to observe Mr. Shakur?
Not really. I saw the movement, but I didn't see what happened after he got out the car.
All right, so what happens after that?
The cop is, he sits me up now. He's asked me for my ID, where I'm from, what am I doing here, where am I staying, and he's writing down the information. The other is like, I don't know if it was his partner or just another cop was searching my Suburban, looking at whatever they do.
Yeah.
for those of you just coming in, dudes from LA came out to Vegas to see the fight, completely common. Had sold cars in LA, so had sold cars to Death Row or some of the folks from Death Row, so had seen Tupac once. Doesn't go to the fight because somebody's like, hey, you got tickets, we'll give you $2,500 for tickets. He's like, sold. Thank you for that cash. Went back to the Monte Carlo to gamble. Left the Monte Carlo to go pick up food, because 1996. Called CPK, ordered some food. Was rolling from the Monte Carlo out to go pick up his food. Was on the strip, sees the black BMW with the distinctive rims. Looks at the vehicle, sees that Tupac's in the vehicle. They're at a red light. Tupac's in the passenger side. Dude's in the driver's side of his white Suburban, which is going to be higher up than that lower BMW. Suburbans are pretty big. Really big cars. He has a 35 millimeter camera in his glove compartment or in his center console. He said center console. He's like, hey, let me get a picture. Takes a picture of Tupac, where Tupac's in the car with Suge, moments before this shooting happens. Takes the picture. And they're like, hey man, just get behind us. We're going to the club. And he's like, sure. Calls CPK and says, cancel. I don't need any more pizza. Cancel my order. I'm going to the club. Gets behind the entourage, recognizes some of the cars from the entourage, gets behind the entourage. The shooting happens. Suge makes a big U-turn heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard. I could diatribe about this is why you have professional trained security with you, because if you're a high profile individual and something happens, security would have probably advanced team mapped routes to the hospital. But you've got Suge Knight in a city that's not his hometown, who panicked. He got grazed and had a chunk of glass in his neck, trying to figure out how to get Tupac to the hospital and get the fuck out of the way so nobody else comes back and shoots them up. I understand the driving off. Makes a U-turn heading back towards Vegas Boulevard. The entourage makes a U-turn. We know he hits the median. Suge hits the median. The tires get popped. He had fairly big rims. Tires could have also been shot, but he has fairly big rims, so the tires pop. And then he's sitting there, and then the police show up and are searching his vehicle because Tupac said, hey, man, we're going to the after party. And he said, sure. Absolutely crazy turn of events. Just crazy turn of events. This is fair, too. Rebecca in the chat said 1996 when you could afford to drive a Suburban from LA to Vegas. Yeah, on a car salesman's salary, on anyone's salary. Now that's going to be, what, $500 in gas to get to Vegas and back, if not more? Yeah. Back in the 90s when my friends and I would drive to Vegas without a hotel room for a 24-hour period and then just drive back. Because, right, one of those decisions was like, well, we haven't been to Vegas before. We should just go do that. It's not, what, like it's far? Not far. What did we do in Vegas? We walked around. We people watched.
I'm going to approach the witness with state's proposed exhibits.
We walked around. We people watched. We ate at Denny's and we drove home.
I'm sorry.
Didn't want to spend the money to gamble because we needed to pay for gas.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 150. Do you recognize the people in State's 150?
I don't know that at the time. I didn't know their names. That's me on the sitting here. I had the black pants with the like a tuxedo type vest, and white t-shirt. And
I 1000% want to see what this man was wearing for fight night. I 1000% want to see what he was wearing. Members, remind me to tell you about that time in law school when we decided that going to Vegas for New Year's was a good idea in our next members only. Remind me to tell you that story. We don't have time for that today.
I learned this is EOD mean, and I don't know at the time I didn't know their names.
Okay. All right. Have you subsequently met or names since then?
I learned their names and I met EOD a couple times, just out and about.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 149. Since that night, have you learned who these people's names are?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect who their names are?
It says their names. I can't say if it's.
He's like, I don't know if that's right or not. I think that's fair for this witness.
State's 149, 150 evidence.
I don't think
Any
you
objection?
can. Yes. Object. Object. He just said that's a rude pause for the defendant. That's a rude cough. Here's why I would object if I'm the defense. He said, those are the names on the photo, but I can't verify that those names go to those people. I don't know. So I think you only get the photo where he says, yeah, that's me. I think that's the only one that comes in. I think you need other foundation for the names matching up. And they might have that other foundation. I'm going to mute this while he's coughing because after yesterday, I can't handle any more mouth noises. Like, literally can't.
At this time, I'm just going to move in 149.
No objection to 149.
149 will be admitted.
Look at that. They're admitting it. That's so weird.
I'm sorry, 150.
He meant 150.
150.
149 will not be admitted. 150 will be admitted.
Okay, so defense told the prosecutor something They're only admitting 150, which is the photo without the names. So they handled it together. And the defense is right for that.
Can you, can we publish 150?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Jefferson, do you have the mouse in front of you right there?
Oh, we heard about the vest from one of law enforcement was talking about. He was dressed in like a white shirt and a dress vest. Now we get to see the outfits.
Oh, right here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Can you use the mouse and show us if you see yourself in this?
Yeah, this is me right here.
And then you said there was somebody next to you that you came to know?
That's him in the dress vest.
I learned this was Edie Mean.
Okay. Approximately when in this night is this photo taken from?
Late?
I don't know the exact time, but
Like in the sequence of events. I don't need a time, but this is after you get pulled out of your vehicle?
no.
When is this? When you come back?
When I come back, yes.
Okay. All right. So then we'll get to that.
Yes.
So, at some point, are you released from the scene, told you can go?
Yes.
And where do you go?
I go back to my hotel.
Yeah, I imagine
And what do
so.
you do at the hotel?
I go back to the craft table where my buddy was, and I'm talking to him, telling him what's going on. And
Can you imagine being this dude's friend that was still at the craps table? Hey, man, I thought you were going to CPK to grab some pizza. Maybe some artichoke dip. What the fuck? Where have you been? Let me tell you what. So, I got my car out of LA. I went down Vegas Boulevard. I was going to CPK to pick up some pizza, and I saw Pac. And Pac said, hey, man, come to the club. I said, let me get a picture. I took a picture. I got behind them. He got shot. I ended up getting pulled out of my car by police. It's been a night. How's the craps table? Keep it warm for me? Can you even believe? Oh, boy.
I'm sure it's a hell of a story you're
oh
telling
yeah,
me,
it
right?
was, yeah.
And then what does anything happen that draws you back to the scene?
Yeah, well, while I was there, I guess I was there maybe 15, 20 minutes or so. And while I'm standing there talking to him, I get a tap on my shoulder. And it's a police officer. It's the same police officer that snatched me out of my car. And he said, we fucked up. The detectives want you back at the scene. So we need to get you back at the scene.
I imagine if you're this dude, you're so tempted to be like, that sounds like a skill issue. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. So they released the witnesses too early. And he's like, hey man, will you do us the kind favor of coming back? Oh, after you pulled me out of my car and threw me on the ground? Mm-hmm.
And had you at the scene told police officers where you were staying?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you get back to the scene, how does that happen?
Did he drive you back?
The officer said that we see your Suburban still outside. We need your Suburban back on the scene, and we need you as well. He said, okay, well, I'll drive it back. He said, no, my partner will drive your Suburban back.
No,
and
you will
you'll
not.
ride in the car with me.
Now, where did you sit in the car riding?
I sat in the front seat.
Okay, so you're sitting in the front seat of a police vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And it's another officer is driving your Suburban back?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, do they become aware that you actually took a photo
This man is patient.
Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight just minutes before the shooting?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
He told them.
Well, once I got back to the scene, the officer said a detective will come and talk to you. So I sat in the car 20, 30 minutes or so. And then a detective came over, talked to me, introduced himself to me. And he just asked me, what happened, describe what happened.
And did you tell him, to the best of your recollection, what happened?
Yes.
And then at some point, did they ask for your camera?
Yeah,
I bet they did.
I told him that I was in the intersection. I took a picture, and then he got like, oh, really? And I said, yeah. And he asked me, do I still have the camera? I said, yeah, the camera's in my truck.
And so, do you give it over to the police?
Yeah, I back then we had the 35 millimeter where they had the self rewind, because I think I had either 24 or 36 exposures, but I hadn't taken all the pictures. So the camera has like a self rewind where you can rewind the film. So I rewound it and I gave him the cartridge.
Okay. So back then there was a roll.
Just in case it needs to be, he's going to go explain. Just in case it needs to be said, you have to self rewind it to take the film out without getting exposed. How many of you have used film cameras in the chat? Let's go there. I have not. He's going to have to explain the film cameras to the members of the jury that have never used a film camera. A lot of you are just like me. It's such a satisfying thing. I know it's a lot of chemicals to develop the photos, but it was such a satisfying experience. But yes, let me grab my heating pad while they explain the ancient magic of how film cameras worked. I loved learning how to develop my own photos and working in the dark room. Absolutely loved it. Dr. B's dental office used to have its own dark room because they needed it before digital photos. Back in the day when you had to take your photos to someone else to get them developed, which means somebody saw all of your photos before you got them back. Mm-hmm.
Roll of film, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you would load the
You have to
camera
wait.
by stretching the film across the bottom of it.
Well, it wasn't that kind.
Oh, okay.
You just put it in, and then it
Automatically
Yeah.
did it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when it was done, it would automatically rewind the film into the canister.
Yeah. Unless you did the self rewind,
Uh-huh.
and you didn't want to do the whole 24, 36 or whatever it was.
And so you did the self rewind and then handed over the film to the police.
Yes.
At some point, do they give you back the film?
Yeah. A couple weeks later.
And then do you develop that film?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's at that point that you realize, oh, I have this photo.
Well, he knew he had the
yes.
photo.
Since that time, obviously, that photo had become pretty famous. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yes, it has.
And as a result of it being associated with this case and the night of this particular murder, has there been some accusations of a conspiracy theory of you somehow staging
Really?
the scene?
Oh yeah. Sure. Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I mean, the internet does what it does. People, it was set up. It was a movie scene. Yeah.
That you had staged this scene?
Yeah, I staged it. I currently work in the movie industry as a picture card coordinator, so they put that all together.
Because he's a car guy. A lot of you are asking, would he have been paid for the photo? Not by law enforcement, but if it was used in productions, in documentaries, in books, then he should have been paid for it because he's the copyright holder in it. But for law enforcement to take it, no.
Let me ask you this, sir. Did you stage the scene?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Palal. Cross-examination, Mr.
A
Sam.
number of you are asking, why would the prosecution get... I like defense counsel's suit today. I've enjoyed defense counsel's suits every day. Well, some more than others. This look, I'm living for. I understand why the prosecution is asking about, like, what's the internet doing and getting out ahead of it in case the defense asks. I appreciate that the prosecution doesn't get too deep into it. The prosecution goes through it and says, hey, some people have said some stuff. Can you just tell us what that stuff was? Great. And they discount it like this is dumb. It is what it is. There really is just such a thing as, well, either right place, right time, wrong place, wrong time. If the night had gone differently, it's right place, right time, right? The night went so badly, but it's just one of those things.
Mr.
Jefferson, are you aware that the picture that you took ended up on the cover of a book written by Kathy Scott?
Yes.
Did you allow for permission to that to happen?
Yes, she licensed it through.
So he did get paid. God, counsel, the suit, the glasses, the pulled back hair. This might be my favorite of the whole trial. This is a 10 out of 10. All right, we're going to move on. But the tie matching the lapel pin. I love it. I love it so much.
Yes.
Did you allow for permission to that to happen?
Yes, she licensed it through my agency.
I see. And with regard to that picture, I'm assuming at some point that you were able to sell the rights to that picture to people who needed to use that picture in furtherance of whatever project they had.
Yeah, the agency that represented it, they did. They licensed it to different.
And then,
So just for the inside baseball of it, when he is talking about the agency that represented it, it does not surprise me that he would have had a third-party agency taking care of the copyrights of that photo so that he's not the one negotiating that. They would normally take some type of a percentage of the licensing and pay him the rest of it. He had somebody else managing it because I imagine it was quite a lot. But yeah, that makes sense.
and with regards to the night, so your testimony is you're coming out of the Monte Carlo, you're on Las Vegas Boulevard, and you see Suge's BMW on Las Vegas Boulevard. Is that right?
I didn't see it when I first got there.
Yeah.
It pulled up next to me.
All right. So if I could just show you. State's
So
Exhibit
he
number one.
they pulled up next to him. He was on the road.
I have it. Mike.
That one. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked admitted as State's Exhibit number 1 first. And I'm assuming you're not from Las Vegas.
No, sir.
All right. So
He said
this,
he was from
you
LA.
just tell me if you can recognize just from this aerial view what we're looking at here with State's Exhibit number 1.
I mean, based on what it says, MGM, Carriage House, Harmon, Cobalt, Flamingo.
Right. In terms of where the Monte Carlo is or was at the time when you were there, can you point out on this map where it would have been?
Is this?
A Fish in the chat asked a great question and said Pac was not hanging out the window. This witness was not asked and has not said that he at any point saw Pac hanging out the window, but I imagine because he was behind them from the time the photo was taken to the time the shooting happened, if that had happened, he would have seen it. He was also not asked if he heard anyone else yelling at Tupac. I'm interested to see if the defense asks, but he's asking him about a map, about a city that's not where he lives, which might be difficult.
Is this Las Vegas Boulevard right here?
So if you take that
cursor.
Oh, you know what? That must doesn't work.
Oh yeah, it's not working right now.
If you could do me a favor.
Where it says MGM Grand, is that the Las Vegas Boulevard?
Yes, but if you could just get up, sir, you could point to the screen above there if you want
You
to
want me to
get
get up?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right, where? So, is this Las Vegas Boulevard?
Yes, sir.
Well, how's Harmon over there? 'Cause
Let me ask you this question real quick.
I can't tell where Las Vegas Boulevard is. Sorry.
Right,
No,
he
that's
doesn't
right.
know where Las Vegas Boulevard
and
is.
Once again, I just want you to be familiar with this. If you're not familiar with it, I'll just take it down.
I'm moving the closed captioning. He said, I don't know where Las Vegas Boulevard is. He is not familiar with Vegas super well. He asked, is that where it says the MGM Grand? Is that where Vegas Boulevard is? So he's like, I don't know. And I don't know where the defense is going with this, but we'll see.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
No worries. You can back up on the stand. That's fine.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know.
And fair to say, of course, we're talking 30 years, and you're not from here, so it would be very difficult for you to remember that kind of stuff, right?
Remember what?
Details about, on an aerial map where Las Vegas Boulevard is, maybe where
Well,
Tropicana.
I mean, I could, if I had a actual map that showed where the street is, because it said Harmon
Right.
on one area. If you could put it back up, that would.
Sure. You want to jump back down and?
No, I could do it from right now. Well, it says Harmon, so Harmon Oh, okay, I see. So the red dot is Harmon in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, that's where I took the picture at.
Okay.
Yes, gotcha.
All right, and that's where the cars eventually ended up anyhow on the way back.
Yes.
Okay. Now we see on State's Exhibit Number 1, you have this flamingo and this right here.
Yes.
Any reason to dispute that that's flamingo?
No.
Okay.
From what it says, flamingo.
Sure.
I figured y'all.
What the back says, you know what I'm saying? So let me ask you this.
He's like, I figure y'all marked it right. We're in a criminal trial in a courtroom. I figured y'all did that correctly.
So I'm going to scroll in here real quick. You said you see them over off of Harmon, meaning Suge and Tupac over on Harmon
And Vegas
Las
Boulevard.
Vegas Boulevard.
We were
And
on
that's
Las Vegas Boulevard.
in the beginning.
Yes, sir.
And that's where you took the picture of Tupac and Suge.
Yes, sir.
And you're doing it from your Suburban.
Yes.
And then at some point they're saying, "Hey, come with us to the club." And I'm assuming at that point, you tell me if I'm wrong, you didn't know where 662 was.
I did not.
All right, so you're just following the procession.
Just following them. Yes.
So at some point, you Suge's
Following
in
the
number one,
entourage.
vehicle number one. There's 2 other vehicles behind it, and then you slip in as vehicle number, I guess, 4 in the line or 3 behind Suge.
I think it was 3 cars back.
Okay.
Did you
behind
see the
Suge's
Sebring?
vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you are driving down at this particular point, and you're going down Las Vegas Boulevard, heading north, as you said before.
Yes.
That's what I want
And
to
then
know.
you make a right-hand turn on Flamingo.
Yes.
And then you head down. Now, I just want to be very clear. When you get to that intersection, which would be the intersection where everyone stops, it was a red light.
Yeah, I didn't make it all the way to the intersection to Koval. I didn't make it all the way there
Why not?
because I was back and I don't know, like I said, like three cars back. So I didn't make it all the way to the intersection.
The intersection.
Yes.
Okay.
When I made the U-turn, I was in the middle of between Koval and Las Vegas.
So how did you make your U-turn? You just
I made a big wide U-turn. I was in the second lane.
okay.
We were in the second lane, and I made the U-turn into the, I guess, third lane and went back over in the other direction.
I see. Now, when you make that turn, you come back over. You make a left back on. You're following Suge's vehicle all the way through.
Yes, sir.
Are you still number 3 or number 4 in the procession?
I think I was like number 2.
Oh,
I was
okay.
behind the green Lexus.
Okay. And then when you get to this intersection, that's
That's Harmon.
Harmon right there. So
Yes.
that's when you stop your vehicle, you get out of your vehicle at that point.
Where they pulled me out the vehicle.
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
Yeah, they pull you out.
He's like, no, I didn't get out.
And fair to say, there's a lot of confusion going on that night.
From who?
I would imagine with police officers, they arrive on scene, they don't know what's going on or who's who, right?
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah. But that night, can you describe?
Yeah, it seems there was a lot of confusion as an understatement when Las Vegas PD rolls back up on this witness while he's at the craps table back at the Monte Carlo and is like, "Excuse me, so we fucked up. Can you come back with us to the scene with your vehicle?" Right. Yes. It seems like there was some confusion.
For us, the traffic when you were stopped. I mean, were there cars on the road? Were there people on the sidewalks? Anything like
Yeah,
that?
there was traffic. It was like, I guess you would say, medium traffic.
And people on the streets?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first arrived and you had seen Suge and Tupac, can you describe for us a little bit about, I mean, they're in the vehicle and you recognize the vehicle, right? Because you...
I didn't know the vehicle.
No.
Oh,
His
did you see Suge and Tupac in the vehicle?
That's what I saw.
His
The
attention
wheels
was
is
drawn
what
by
caught
the
my
rims.
attention.
Right.
wheels.
And then I looked back and I saw Tupac and Suge.
Okay. And were people running up to the car?
No.
And so when you ran up, Tupac, was he hanging out of the window? Was he sitting in his
Good
chair?
question.
He was sitting in his seat.
Okay. And when you have that conversation with him, of course, you're having a conversation, and it's not like, I mean, you're not hearing people screaming out Tupac's name or anything like that.
No.
At that particular point.
No.
Now, in addition to that,
Good
you said
questions.
that when you were
Emily, defense counsel is asking this witness questions that undermine his client's own story. Yes, that's the point. Remember that slide in opening where defense counsel said, my client's known to bullshit. So he's going to use the statements with this witness that contradict his client to say, look, this witness never saw Tupac hanging out the window. This witness didn't hear anybody yelling, Tupac, Tupac. My client is embellishing this story. My client is the bullshitter. Lauren said, doesn't that hurt his defense? No, that bolsters his defense. His defense is, my dude's a liar. You can't trust what he says. He's embellishing this story. And I imagine at closing, he's going to argue this stuff was already out. By the time Keffe D made these statements, it was already known. So he's embellishing the statements. Maybe it's he's embellishing the statements to get back at Diddy. Maybe it's he's embellishing the statements because everyone else in that vehicle is dead and they're not going to get popped for it. And so if he can get less time on his drug stuff by giving him this stuff, then that's fine. But the defense is really facts versus fiction. I think he's going to lean into this witness and say, this witness is telling you facts. My client is building on the fiction.
Summoned back to the area by the police.
So that's why he's
they
undermining
told you to
his
take
statement.
your vehicle and actually put it back into the area that it was before? No.
No.
They just drive over to the area in your suburb.
Yeah, the officer drove it back.
I see.
He didn't put it back where it was.
Do you know any reason why they would have just driven your vehicle back?
They did drive it back.
I know, but why did they? You know?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And when you were there, you had made mention that your film was taken. You had given your film over to Metro.
To the detective.
And when you got it back, it still was not developed.
It was in strips.
Ah, I see.
It had
so they
been
had
developed.
developed it.
They
and it was
developed it, yes.
Gotcha. So what you had was
You can continue to make prints from film after it's been developed, just in case that needed to be clarified. We'll see if they clarify it for the jury. But he got the film back in strips after it had been developed, not rolled up in the canister. And then he went and was able to make prints from it. You used to get your photos back and also get your film back. I know.
the negative,
Yes, sir.
and then you printed from the negative.
I took it to a photo, a 1 hour photo, and they developed it.
Right.
Sir, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Palal?
Nope.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for
That
this
was a quick
witness?
nope.
Okay, we have one.
Oh, jury questions. I wonder what the jury's going to ask. Did you hear anyone at any point yelling? Did you see Tupac hanging out the window at any point? I wonder what they're going to ask. I really like the jury questions. The attorneys are approaching for that. Let's see. I'm just finishing up my note. Let's get to jury questions. I love the jury questions in this trial. They've had questions for almost every witness. Now, once the jury was like, oh, we can ask questions, they're doing it all the time.
Just a question from our jury. Can you recall the name of the detective who introduced himself to you the night when you arrived back on the scene?
That's awfully specific.
Kevin Manning.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state?
Nothing from the state.
Defense?
Hang on.
All right. Thank you so much for
That's
being
just
with
a
us,
curiosity
Mr. Jefferson.
question.
You are free to go. Have a good day.
Yeah, Loretta and a few of the chat are waiting for the jury to ask, excuse me, are you single?
Steve, who's your next witness?
Mario Diaz.
I'm waiting for that too.
Mario Diaz? Yes.
The jury has been restrained in their thirst. Sometimes more than chat. Chat, it's okay. We'll take thirsty over spicy. Y'all can hydrate. Respectfully, as you do. All right, we're moving on to the next witness. We are at witness number 17 for the state. Did I leave? I think I left Keffe D's book out by my couch again. I'm going to zoom while Mr. Diaz walks in.
You may be seated.
All right. Hello, Mr. Diaz.
You may proceed, Mr. Jefferson.
Sorry, may I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Do you want me to stand
He's
up?
standing when he does that part. Sorry. Go ahead.
Mario Diaz.
And may I have you spell it?
Oh, Mario. D-I-A-Z. D as in David, I-A-Z.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Now your turn. Attorney John, come on.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz, what do you do for a living?
I'm a filmmaker. I direct documentaries, and I'm also a showrunner for documentaries and documentary series.
Have you spoken to Keffe D about this case? Is that why you're here? Oh boy.
What is a showrunner? mean?
I'm basically the person in charge of all of the creative. I put together essentially the series from a creative standpoint, and
This
I
is the most
also
LA trial.
Make sure that all of the logistics of filming,
Even though it's not in LA, this is the most LA
editing,
trial.
just everything runs by me, through me.
At some point, are you contacted by a company to create a documentary related to Death Row Records and the story of its rise and its ultimate
I'm going
fall?
to need this book. I'm going to have to go grab it.
As I remember, my agent at the time called me and told me that there was an opening for a job directing.
I will say, in Keffe D's book, Keffe D says that he gave Suge essentially the money, like he and the boys gave Suge the money to start up Death Row. Like Keffe D's book blows so much smoke up Keffe D's own ass. It's wild. But Keffe D says a lot. I was part of that. I helped them get Death Row started. Keffe D at times comes across as incredibly hurt that this all went down with he and Suge. Like, I know him from when we played football together at 7. I can't believe that we're here now. I'm so interested to see where we go.
A 6-part series about Death Row Records
6-part series.
for a company called E1. Actually, technically, it was for Creature Films, which is a subsidiary of E1.
Yeah, that's getting into baseball.
And so I went and interviewed for it, I think, a couple of times, and I got it.
Prior to you becoming involved in, well, you got the job, so prior to you getting the job, had E1 contracted with anyone to assist in that documentary?
Yes. Before I came on, there were 2 consultants that were hired. Greg Kading, who's a former LAPD detective, and Mike Dorsey, who is also a documentarian, who has been following this case for a while. The defendant was also on board, I was told,
As a
and so
consultant?
was Suge Knight. They had agreed to participate.
Had agreed to participate. And you kind of motioned in this direction. Do you know the defendant, Duane Davis?
Yes.
And you recognize him here in court?
Yes.
Can you, I don't make you go through all this, is it this gentleman right here?
Yes.
Does the record reflect the identification of the defendant, Judge?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this. Once you actually took over the job.
What year was this?
Did you learn whether or not
Did he
the
say?
defendant was being compensated for his role in participating in this
I bet
documentary?
he was.
I was made aware that he was being paid, yes.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, who's the person who finally provided him the money?
I
One of the
was
companies.
not in charge of the money per se. Somebody else was cutting checks. There was some, there's usually a protocol for that.
There's a lot of companies involved in that.
So I don't remember exactly who it was. I know that I, at one point, actually handed him a check.
That was my question.
Yes, yeah.
You're the one.
Somebody gave it to me, and I made that
Now,
handoff.
I know it's been some years now. Can you give us an approximate amount of money Mr. Davis was compensated for his participation?
Don't remember the exact amount at all, but anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000, I would imagine.
That's not bad for a docuseries.
For that compensation, did you conduct interviews on camera with Mr. Davis?
Yes.
And how many formal interviews did you conduct with Mr. Davis?
Oh boy.
We did 2 interviews in the summer of 2017.
Okay, that's what I was curious
I
about.
believe that they were maybe weeks apart from each other, and they were.
So Kading's book came out in 2011. The proffer that we heard, or one of the proffers, we heard a proffer yesterday and there's another one. One of the proffers, parts of it had already gotten out into the public. So Keffe D is speaking about this in 2017. His book came out at the end of 2019, but Kading's book was already out. So when we're looking at the information that's out in the public, we are now kind of at the tail end of a lot of this already being out in the public.
Probably around 2 hours and change each.
And there would have been a camera rolling for the interview. Well, let's talk about the setup. Describe for me how you had this set up for the interviews.
We maybe did, 30, 35 interviews for the entire series. We're filling up 6 hours of material for broadcast. So we did upwards of 30 interviews, and we mostly did them in a studio that the production company E1 had in the building. And we asked Mr. Davis to come
to the studio,
to our building. We'd set up 2 cameras, and he basically sat across from me, and I
asked him questions.
Asked questions.
Turned on a big light, grabbed a microphone.
Did you have anybody to, did you have a subject matter expert as well that you were able to communicate with during the interview?
Counsel, now you're going to just piss off Keffe D. Keffe D is the subject matter expert, but they're going to be talking about Greg Kading. I'm real curious to see if Greg Kading testifies in this case. I am not thrilled, that is putting it mildly, with all of this stuff getting out from Greg Kading. I have a lot of questions about that. But I'm curious to see if he's going to testify or not.
So yes, the aforementioned Mike Dorsey was there during the interview. He wasn't in the room; he was in a separate room, and I had him in my ear. So he would sometimes, we would communicate. I would sometimes text while the interview was happening, just to corroborate certain things that Mr. Davis was saying.
And Mr. Dorsey, did he have the ability to hear what was going on inside the room?
Yes. Yeah. He had his own the speaker setup.
And did you subsequently learn that he had his own recordings of your interviews that were audio only?
Yes.
At some point, you wind up making this documentary. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Now, to promote this documentary, let me ask you this. Do you know what a sizzle reel is?
Correct. Yes.
Yep.
What is a sizzle reel?
Well, sizzle reel is traditionally used we put together like a little trailer of sorts with existing materials about whatever the subject matter is. And that sizzle reel is used to entice buyers to essentially pay for the production of the series or whatever.
To shop it for production or distribution.
One-off. So in this case, there was a sizzle reel made.
And that sizzle reel, did that sizzle reel get made
Are we going to get to see
prior
it?
to your involvement?
I believe so, yes.
And you, obviously, once you became involved...
I'm just moving this so we can see counsel's face.
Did you wind up using some of that sizzle reel to kind of promote each episode of the Death Row?
I don't remember that we did that. It was only used for
shopping.
It was used by the producers to drum up interest in the series.
Last night, did you meet with me?
I did.
And did you watch the sizzle reel with
Yes.
me? Judge, I have the sizzle reel marked as State Proposed Exhibit 120. I would offer it at this point.
Any objection, Mr. Sims?
No objection.
Can we
Are we
watch?
admitted?
Let's all watch. I bet that's what's happening next. So this would go out. I mean, the docuseries didn't get dropped on YouTube. This would have gone out to distribution to be like, hey, do you want to pay for this series and then have exclusive rights to distribute it? So.
Duane Keffe D Davis. I was a Compton kingpin drug dealer. I'm the only one.
I was a Compton kingpin drug dealer, and I'm the only one alive. I backed that up. I want to see it again.
Duane Keffe D Davis. I was a Compton kingpin drug dealer. I'm I'm the only one alive that really can tell you the story about the Tupac Shakur. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth. This story starts in the streets of Compton, all the way to the streets of Las Vegas, where Tupac was killed that night. All the people that was in Vegas that weekend, it's like a curse. Mostly everybody is dead.
Hold on, I missed that. The text went too fast. Keffe D was in the car with the gunman who killed Tupac. I got cancer and there's nothing else to lose, is what he said. It's my understanding that he's been in remission, Chad, if you're going to ask. He talks about it in his book, but I also wonder if Keffe D's thinking was, because he talks about putting out the book for money because he needed it, because cancer treatment's expensive, because yes. And I really wonder if he thought, after he had parents that died from cancer, that he thought he wasn't going to be around for the fallout from all of this. And so it's like, well, why did he write this book? He didn't think he'd be around for there to be consequences. Right.
All
Very
the way
possible.
to the streets of Las Vegas, where Tupac was killed that night.
And there's that photo that we saw from the first witness.
All the people that was in Vegas that weekend, it's like a curse. Mostly everybody is dead or got life in prison. It was a crazy night, and I was a witness to everything that happened. And it will surprise you, the truth I got to tell you.
He's the key to the most enduring mystery in modern history. That's what it said. He is the key to the most enduring mystery in modern history. That was a weird cut. Behind the world's most dangerous record label, Death Row Chronicles. An epic 6-night event, Tuesday, February 20th on BET.
Episodes of Death Row Chronicles did you, I guess, who named it Death Row Chronicles?
I think I did.
Okay. So the documentary you wound up creating was Death Row Chronicles.
Yes.
And did it air on a station?
Yeah, it was on BET.
And BET is a network.
Yes. Black Entertainment Television.
And how many episodes ran?
We did 6 episodes, roughly an hour each.
And
who's putting it on their
prior
watch
to
list?
episode 5, is there any audio or video that was produced or shown to the public of Mr. Davis?
I think he's in it very briefly in a little promo that we show at the very beginning of the series, perhaps. I don't remember exactly. And he was also there to talk a little bit about Suge.
I bet he was.
Do you?
This man wants to talk about Suge so much.
When you get to episode 5, is that the point where you're about to tell? I guess episode 6, is that when you tell the story of?
Right. So the series really looks at the entirety.
So the sizzle reel's all about the shooting of Tupac, and you don't talk about the shooting of Tupac to episode 6? Okay.
Of Death Row Records history.
Right. You open with Keffe D going, I'm the only living witness to how Tupac got killed. The real story will shock you. And then they go 3 years before. That tracks. And then they go all the way back to the beginning.
Very beginning with Suge Knight. We introduced different characters, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, etc. And then when we get to episode 5, we really delve into, a little bit in episode 5, but mostly in episode 6, we really delve into the investigation. We wanted to update the public as to where the investigation
Interesting.
Had been up to that point.
Nowhere.
And
I think this is the first time we've actually heard Dre mentioned when it's actually Dr. Dre.
Within those episode 5 and episode 6, is Mr. Davis seen or some of his interviews with you released to the public.
Yes.
In addition to the fact that Mr. Davis is on there, did you have access to the 2008 proffer recording?
I did.
And so
From who?
when you produced...
So you had the 2008 proffer recording from Kading? Because you know what law enforcement's not supposed to do? Take home evidence and then put it in a documentary. Okay.
Episode, in particular 6, are there times when Mr. Davis is on the screen and other times when you're using the proffer to tell the story?
Yes. Yeah, we alternated between the interview that I conducted with him and the audio from the proffer that he did in 2008.
Judge, I have marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 123 just the clips that involve Mr. Davis, either face or voice, from episodes 5 and episode 6.
Chat, you're asking good questions. I have no idea why there weren't repercussions for Kading. It doesn't seem that there were, but I've started asking around to see if I can kind of find out a little bit more about that. That might be an off the record conversation, but I got a lot of questions about that, and I do not know. I do not know. I want to know, but I don't know. I'll try to answer that question for y'all. It's just going to take me a
I'd
minute.
offer those at this time.
Any objection?
Maybe approach.
You may.
Nicholas, even though he left LAPD, there could still be repercussions for him leaking that evidence. I just don't know what. Hey, Dr. B, thank you for bringing that. That's that. Yep. Thank you. They're approaching real quick.
Where do you want it?
Oh, just thank you for bringing my bag. My book was languishing. Thank you for waving hi to the Leonards.
Mm-hmm.
They say hello. Yes, somebody knows. Or at least
All right,
somebody knows
so
the rumors.
pursuant to the conversations at the bench, there's no objection to the admission. It will be admitted.
So I'm just going to go through these with you. I'm going to start in episode 105.
So
And
they're authenticating where Keffe D is in this. So that's what they're authenticating now. All the different parts that have Keffe D in it from this docuseries.
you can see that generally at the bottom there's a timestamp there of when in the recording. Maybe I should back up. This was released when?
2018.
Yes. And shortly thereafter, are you contacted by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department asking for the raw footage?
Yes.
At that point, were you able to provide the raw footage?
No.
Why?
Did you become aware that that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department was only provided what was publicly released in 2018 on BET?
What's your response?
I'll ask it a different way.
Okay.
What was the only thing BET was willing to give us?
What was aired publicly.
And so now I want to go through episode 5 and.
It doesn't sound like y'all tried very hard. BET's like, no, we'll give you what was aired publicly. I will say, because there was no defendant, because there was an investigation but no court case, it would have been possible to subpoena it. I think they could have subpoenaed the raw footage or tried to search warrant the raw footage from BET. And then if BET asked to quash it, you can take that warrant to court. It's a little more work, but you can take that warrant to court and say, no, we're asking for the raw footage, turn over the raw footage. But it seems like BET is like, no, we're not giving you the raw footage. I can also understand where BET is like, we might want to use this later. We might want to recut this. We own this footage. And law enforcement though not necessarily Las Vegas PD, but law enforcement had leaked shit about this case, including Greg Kading. And so I can understand where BET's like, good luck with that. And it seems that they didn't pursue it more.
Episode 6 with you. So the first one.
Did you hear someone say words to the effect of, "Hey man, let's get out of here"?
No. I seen pulling people off of me. That's all I see.
Orlando testified on Suge's behalf. Why'd he do that?
He paid it off. Paid us off. Oh, he gave up $60,000
That
to say
Suge in
that
court.
he didn't do anything. But it didn't work because the next day the judge said, I can.
This is Keffe D talking, but they're showing footage of Suge in court. This is Suge in court, presumably when he had that probation violation hearing, because you hear the voice of Orlando Anderson and they're showing the downtown LA courthouse. So if you are listening in the background, it might be easier to read the closed caption whenever Keffe D talks, because he does mumble quite a bit. And why Orlando Anderson, we heard about this yesterday, why Orlando Anderson went into that probation violation hearing and lied. And it was the attorney, E.D. Fall, that negotiated that $60,000 payoff from Suge, or presumably Death Row Records, to Orlando Anderson to keep Suge out of prison, because Suge was on both federal and state level grants of probation, and Suge went back to prison 6 or 7 years. I don't mean to 6-7 at you, but for 6 or 7 years. In Keffe D's book, he talks about this, saying that after Suge or Death Row or whichever entity paid Orlando Anderson, that stuff on the streets got a little quieter. There was a period where the fights and the shootings that were happening in Compton kind of got into a lull after Orlando Anderson got paid, and then went into court and said Suge was just trying to help. Suge was trying to break it up. Suge didn't participate in this fight.
So the first one.
Did you hear someone say words to the effect of, "Hey man, let's get out of here"?
No. I seen pulling people off of me. That's all I see.
Orlando testified on Suge's behalf. Why'd he do that?
He paid it off. Paid us off. Oh, he gave up $60,000 to say that he didn't do anything. But it didn't work because the next day the judge said, I can see him kicking you in the head right fucking now.
On video.
So Mr. Davis told you a story about Mr. Anderson's probation, or sorry, Mr.
Scorpio in the chat house. Emily, was Suge allowed out of state when this happened, when he was clearly in Vegas? Depending on his probation and his work with Death Row Records, he might have been allowed out of state if there was something legitimately going on with Death Row. And Tupac had or was performing at the 662 Club that night, and Suge purportedly was a proprietor of that club, though I don't know if the permits ever changed hands because that's in dispute. So he might have been allowed to leave the state if he gave a heads up for business activity, because going with your performer to a fight, remember at the Tyson fight that night, Tupac's song was playing as Tyson walked out. So one of his artists had legitimate work there. So he had legitimate work there. So it's possible that he would have been allowed to leave. Is that legal? The payoff? There are some fine lines here where I think it could be argued both that this is paying off a witness to lie, though I think you would see arguments on the other side saying, hey, it was a death row artist and other death row people that were involved in this. This is a civil settlement so that Orlando Anderson doesn't sue Death Row for more money for getting jumped. So this wasn't witness tampering. This wasn't witness intimidation. This is a civil settlement so that there are no further lawsuits. And I imagine that if there was any paperwork, that paperwork would say This is a civil settlement between Death Row Records and anyone connected with Death Row Records and Orlando Anderson because for that interaction to compensate him for any harm done. Now I imagine off the record, the conversation was, and you're going to go into court and say that Suge was helping, correct? So it becomes a difficult thing to parse, which is not uncommon when you are looking at organizations that operate in various levels of gray zones. So did anything ever come of that? I don't think so.
Mr. Anderson at Suge Knight's probation violation hearing.
Yes.
And then the next clip.
I want to see Anderson at Suge Knight's probation.
Why are you now telling me what you're telling me?
Because I wanted to get the truth out.
Now in that clip, he's not in a studio. Where are you guys?
Here in Las Vegas.
And that is, well, why were you here in Las Vegas?
We thought it would be interesting to film him where the shooting occurred so that he could walk us through it at the actual site.
Yeah, it's more dramatic. Chad, I got a question for you. Does it make it more believable that Keffe D is unburdening himself of what he knows, what he saw, and what he did, knowing that he is struggling with cancer and he believes he has nothing else to lose? Does that carry more weight for his words, or does that make you think, oh, he might just be doing it for money, times are tough, he would be willing to say anything? Where do you fall on the circumstance surrounding him talking?
Now I'm going to go to episode 6. And I'm just going to go with these each in order.
Nigga, I feel like I still go to jail.
I'm sorry, the ADHD is ADHDing. Someone behind, and I don't know if the gentleman in green is a reporter or not. He's been in court every single day, and he's sitting close enough in space that he may be media. I do not know the tattoo on his hand, though I keep trying to figure out. But the person behind him talking has just the coolest nails. They're like, one of them's pink, one of them's a pink French tip. I'm distracted by the manicure.
I'm going to go with these each in order.
Nigga, I feel like I still go to jail with that, man. Because this is federal.
So in this video,
these cuts are killing me.
You can see Mr.
Keffe D, man, I feel I'll still go to jail with that because this is federal. Well, it was the state that came for you.
So
that cut's terrible.
In this video, you can see Mr. Davis walking, but is that him actually speaking to you, or is that cut in from the 2008 proffer?
I believe that's the 2000.
Want me to play it again?
Yes. I probably can tell by
Nigga, I feel like I still go to jail with that, man. Because this is federal.
That's from the interview with me.
When you say the interview with you, the sound is not the same as when he's walking down the street.
Correct.
I guess you should ask that question.
Yes, correct. So he's there. It's
a voiceover with B-roll.
like a little preview, what you're going to get later, essentially. So we keep it's just his feet to create a sense of mystery. The audio comes from the actual interview that I conducted.
In 2017.
Correct.
Okay.
And the last living eyewitness to Tupac's murder is telling his story.
Why are you now telling me what you're telling me?
And this is how he keeps billing himself. The last living eyewitness to Tupac's murder is telling his story. It's on the back of his book too. Suge Knight was there. Suge Knight's still alive, but that's how he's held himself out when he started doing interviews. Why?
Is telling his
Because it sells better.
Story.
Why are you now telling me what you're telling me?
Because I wanted to get the truth out. You ready?
That's clearly in the studio Both with the two different backgrounds?
Yeah.
Is it the same studio?
Yeah.
Is it the same interview?
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
So dramatic.
I can tell you why we did that technically, but it'll bore you.
No. I actually want to know. I mean, the "Are you ready?" and then the clip and the fade is probably the end of episode 5, right? Leaving you on a cliffhanger going into episode 6. Yeah, I want to hear all about it, my guy. We're interested.
The two different backgrounds?
Yeah.
The very next one.
Movie magic.
Okay, you ready?
I am.
Okay. Well, they've been sweating me for the last 20-some years, ever since that day that shit happened. Every other month, they was up there saying, this is a rapper killer, you know what I'm saying? I just been targeted. Just been on my ass ever since. Don't nobody trust me?
Why don't they trust you? Because they think you snitched?
Yeah.
Well, that's facts.
Obviously, that's all studio.
Yes, correct.
Okay, you ready?
I am.
God.
Okay. Well, they've been
Counsel, can you just move the mic or move the mouse, Counsel, when you do that, please? You guys are clocking that he's wearing blue in every single one of these. Of course he's wearing blue. Of course he's wearing blue.
sweating me for the last 20-some years, ever since that day that shit happened. Every other month, they was up there saying, this is a rapper killer.
Dramatic
you know
TV
what I'm saying? I just been targeted. Just been on my ass ever since. Don't nobody trust me?
Why don't they trust you? Because they think you snitched?
Yeah.
Because he did snitch. All right, the dramatic text effect says on December 18th, 2008, Detective Kading and other agents met with Keffe D at his lawyer's office in Los Angeles.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Today's report is specifically on Tupac Las Vegas incident.
All right. Remember, I feel I still go to jail.
Oh, that's why I was asking if this is from the proffer. This is the proffer that we did not hear. No, this is the proffer that we heard yesterday. Yeah, this is the proffer we heard yesterday.
Specifically on Tupac Las Vegas incident.
All right. Remember, I feel I still go to jail with that, man. Because this is federal.
What is said right here cannot be used against you.
So in this clip, it's sort of the last clip, but now you've led into and cut some of the proffering.
Correct. Yes. This is where we first introduce it.
Yeah, somebody knows how to clean up the audio. I wish they had just grabbed the proffer from the production studio, but that would create other evidentiary problems. Cripset gangs use the color blue. Bloodset gangs use the color red. So he's wearing blue. Remember when Snoop Dogg performed at the Super Bowl? What he was wearing? He was wearing like a blue suit that looked kind of paisley like a bandana. Apparently, they told Snoop he couldn't wear a bandana, a blue bandana, because Snoop is, I mean, long retired. You don't really ever leave, though. Like a sorority, fraternity, or other fraternal order. Snoop was told he couldn't wear a blue bandana, so he made a suit that looked like a blue bandana because he was still repping. Right. And they were like, you can't do that. He's like, okay. So made a blue suit that looked like a blue bandana. Because still a Crip. Not an active Crip, but still a Crip. On December 18th, the text says, Detective Kading and other agents met with Keffe D at his lawyer's office in Los Angeles.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Today's report is specifically on Tupac Las Vegas incident.
All right. Remember, I feel I still go to jail with that, man. Because this is federal.
What is said right here cannot be used against you.
Chad is pointing out that Snoop was also told he couldn't do the Crip walk at the Super Bowl, still did it. Yep. Serena Williams did too. Though, I don't necessarily think she's affiliated, even though she grew up in the neighborhood. But grew up in the neighborhood, so she could. But yeah,
I'm getting the sense here that before commercial, you kind of lead off, and with commercial, you remind people what they just saw.
Yes.
Next one.
Don't bullshit me, and I won't bullshit y'all.
This is from the proffer we heard yesterday.
That one's completely the
Don't bullshit me.
Don't bullshit me, and I won't bullshit y'all. Well, that's not what his lawyer's going to say.
I won't bullshit y'all.
That's, yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
That's the proffer. We tried to identify it up top so that people would know the difference.
Right. Which is
Yeah,
the
you
ethical
guys
way
are
to
all
do it.
MGM. You guys go to the fight. So lead us through it from there.
We went to eat, and we were at the MGM at a restaurant. Zips, some of my homeboys from East Coast Crips came in there and said, Death Row dude, Suge, them just jumped on your nephew.
That's a combination of both.
Correct.
I forgot to ask this question. You said you were there. You said Mike Dorsey was there. You said Duane Davis was there. Is there any other person in that room as well?
Mr. Davis brought his lawyer,
You remember his name?
Wayne Higgins.
So he had a lawyer with him while doing this with you.
Yes.
Oh, lawyer Higgins.
I can't remember. It's this one.
Went to the parking lot. Man, Zip was together.
Zip, Eric Martin.
Oh, there's the chart.
For the most part, although I think you hear Greg Kading's voice. Is that right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
These clips are way too
that's,
fast.
Mr. Davis himself in the interview.
Yeah, somebody
When he
got a
asked,
flow
do we
chart.
need some help? I got some gym. They're like, yeah, okay, cool. All right.
Where does he get the gun from in the car?
They cleaned up this audio so well. The jury's got to be like, oh, thank God. That's what he said. That's what he said. These are cleaned up versions of the actual recordings
A little secret for
that we heard yesterday.
Was it a block?
Zip pulls out.
That flashed up on Greg Kading's face. And do you recognize the person that's depicted in the photograph now here in front of you?
Eric Martin.
Eric Martin. It says AKA Equan Williams. People refer to him in this case as Zip or Von Zip.
Yep.
Von Zip.
The homie said the Death Row guys were going to have a concert at the 662 Club. So we went to the 662 Club.
I ran the door at the 662.
Wait, was that Mob
I guess
James?
we caught a little bit of Mob James.
Wait, was that Mob James? That was Mob. That is Mob James. All right, now we get the full logo of Club 662. I'm not mad at that logo. And then a little bit of Mob James, who we saw testify a few days ago.
I ran the door at the 662.
I guess we caught a little bit of Mob James.
Notice what Mob James is wearing? Right.
Was there.
Tupac and Suge, they never show up. So we left.
That's in studio.
Yes.
Stopped and got some liquor. We was gonna party and shit.
We were gonna party and shit.
Got our little drinks.
Meanwhile, Tupac and Suge are driving.
Also in studio.
We came up Harlem and shit. Here he coming at BMW. All the chicks was like, Tupac, Tupac. And he was like, hey, like a celebrity, like he was in the parade. If he wouldn't even been out the window, we would have never seen him. My partner busted you.
The dramatic reenactment is one of my least favorite things in any documentary. Truly, just it's much.
When we pulled up, I was in the front seat. Happen to see my friend, sure.
Suge looks over, he sees you.
Yeah.
He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looks at me.
You said the shots came from the back. Big Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
They keep it for the code of the streets. It just came from the back seat, bro.
That's a mixture.
He was saving that for his own book. Hold on. I think we need just a moment of I told you guys we would do this yesterday and we didn't get to. We would do it yesterday. But we need a moment for this man to describe how he and Suge locked eyes. I think that now is the appropriate time to hear, though I will there are moments I will editorialize and take out some of the words that he uses because he uses they're just all, but just in briefest from Compton Street Legend, he's referring to himself, by the way. He's not referring to Tupac in the title. The title, he would be the Compton Street Legend. We're on page 104. He talks about them saying bust a you, and bubble up, busted a U-turn. He said they went past each car looking until they pulled up to the front vehicle. Quote, like two rams locking horns, Suge and I looked each other dead in the eye. Our eyes locked. The terrified expression on Suge's face read, damn. There's more, we're leaving it out. No words were exchanged. The time for talking had passed. The shit was about to go down. And yes, in this book, on the right-hand page of every page of this book are an array of 3 bullet holes. On every single page. The bottom of the page has crime scene tape. It says crime scene, do not cross. When he talks about this night, by the way, Keffe D talks about the fact that he was wearing a crime story suit and says that it's appropriate because it was about to turn into a real crime story. So that's how he describes it. Back to the interview. MSTK Harris said, I do not believe Suge was terrified. No, but it's his book. It's his book. And he's gonna tell it the way he wants to tell it. But I imagine Suge knew there was going to be some retaliation for Orlando Anderson getting jumped.
It's a combination. Yeah.
But yes,
I mean, honestly, what's your concern
dramatics.
revealing who shot Tupac?
What's my concern?
Yeah.
I don't have no concern.
Then why aren't you saying it?
I just won't be saying I'm no fucking rat.
Studio interview.
Then Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, you.
Obviously the proffer.
Yes.
These quick clips are
a few more
rough.
left down here.
Went in the back, it's a hotel called a Carriage House. Got up out of the car.
I think that's the studio interview.
In the book,
You
he
have
does
some
say that they put
graphics
the
going
gun
on, but that's him in the studio speaking to it.
on top of the tire. And then the next day they went out and poof,
They pulled up in the ambulance while we were standing right there.
the gun was gone.
That shit was funny in the book.
That's Greg Kading.
That's the proffer.
That is a recreation of the proffer because they do not have video from the proffer. So that is a recreation of the proffer room in the office with Greg Kading sitting there.
They pulled up in the ambulance while we were standing right there. That shit was funny in the book.
That's the proffer.
Banana Sluggy asked, how is the reenactment allowed? They are showing clips of a public docuseries where Keffe D's statements were given. So they are using Keffe D's statements, but they also clarified that they asked BET for the raw footage and they weren't given the raw footage. So if they are not allowed to use things that are not the defendant's statements, but when the defendant's statements are overlaid with B-roll, the statements are allowed to come in because they're the defendant's words. Haunted Shadow said, is that Kading or a lookalike stand-in? That was Kading. And they said previously in this testimony that he was involved in this project.
And then the last one.
And his impression is that this guy had it coming.
I'm here, Cobalt, Flamingo, and this was the spot that changed my life forever. September the 7th.
He also puts this photo in his book. He says that's him the night of the fight and how they were dressed the night of the fight.
1996, the night of the Mike Tyson fight. Tupac jumped on my nephew.
He's saying,
Shit
I'm in
went
Vegas. This is where I was. This is where I was. This is what happened. Again, they're trying to prove that, oh, I should have backed up. Those are the ultimate low-rise pants. The prosecution has to prove that he was in Vegas that night. And now we have statement after statement after statement of him saying, I'm in Vegas.
My nephew was young, 20 years old.
That's Orlando Anderson.
He didn't do nothing to you, you know. He didn't do nothing to you.
I think he's talking to Suge.
Tupac, shut up. Kept his hands to himself.
And Tupac.
So that's a combination of the material we shot here in Vegas with the studio interview.
Sometime after the indictment in this particular case, is there a position change by the people who controlled the raw footage and intellectual property to what Mr. Davis said?
Yes, both the production company and the network, I think, agreed to provide it.
What?
And were you at all involved in the reasons why they decided to provide it?
So now we have the raw
I
footage?
think
Why
I
aren't you just
lobbied a
using
little
that?
bit, but Mike Dorsey lobbied a lot stronger to get it released.
Was there any particular
Then why aren't we using that?
position that Mr. Davis was taken that caused you, Mike Dorsey, as well as the company to change their minds?
Yeah, I mean, in general, we heard that he said that this was just for show, that he was.
Keffe D starts saying that it was a bad edit. Really? He went full fucking housewife? He went full housewife. Oh, y'all, it's bullshit. It's a bad edit. That's not the whole story. No, he did not. Is it me? Am I the drama? But also, if I'm the defense and the raw footage had in fact been turned over, I'm requiring that they use the raw footage. Your Honor, they've got the raw footage. They can clip that down. Yeah, you can show the sizzle reel or whatever. But if you've got all these interviews of him in the studio, why are we overlaying it with everything else? Yeah, if I'm the defense, I would have fought that more than this. But I guess if you're the defense, you let me know what you think, chat. Does it play better for your theory of the case to have the raw footage that's less dramatic or to have the more dramatic footage? Because it's all bullshit. My client's all puffery. It's just all drama. It's all just for Hollywood. So if you're the defense, do you want the fiction in to show how over the top it is, to show how dramatic it is? and then argue, see, this is all the fiction. There's no facts here. Remember I said my client was bullshitting? He's bullshitting. What strategy are you picking on that? You let me know.
You, like Dorsey, as well as the company, to change their mind.
Yeah, I mean, in general, we heard that he said that this was just for show. That he was getting paid. This was Hollywood. This was all just, show business.
The term scripted came up as well. Was your show scripted at all?
No, and I pride myself in making sure that my work meets the strictest journalistic standards. I did not coach him in any way. We had meetings where I generally, very brief meetings when he was in the office, where I generally told him sort of where I was going with my questioning, but there was no coaching, no coercion, nothing of the sort. Nothing was predetermined. I never provided questions ahead of time either.
And once you became involved, obviously there are other people you guys wind up interviewing that aren't Suge or Mr. Davis or Mr. Kading or Mr. Dorsey.
Sure.
And any of those people, were they compensated for their participation?
They were not.
So once you came on board, everybody else was uncompensated.
Correct.
Did there come a point in time where you were able to provide a transcript of the actual tapes that were the video tapes of your interviews of Mr. Davis?
Oh.
Yes. I was contacted by Detective Mogg, and is that his last name?
Mogg?
Yes. Suddenly had a... we talked for a bit, and he took a statement, and I then provided the transcripts to him of both of the sit-down interviews.
Do you think it's surreal for the dude who did the true crime documentary to now be sitting in court testifying about the crime that they did a documentary on? Because normally it goes the other way around. I'm just curious. Do you think it's a little wild? So there's a transcript. Detective Mogg reached out, interviewed dude, and got a transcript.
And I'm going to show you.
I mean, I'd rather hear those interviews than another one of these interviews with the mumble mouth and the coughing and the snarfling.
State's proposed exhibit number 113 and 114. Do you recognize at least the first page of those particular transcripts?
Yes.
And those look like the way your transcripts were provided to us.
Yeah.
During the course of this, were you able ever to get, or was E1 Entertainment ever able to get us the tapes themselves, the raw footage?
They did not, and I wasn't really privy to that process, but I think that they could not find them. It was what I was told, or maybe they didn't try hard enough to find them. Not sure.
Were you aware that Mr. Dorsey was able?
I wish the prosecutor would have cleared that up when they talked about at some point, did y'all change your position on providing the raw footage? I really wish they would have cleaned it up then. Because I'm sitting here going, okay, well then where the fuck's the raw footage? How do you have the transcripts and not have the raw footage, though? Keep reading. I'm so curious.
Not find them? It was what I was told, or maybe they didn't try hard enough to find them. Not sure.
Were you aware that Mr. Dorsey was able to give us the audio copies that he had?
Yes.
Okay.
And were you aware that there are small sections of the tape that are on the transcripts that aren't on his audio, but he also has things on his audio that weren't captured because the camera wasn't running?
Correct. Yeah. When we would break for a break or something, or for lunch, he would continue recording.
Interesting.
I passed the witness.
Audio tapes were turned over.
Cross-examination, Mr. Samt.
So audio tapes were turned over because the subject matter expert, the other documentarian, was audio recording literally everything. But the raw video footage of those interviews was not turned over. But the audio kept recording all the time. Interesting. So there's audio. I wonder how many hours that is. There's audio and then there's transcripts of the audio. Interesting. And now we're on to cross. I think the lapel pin today is a flower like the other day. It's just, it's black, so it's harder to see the details on court
Have you ever testified in a criminal case before?
First time.
Congratulations.
Counsel, sometimes you're funny. Sometimes it kind of falls flat for me. All right.
I would imagine it's a little bit of an experience for you. Let me ask you these questions real quick. So in terms of what you do for work, you are a producer or a director?
I'm a showrunner is the technical term. I basically run the entire
He does all the shit.
Right. And obviously when we say production, it's something that would be considered maybe geared towards entertainment value, right?
Yes.
Now, in your career as...
Do we see the direction that this is going in? Do we see the direction this is going in? It's kind of like a dove gray suit. I really love the suit, though. I love the suit.
And is it considered Hollywood what you do?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay. Yeah. But in terms of what you do, for instance, have you ever had to take a deposition?
Is it considered Hollywood what you do? What does that even mean? Is it considered Hollywood? I mean, I guess I'm a showrunner. We sell shows. I guess it's considered Hollywood what I do. I mean, it's documentary work. So I don't know if documentarians consider themselves Hollywood. You heard him say we hold the highest journalistic standards. So he doesn't see himself as like Hollywood. He sees himself as a documentarian. Right.
No.
All right. And in terms of what we're looking at here on this particular night, you were the director and the producer of this particular project?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were working for, not Entertainment One, but for another company that was a subsidiary of Entertainment One?
Creature Films.
Okay, Creature Films. Now, your testimony to us is that, hey, I'm just there. Duane Davis shows up for the interview.
Not
right? Yes.
really. I'm just there. Like
who reached out to him from your company
I'm just
to
there.
do the interview?
I'm not quite sure who did the initial reach out.
Just want to make sure I'm clear here. In terms of your work was just only to ask the questions and sort of verify the information that you had prior to the interview with Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, yes. I was there to ask the questions, make sure I got the material in order to build the series.
Right. And with what you were doing, though, obviously there would have been a team of people with you, right?
Yes.
Now, the series itself, there's an individual that's named in your series by the name of Greg Kading.
Yes.
Who was he?
Well, I mentioned him earlier. He's a Los Angeles police detective, and he was a consultant on the project.
Right, so his name is actually...
A paid consultant.
I'm sorry?
A paid consultant.
Right, so his name was one of the credits that was in the... when you do your credit.
Yeah, at the end, yes, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned a man by the name of Mike Dorsey.
Correct.
And Mike Dorsey was also somebody who was what exactly?
A consultant.
He was a consultant.
Yes.
And as far as you know, the two of them, Mike Dorsey and Greg Kading, helped to write a book.
Yes.
And what was the name of the book?
Murder Rap.
All right. Did you read that book?
I did.
I have not yet read Murder Rap. It's on its way. That's gonna be on the book list this weekend. I have not yet read Murder Rap. Buying it kind of offended my soul. The putting things out that are in a police case file when there are still ongoing investigations offends me deeply on a moral level. However, I do think it's going to come up. I felt the same way as I felt about buying Courthouse Becky's book. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to give you any money. But I do want to have the reference material for us. And I do want to be able to mark it up and reference it and sticky tab it. So, yep. That's where I'm at. That's why I didn't borrow it from the library. I want to be able to use it as reference, especially as this case continues on. But this becomes research, so you don't have to. I got you. I got y'all. So we'll see. I bought it from, a bookstore that I like. So there's that.
You got a May approach?
Sure.
Showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibit D as in David. Do you recognize this photograph? Mm-hmm. And what is that?
Cover of the book.
Look at this
great.
photograph.
During this time, I'd like to move for the admission of defense exhibit D as in David.
Any objection, State?
No objection.
So admit it.
Yeah, Chad, I would have bought it secondhand if I could have found it. I've never seen it secondhand, and time was of the essence. It's also kind of niche. I'm curious where this goes. I don't know if Kading will testify. It seems natural that he would. I don't know if Kading will testify. It's interesting to me that they're going to ask whose job it's not about this book. I'm curious where this goes, but that's the cover of the book, Murder Rap, The Untold Story of Biggie Smalls and Tupac Shakur Murder Investigations by Greg Kading.
That's the book, correct? Or at least the cover of the book.
The cover, yeah.
Right. And I appreciate you being specific about this. Now, fair to say though, that the book was really sort of the core of what you were doing in terms of the information you'd received, right?
So we had both Kading and Dorsey as consultants, but I also interviewed other authors who also wrote books, and I read those books as well. So
Great.
It wasn't, in other words, this was not my only source.
Okay. And so can you tell us who your other sources were that you read to help you with your document?
I think there's a book, it was the first one I read called Original Gangsters, which was written by Ben Westhoff, I believe. And then there was another book, and I'm not going to remember the title, by a woman called Cassie.
They talked about that book earlier.
I don't remember exactly.
They talked about that with The Last Witness, because the book by Kathy is the one that the photo that The Last Witness took was licensed for the cover of.
Okay.
A very seminal book about. West Coast rap and gangster blues.
Yeah, you can move freely.
Because
I'm showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibit.
The series he was doing was on Death Row Records. Yes, that culminates. It seems that their series kind of culminated with the killing of Tupac, but it was about more than that.
He is an Edward. Do you recognize that photograph?
Kathy, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that
he's got a
picture
cover of that book.
The cover of the book by Kathy Scott you just referred to?
It looks like it. I don't remember what the cover looks like, but yes. Seems accurate enough.
Okay. Leonard, I'd like to move for the admission of defense exhibit Ian and Edward.
Any objection, State? What was that?
No objection.
Okay, so admitted.
Wait, do we get to
Sorry,
see it?
just in here.
No.
Publishing for the jury.
Thank you.
Is that the picture, or is that the book?
For those listening in the background, what he is showing is, it looks like the photo of the book, third edition with new information, The Killing of Tupac Shakur by Kathy Scott, using that photo that The Last Witness took and said he licensed for the book.
What are the books that you reviewed prior to your documentary?
Those are the only three I remember.
Okay. Now, fair to say, of course, that you're in the business of drawing people to your work, right? You want people to purchase your work, view your work. Is that right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think
Now,
I've ever seen so many
I'm not in
books
I'm sorry, can I amend that?
discussed in a
I'm
trial.
not in the business of drawing people to my work. I'm in the business of creating compelling television or television programming or films.
Right. If you build it, they will come.
Okay, so
There's a
different standard.
There is a distinction there. He's like, I am in the business of making excellent content. People will watch it. I'm not in the business of making people watch what I make.
Can you explain to me what the difference in standards are?
I don't do.
It's not clickbait.
Okay, so the best distinction I can draw is like I don't necessarily do reality television, where it's just it's somewhat manufactured, it's bombastic, it's anything goes. I make documentaries which.
You're sitting across from one of the biggest Real Housewives we have seen in court, though. But that's him, right? That's not manufactured. That's him. That's Keffe D's personality. He's the drama. But he's like, it's not reality TV. I make documentaries.
Where it's just, it's somewhat manufactured, it's bombastic, it's, anything goes. I make documentaries which are traditionally based in journalism. I'm out there trying to get to the truth of something. And that truth, I believe, is compelling enough to draw an audience.
Right.
So in terms of the direction that you have in with the project, in this particular case, there was a direction, right? The direction was we're here to document the rise and fall of the death row record label, right?
Absolutely.
And in terms of how Mr. Davis would fit into the idea behind it, is that it's with the death of Tupac Shakur and the shooting of Marion Suge Knight.
Well, he says he also helped start
Now,
Death Row
in
with the
terms
money.
of what you were doing, though, fair to say that you had a direction. This is where you wanted to go with the project, right?
It's an important element of the story, but it's not my final destination. My final destination is revealing the entire story of Death Row Records, which includes this unfortunate chapter.
Sure. And you want to be accurate about what you're presenting in your presentation.
Yeah, to the best of my
Interesting.
Right. And so in this case, you turn to Greg Kading and this other person, I'm sorry, what was his name again?
Mike Dorsey.
Mike Dorsey, for their verification of what was accurate and what was not, right?
Yes.
Now, do you recall a person by the name of Tara Long?
Yes.
Who's Tara?
Tara was the head of E1 at the time.
Okay. And she was involved with the project on some level, right?
Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, I think that she was maybe pivotal in bringing Keffe in. And I'm not sure how Greg and Dorsey came, but maybe through her, maybe through Creature. But again, they were there before it came on.
Sure. And in terms of Tara's participation, can you tell the jury what contract was set up between Duane Davis and the company?
I cannot. I don't know what the details of the contract are.
So you never saw the contract?
No.
And you don't know, you can't tell this jury, for instance, how much money was promised to Mr. Davis as a result?
No, I can only guess because I handed him a check at one point, or various checks at some point, and I don't, I think I remember the installments were like in the 5,000s or something. But I'm just not sure.
And so, and you had represented to the jury before on the state's direct.
Keffe D is shaking his head at that. Keffe D is shaking his head at that. Okay, Keffe D, why don't you tell us how much money they gave you? How much money did they give you then? Because he's just shaking his head. Okay, then tell us, how much money did you get paid for the docuseries? Because docuseries don't pay all that much. So when he said 10 to 20,000, that seems within the realm. Was it different? You let us know. He doesn't agree. The thing is, Keffe, tell your lawyer. Because your lawyer can ask this man, wasn't it in fact $300,000 or whatever the number is? Wasn't it in fact this or that? he can ask the leading question. The witness can say, I don't know.
But now you're thinking, okay, it may have been installments of checks, multiple checks, right?
It could be, yes.
And the person that would have the most information about something like this would be Tara Long, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, the terms of the agreement was that he was going to come in, give his interview, and then leave, right?
I'm not sure what was agreed upon.
Now, you did how many interviews with him?
2.
Why?
2 and the one in Vegas.
Right, but the 2 that were in studio, why did you do 2?
As I recall, he came in to do 1, and he was not dressed for the interview appropriately. I think he came in shorts and a T-shirt or something like that. And I thought that he was going to back out, so I asked him to sit down so that we can go through some of the questions. And so we did. And then he ultimately decided to leave, and then chose to come back in a suit and tie. And that's actually the interview that you see the most.
I see. So what he came back in is what was basically requested of him to do, is to dress a little bit better than what he dressed that day.
It sounds like this witness thought he had cold feet because he didn't show up dressed to be on camera. And so he tried to make him comfortable, and then he came back.
Yeah, although I think that was his idea to dress better.
Now, in terms of the first interview, do you have a recording of that?
I don't have a recording. I
don't know what he's trying to say to this witness.
Is that the transcript?
He mouthed something. He is just shaking his head.
Dress better.
Now, in terms of the first interview, do you have a recording of that?
I don't have a recording. I have a transcript.
Okay. Is that the transcript that was referred to earlier? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Now, that's all right. And now, in terms of your recollection, is the next day you come back and you have the interview with Mr. Davis, the one that we're seeing snippets of right now?
I'm not sure if it was the next day, but it was sometime after.
Now, in your presentation, obviously, there is a lot of, I don't know what you would call it in Hollywood, like tones, ominous tones, as, you know, Mr. Davis is walking down the street. That's obviously for some type of cinematic effect, right?
Yeah, we're underscoring the drama of it.
Right, and it's just to sort of build up an interest in whatever that scene is.
Right.
Okay. So the view of Mr. Davis.
I will say, Counsel, Ominous Tones, great band name. Great band. I'll go with Ominous. Ominous Tones. I like it. Yeah, I do. Like a Vitamin String Quartet, but maybe only for like emo and goth music or something. I'm here for it. All right, continuing on. Keffe D's face is facing all over the place today.
Davis walking. Can you tell us where he was walking and why he was walking in the direction that he was being filmed?
Yes.
The one in Vegas, you mean?
Yeah.
He says it on the clip. He was at Koval and Flamingo, and he was there to kind of walk us through what happened that night.
Okay. In terms of walking us through, for instance, do you film him being exactly in the lane, pointing to the other lane and saying, this is the lane where this happened, this is the lane where these women were, or anything like that? Do you have that?
Don't remember exactly.
So he's standing on the corner of Koval and Flamingo on some corner and saying, this is where my life changed.
Yes.
Something like that,
yes,
right?
Correct.
But in terms of specifics of where it was that everyone was located on the street, did you film him pointing to exactly where this was, exactly where that was, here I was there?
I think we did.
Okay, and but that would be in...
I don't have that, I don't think we have that transcript.
Okay, and once again, you don't have the transcript, you think you did, but as you're sitting here right now for this jury, you can't show that, right?
I can't show it, and I'm not entirely certain. But I would think that if I brought him there, it would be more than just to appear on camera for 30 seconds and say my life has changed.
Sure.
And I do recall being there for much longer than that.
Okay. And once again, it should be captured on film somewhere, if it's from you guys. Okay, but it's not here today.
No.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony is that you had, there were parts of the video that shows like I guess there was like a proffer version. You said there was a proffer and there was a guy with a beard. Is that in the proffer?
There was a guy with a beard?
Yeah, there was. I saw a snippet, and it was just a glance, but it was a guy with a beard, and you said it was the proffer. Is it just the audio recording with the backdrop of some guy with a beard?
So what we did was we had the
Kading.
proffer audio. We had the interview that I conducted in the studio, and then we had some recreations where we brought an actor and some actors to kind of recreate the setting of the proffer. And in that, Greg Kading appears, he's visibly in the room, listening to the actor who's playing Mr. Davis.
Oh, I see. So it was just a
reenactment,
dramatization.
Correct.
Is what you would call it. Okay. Now, when you're,
I think counsel's doing a good job of staying on his theme. Every single time he's back to, it's a dramatization. It's a dramatization. I think he's doing a good job keeping on his theme. I don't know how persuasive it will be, but he's doing a good job of keeping to his theme.
You're setting that up, and that's happening. That's Greg Kading's direction, right?
Direction?
Meaning that he's telling you, here's how everything was, or, this is how the room looked, or something along those lines.
To some degree, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
there were some camera considerations there too.
And Greg Kading was being paid for his work?
Was.
Now,
how much did he make?
He also, at some point, shares with you, I would assume, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that there was a proffer, and the proffer was done in 2008.
Yes.
Right? Now, your project was when again? I'm sorry.
Say that again?
When was your project?
2017 is when we filmed. 2018 is when it aired.
Okay. And you're hearing this from Greg Kading, and you understood, I was imagining based upon the proffer, that there was an agreement that, hey, he's going to give information, and on that information, he was not going to be prosecuted, right?
Yes.
Was there some condition that would, if there was a violation of that condition, would then cause the proffer to be made public?
Objection 1 calls for speculation. 2, legal conclusion. The court's already ruled on the admissibility of the proffer.
What's your response?
It's
Notice what counsel threw in at the end there. Because of course this is still a question. And the court we haven't had a ton of objections. They haven't fought a lot for objections. We haven't had a lot with speaking objections. The court has already ruled on the admissibility of the proffer. We know this. But if you're sitting there as the jury and you're listening to this proffer going, none of this can be used against you, I can imagine jurors sitting there wondering, why are we hearing this right now? Fair, which is why the prosecutor's first calls for speculation. Second, calls for legal conclusion. Third, the court's already ruled on the admissibility of the proffer.
Objection 1 calls for speculation. 2, legal conclusion. The court's already ruled on the admissibility of the proffer.
What's your response?
It's, let me rephrase the question, Judge.
Okay, so I'll sustain the objection and you'll rephrase.
Let me ask you this. So, in terms of your interview, is that a yes?
No, I'm listening.
I know, but once again, when you say I just have to make sure it's clear for the record.
I'm just listening to the question.
He's active listening because there's no question there. In terms of your interview.
So it's not a yes.
Okay. In terms of your recollection, was there a reason why, in your recollection, Mr. Davis could give his information to you?
Why he could?
Yes.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
There's no legal conclusion.
Why he?
I think the question could be cleaner. Defense counsel saying there's no legal conclusion. It would be just cleaner if defense asked something along the lines of, did you understand that Keffe D could talk to you about this and why he wanted to? Also, a cleaner question would help with that, but the proffer should only be secret for the other people. Keffe D can say what he wants. It's a little bit of an awkward question, but I also think the prosecution is jumping the gun a little bit on that, because why do you understand Keffe D can talk to you? Tell us what you thought.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
There's no legal conclusion.
Why he could?
Are you just asking if he told him, or
yes.
Okay?
What was
if
your
you want to
understanding?
rephrase a little bit.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Davis, did you ever find out as to why Mr. Davis gave this interview to you in 2017?
Objection, speculation.
Did you at any point during the time period ever know
They're awkward questions.
if Mr. Davis had violated the terms of his property?
Oh, that calls for legal conclusion. Counsel, I'm frustrated because I very much want the answers to these questions, and the subject matter of the questions is correct. The form of the questions is improper. Did Mr. Davis ever tell you why he was telling you the story? What did you understand about whether you could use this? You know they would have did you ever talk to legal about what you could use? Did you ever have conversations with legal? Now you can't get into what they are, but did you ever have to talk to legal about what you can use and about what you can air? Yeah, there's a lot of good questions to be asked here. I hope we get to them.
Can you approach?
And they're approaching. I don't think the court wants to go back and forth on a objection sustained, objection sustained. I'm going to zoom while they approach. And you know, earlier I had said that the gentleman in green he might be in front of the bar. He could be part of the defense team because he's talking to the other woman with the legal pad. So he might be sitting in front of the bar. I was just curious if he was media. He's been there every single day. He could be a defense investigator or working with the defense team. I've just been curious because I keep noticing his tattoos. All right, we're back from sidebar. Let's see.
So when you set up, or at least was the director or the producer of the project, at that particular point, all you know is that Mr. Davis is in front of you to give an interview.
Yes.
And when you had an opportunity to sit down with Mr. Davis,
he might be the courtroom.
You went through an
sketch
interview.
artist. It's possible.
And I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was the interview done in a way where he promised to tell you the truth?
No. I mean, I would assume that he would tell me the truth.
Sure. But once again, though, it's not like you're sitting here right now where you swore to tell the truth. You're under oath.
Correct.
And with regard to the information you did receive from Mr. Davis, did you at any point verify any of it?
Yes, of course. I mean, that's partly why I had Mike Dorsey in another room.
Sure. So it would be Mike Dorsey and or Greg Kading confirming the information that you are getting from Mr. Davis.
Correct.
Now, in the event, though, that you believe that Mr. Davis was not giving you the information that was consistent with Mr. Kading or Mr. Dorsey's interpretation, what would have to happen at that particular point?
Well, I mean, I also conducted 30-plus interviews, so some of those other interviews in the show would corroborate what he said or not.
But once again, I'm asking you specifically about Mr. Davis.
No, I'm saying, I'm talking about Mr. Davis's interview.
Sure.
He provided some details in that interview that I not only did I corroborate those with Mr. Dorsey or Kading.
He's
but,
expanding on his
I interviewed
answer.
people like Mob James. I interviewed other people who, could corroborate certain aspects of his story as well.
Okay, so Mob James, you relied on his credibility, what you learned from him in order to determine that guy's credibility?
No, I'm just saying there's just
Other corroboration.
a big picture. I can't specifically say, this little aspect of it was corroborated by Mark James. I'm just bringing him up as an example.
Sure.
There are many other people that I interviewed as well.
And once again, I want to make sure,
including the two authors of the books that I cited earlier.
right, and that would have been Kathy Scott,
yeah,
and then also
Ben Westhoff, I think his name is.
Okay. And what you're telling us is that
What
their
he said
books
lined up with what
corroborated
everybody else said.
parts, what details of his representations.
It's too general a question to answer right now from memory.
Well, is there any other way for you to remember it? I mean, did you write anything down in preparation for your testimony here today?
Counsel, just grab it. Let's watch all 6 episodes now. Let's just take 6 hours, just no commercials, grab some popcorn, bang it out. Let's just watch the entire thing. He's like, no, that's too vague. But he's saying that all of the work that went into this docuseries lined up. I'm frustrated that defense didn't circle back to, if you thought Keffe D was bullshitting, though, but it was still good for the show, what would you do? Would you leave it in for the drama? Would you leave it in for the intrigue? Would you make a note about it? Would you let the audience decide? He was on a good line of question and then he moved. So hopefully he'll circle back to it.
Corroborated what parts, what details of his representations?
It's too general a question to answer right now from memory.
Well, is there any other way for you to remember it? I mean, did you write anything down in preparation for your testimony here today?
No, but I did prepare for the interview based on what I had read.
Now, in once again, so your recollection is you used Kathy Scott's book and you used the other book as a way for you to determine whether or not Mr. Davis was accurate in what he said.
No, just the circumstances of the murder, like who the players were, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
And fair to say,
again, I'm speaking very generally.
Fine, but in terms of the books themselves, were they books in which only you can get a hold of, or were these books accessible by the public?
That's a great question.
You purchased these books.
Of course.
And
if this point doesn't come back around at closing, I'm going to be a bit sad. This is counsel building in the questions he wants for his argument. Anybody can buy these books, right? So my guy just read the books and could have come in here and said whatever. So he's grabbing these little nuggets that I think he's going to use in closing. This was all publicly available. So my guy was just weaving a yarn to get paid based on things that he read that were already out in the public. Those are great questions. I think for the jury, some of those might get this jury's really astute, but I think for some of the jurors, this might get just a little into the weeds. I think at closing, when it comes back, it will be like, oh, interesting.
in terms of the information that you had before you, was readily available information either through Greg Kading's book,
right,
or in terms of Kathy Scott's book, or this other person's book.
Could you repeat the question?
The information that you were comparing was information that was readily available in Greg Kading's book, Kathy Scott's book, or this other book you had mentioned before. Ben something, Original Gangsters, the name of the book. Is that yes?
Yes.
Now, after the series had been put together, did you at any point ever ask Mr. Davis to come back and just double check the series before you published it?
No. It's not common practice.
Sure. It's not common practice, meaning you are the one at the end to determine in which direction you want the presentation to go,
yes,
right? And that's, I would imagine, some type of artistic license given to you and your people.
Sure, yeah. The subject of the interview
he gets final edit.
Agrees to the interview with those conditions generally.
Right.
And there's a release form that that person signs.
He gets final edit. He's not... Versus like the Kardashians, who run their own production company and have final edit of their show. Different. Keffe D doesn't get final edit.
And do you know the whereabouts of Tara Long now?
I do not.
Do you know if she's still working in the industry?
Not sure.
Like, where are they now?
One moment, please, John.
Of course.
All right. Looks like he's going to go confer with his client.
On a clarification, in the beginning we talked a little bit about this. I was trying to write it down. Blaze.
Looks like a pretty small courtroom, by the way. It's not super full either. So he went and conferred with his client.
In the beginning we talked a little bit about this. I was trying to write it down. Blaze. That very first snippet that we had, it was like
sizzle reel.
Sizzle reel. Okay. Did you conduct? Was that your sizzle reel?
No. I mean, it was for the same project, but it preceded me.
Right. In terms of that sizzle reel, do you know how it was created?
I don't know the circumstances. I know he was brought. That's the studio we shot in, so I'm familiar with where it took place, but I don't know who did it, when it was done, or anything like that.
And so, in terms.
I was just going to add really quickly that the clip that was shown is sort of a composite between the sizzle reel and then like a promo that BET actually did for the show. So somebody put that together, unbeknownst to me, or away from my control.
Okay, and so, but you don't know who that was, and is that a no?
No.
And with the way it was filmed and the reels and so forth, you don't have access to those reels at all, either.
Of that sizzle reel?
Yes.
In particular, no, I do not.
And I'm sorry, I don't know if I had asked you this question. I just want to make sure I did or not. The actual contract itself, did you ever see it for yourself?
He's answered that.
I did not.
And is it something that you would have signed as the producer or what do they call that? Producer or
showrunner?
Yes.
Is that something that I would
It's
have
through
done?
the production company.
Yes.
In some cases, I have.
But in this case, you did not.
No. It just these were the terms that came with the job.
Right. Was there any residuals here given to Mr. Davis as a result of his interview?
Well, that's a great question.
Residuals?
Probably
Meaning
not.
that did he get any type of like percentages if
Now that I know of,
documentary
and that's unlikely
Very unlikely.
for this type of show or project.
Can you tell us how much money was made from the creation of this particular project?
No idea. I'm just a conduit. I make the show, I get paid for my part, and then it gets delivered, and
I
then
just work
whatever
here.
happens with it.
He's like, I get
just
paid
let
a
it
flat
go.
rate.
Do you get a percentage of whatever is made in the future on the project?
Not. Very
Not
rarely
then.
I get residuals through my union. I belong to the Directors Guild of America. So sometimes I haven't gotten a check for more than $200 for residuals.
So in this project, you were just paid for your work.
I will just say that from those, I know a lot of residual checks, you will see them for like 50 cents, $1, $4. He's like, no. He got hired to do a job. He got paid a flat rate. Everything that happens after that is happened by the production companies, whoever buys it, etc.
Work and no further compensation at all.
Not in the documentary world. It's not something that happens very frequently.
I see. And can you tell us the difference between, like, say, for instance, a documentary on Shark Week versus one that you do?
I mean, those
Shark
are very
Week?
different things.
I mean, they're both documentaries.
I don't work with animals. No. These are the requirements for that sort of thing. Underwater filming. There's just it's like apples and oranges. If you want to draw a distinction between reality TV and what I do,
I don't work with animals.
I think
It's
that can be
hilarious.
more helpful with that.
Yeah, meaning, so there's reality TV, meaning you're filming a shark doing shark things, versus what you do, which is more interpretive.
Did he just categorize Shark Week as reality TV? Counsel, what? You're not watching Bravo then, are you, Counsel? No Bravo for you? No Traders? No nothing? Okay.
I think that can be
Sharks
more helpful
doing
with that.
shark things.
Yeah, meaning, so there's reality TV, meaning you're filming a shark doing shark things, versus what you do, which is more interpretive.
No.
It's not. I want to be careful about how I answer this. When
He's like, sir, don't make me throw reality TV under the bus, but Shark Week and reality TV are just, huh?
you're just in nature looking at an animal, there's interpretation too, by the way. There's music added to it. There's other components that would fall into the category of artistic,
I will say, though, Meerkat Manor both was riveting and broke my heart. But also more, I guess, more documentary than reality TV because they don't get involved. But Meerkat Manor will break your fucking heart. Shark Week.
Artistic input. I would say the same is true of documentaries like this. But they're rooted in wanting to present something that's real and accurate. And that's the school I came from.
But once again, that's an intention. Is that always the case?
Sometimes it isn't.
Yeah.
It's certainly my intention.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Paul or Mr. Well, it was you, Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Judge. No, thank you.
I don't know how we got so far afield into. So what you do is different than like sharks doing shark things, which might be now one of my favorite. It's just shark doing shark things. Oh, that's going to come back up, counsel. That's going to come back up.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Ladies and gentlemen, hang on one second. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a couple.
Oh, I want to know what the jury has to ask. The witness is like, wait, the jurors have questions. I want to know all of the juror questions. All right, the lawyers are going to approach. Sharks doing shark things. Half of you went in the direction of West Side Story. I appreciate you. All right. Multiple questions, I'm guessing.
Okay, couple questions.
The judge said, okay, a couple questions. All right, jury questions. Let's go. Why is the one thing that can happen with the digital notebook? I love a digital notebook. It has saved me so much paper. It is so much smoother on the hand. I love it. But occasionally it will just freeze up a little bit. It's rare. But when it happens, you're just like, no, I can't flip to the next page. This is not a paper problem. All right, jury questions. I'm still fighting with it.
From our jurors, if you can answer. Did you hand him the 10 to 20K check before the interviews for the series?
No.
How did the film studio obtain the audio recording of the 2008 proffer?
I want to know about that too.
It was given to me by either Mike Dorsey or Greg Kading. I can't remember which.
Did Duane Davis have any right to approve or edit what recordings or edits were included in the docuseries?
No. Wow.
Was the proffer used to
Look how many questions.
compare or confirm the story Mr. Davis?
Was the proffer used to compare or confirm the story Mr. Davis was telling? They have so many questions.
No.
Was the proffer used to compare or confirm the story Mr. Davis was telling for TV?
Yes.
How was the decision made to use the proffer for TV?
In my case, I just wanted to present as complete a picture as possible. So I used elements that perhaps were missing from the interview that I conducted from the proffer.
Interesting.
So I just, it's just little bits that perhaps were not quite clear in what I did, or vice versa.
And so the decision was yours, I think is what you're saying.
The decision was mine, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
State follow-up questions? Defense?
So I just want to share with your last answer.
So yes, the jury's allowed to ask questions. The court will only ask questions after conferencing with the attorneys, and the court will only ask questions that are seeking information that is admissible. So if the question was somehow legally improper, then the court wouldn't ask the question. And then the lawyers do get to give follow-up on that. Really interesting questions, and questions that the jury, it seems to me, just wanted to tie back on how did this work? Did he get paid before he gave the interview or after? Did he have any ability to say, you can use this in the edit, you can't use this in the edit? How did you even get these recordings? Which I think is going to be a big outstanding question if they don't call Greg Kading to testify. I think that is going to be left kind of sitting with the jury. I'm curious to see what the defense follow-up is on that.
Defense?
So I just want to share with your last answer. When you felt like something was completely covered, you used the proffer. to help you with that presentation?
When I felt that something was not completely covered, yes. I used the proffer.
So not necessarily his own words in the interview, but rather something that was in the proper recording.
It's the same thing. It's his own words.
I understand, but I'm just saying that the timeline here, you're talking about the interview that occurs in 2017 versus the proffer that was given in 2008.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Diaz, for being with us. Have a good day.
Used it to fill in the
You're
gaps.
excused. I think the next thing we're going to do is listen to the which year?
2009.
The 2009 interview.
Go get a snack.
Does anyone need to take a restroom break before we do that from the jury? We do. Okay. So at this time, we will take a restroom break. We'll do 15 minutes. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. Thanks for waiting for that. The Nevada Supreme Court says I have to do it. So we'll see you guys back here now at 11:05. Please rise for the jury.
I'm going to see if they put anything on the record when the jury goes out. And then I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. Only run to the restroom. So I will be just 2-3 minutes to run to the restroom, if not less. And then we will send out an app notification that we are coming back to this interview. They will have the transcript on the screen, I imagine, like they did last time. So we will probably put it at 1.25 if we
outside the presence.
need to.
Okay, we'll be in recess.
We will zoom as much as we can. But if y'all need to use the restroom, now's a good time for a restroom break. Interesting morning so far in day 5 of the Keffe D trial. We heard from a witness who happened to be in Vegas for the fight, ended up not going to the fight because he sold the tickets to somebody who was looking for tickets for like $2,500, went back to the Monte Carlo to go to the craps table, got hungry, decided to order some CPK, got into his white Suburban SUV, went to go pick up his California Pizza Kitchen, noticed Suge Knight's BMW because he noticed the rims, he noticed the tires. He was a car salesman and now actually works within the film industry, providing cars for sets, movies, commercials, television shows. But seems like always was a car guy, noticed the car, then noticed, oh, that's Tupac in that car. Okay. Had a 35 millimeter camera in the center console of his vehicle and said, essentially, can I get a picture? And took the picture of Tupac that we've seen in this trial of Tupac in the car with Suge Knight. And then they talked about where Tupac was going. And he said, hey, we're going to the club. Just follow us. So he got in line behind the other cars that were going with Tupac. And then the shooting happens. And then he follows Suge's car after Suge made a U-turn, followed his car, came to a stop when Suge's car came to a stop with the others, ended up getting pulled out of his car by law enforcement, got released from the scene with his car, went back to the Monte Carlo. His friend is still at the craps table, told his friend where he had been as he returns to the Monte Carlo with no pizza. And then law enforcement comes up to him at the craps table. He says, taps him on the shoulder and is like, hey, we need you to come back. We need to talk to you some more. His words were that law enforcement said to him, we fucked up. Can you come back? Can we bring your SUV back? So then they went back to the scene with his Suburban and had him back at the scene, introduced him to a different detective, asked him more questions. At that point, he told the detective that he had actually taken a photo of Tupac at the red light before he got behind them before the shooting happened. Law enforcement took that film from him. They developed the photos, and then he eventually did get back the negatives from that film and developed those photos, had the photo of Tupac, has since licensed it for use in other things, including a book cover. And then we got to a documentary and docuseries Filmmaker, who made the series Death Row Chronicles about Death Row Records, including interviews from Keffe D. And what we learned is that originally the unedited footage of Keffe D's interview was requested by Las Vegas PD, and it was not turned over. Later, the decision was made to turn over the raw, unedited video when Keffe D started saying that it's all Hollywood and he's just telling the story for money, etc. And so they made the decision to turn it over, but then the video, it seems, was never found. And the raw video of Keffe D's interviews in that docuseries were never turned over. However, one of the consulting researchers, producers, what have you, that was on site when Keffe D was giving interviews had audio recorded it. And all of those audio recordings were turned over and transcripts were turned over. And those transcripts were entered into the record. I didn't hear them say, and I might have missed it, but I didn't hear them say that the audio was entered in, but that the transcripts of all of those interviews were entered in. So then the defense went back and forth a little bit about this is Hollywood, it's for dramatization. You know, did Keffe D ever say exactly what happened when you were filming him in Vegas? Or was he just saying this right here is where, you know, my life changed? And then we saw these just little snippets of the interviews Keffe D gave to be a part of that docuseries Death Row Chronicles that came out in 2018. And now we're getting back into the proffers. But I will say the production company that produced Death Row Chronicles cleaned up the audio a lot, because we saw clips of the proffer that we heard yesterday being used in that docuseries, and those clips were much easier to hear, making me regret deeply that we don't just have those proffers as cleaned up by the production company. We have the raw, unedited, snarfly, mumbly proffers. And that's what we're getting back into when the court comes back from break. Leonards, it's good to see you. Interesting morning. I still can't get over, like, what in the world our first witness today must have said to his friend when he got back to the craps table. Like, I liked that witness a lot. I've liked a lot of these witnesses. I think the witnesses have been really just forthcoming. And when they're not forthcoming, the witnesses who aren't being forthcoming are real transparent about not being forthcoming. It's been just fairly normal testimony. And also the wildest circumstances. But I can't imagine what Jefferson must have said to his friend when he got back to the craps table. Because how fucking wild. All right, we're going to break. Make sure you have the Leonard app. I'm going to be as quick as possible. So make sure you have the Leonard app. We will let you know when we are back from break and getting into this proffer. And we will let you know when we are done covering this proffer. If any of you are just like, I can't listen. Maybe everybody's sinuses are better for this one, but maybe not. So I absolutely get it. We'll let you know when this ends. Apparently it's not as long as the last one was. And I don't know if we're going to have any more civilian witnesses at the end of the day on a Friday, or if we're just going to end with interviews and then continue on next week. There are supposed to be 2 more weeks of evidence in this case. It's all going to be on West Coast time. Some days we'll be starting later than others. So real quick, Leonards, I'm going to go to the restroom. Make sure you grab your snacks. Make sure you grab some water. Team Baker, stay hydrated. And we'll fly when we get back, because I don't think we've done that yet. We just got right into witnesses, and I was like, no way, this is the dude that took that picture. Right, I got riveted, and then here we are. All right, Leonards, you'll hear this when I'm back. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. All right, chat. Are we ready to go back to court? I know, we're vibing with the music. But it's time to go back to court, and we need to fly. Let's see if we can fly first. Will it work? I don't know. Let's try. Oh, it does both. Okay, cool. I didn't expect that overlap, but there we go. That was I was not expecting that. Hey, you know what? Something new every day. It's every day. Something new every day. I hope you grabbed a snack as we're going to sit here and go through maybe at 1.25 speed or more this proffer. It's just hard because the proffers are just not super clear, but it is what it is. All right, we're going to zoom past this court break and get right into that proffer as the jury comes back from 2009. We heard the one from 2008 yesterday. This one's allegedly shorter. Fingers crossed, because it's interesting. However, what I will say is his...
Back on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407.
His statements have been fairly consistent.
Okay, let's bring the jury in.
His statements have been consistent across those proffers. So we'll see. I'm going to zoom while the jury's coming in. We don't get Dupree on the stand again. We might get to hear Dupree in the interview, though, because he was at both of those interviews.
You may be seated.
But they admitted these interviews with the witness. The witness is no longer present. They're just playing the entirety of the interviews for the jury.
At this time, the state is going to play Exhibit 118, which was previously admitted, correct?
Correct.
You may begin.
As I'm sitting here saying, maybe these interviews will be less snarfly, and the defendant is like, bet. Here come the snarfles.
This is Detective B. Long from 3969. I'll be recording a voluntary statement under event number 960907.
It doesn't sound like it's in somebody's pocket, so that's good. Fred, now is not the time for the fretting. All right, well, maybe it is.
-2063. Investigation of the murder of Tupac. Date and time of occurrence is 9/9/09 at 12:20 hours. We're in an LAPD office.
LA Hyde.
Called LA HIDA. HIDTA.
HIDA is the task force. This is the detective from Las Vegas. The detective from Las Vegas is there because Vegas has jurisdiction over the shooting of Tupac. Los Angeles doesn't. So this is now a Vegas interview.
To me is Detective Dupree with LAPD. Going into the interview room. The person giving the statements is last name of Davis, first name of Duane Keffe, also known as Keffe.
So they're going into the interview room now. I think every interview should have a date time. Not all of them do, but everyone should have a date time. This is who's here. This is who's present. This is who's talking in this interview, etc.
Oh, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
This is Detective Long, Las Vegas Metro PD, Duane Davis.
He's with Higgins, again, the lawyer.
Attorney Duane Higgins.
Nice to meet you.
Just one? Yeah, just me. Oh, shoot.
Just one lawyer? Oh, just one lawyer. Just one cop from Las Vegas. Are we done kerfuffling with the microphone?
Yes. The original investigating officers were Detective Becker and Detective Franks. I was at the original crime scene, and they're no longer in homicide, so I've taken the case over.
Oh, okay.
I've had it since 2000.
Okay.
What have y'all been doing?
Mr. Davis, you go by...
you can call him Mr. Davis, or you can call him Keffe.
Keffe D? Is that correct?
Or Keffe, either one.
Okay.
Yeah, don't just what you feel comfortable with.
Okay. This is actually I took quite a few notes here, but I don't even know where I'm going to be going in this thing.
Okay, let me say something to my client in front of you so he understands.
Okay.
This is like an informal meeting. He's just trying to get some information,
You know, there's no trick questions. If there's something you don't understand, just say you don't understand it for a second. You know, but his intent is not trying to be crafty. He just wants to ask you questions and try to answer them truthful, and we'll be out of here, and that's it.
Right. Yeah. I have absolutely no intent of arresting you today. Yeah. You understand that? I have all I want to gather is some information.
Yeah, that's not what he's not here. He's not saying he's going to arrest you, but he's saying
no. I'm not. No.
Yeah, but he's saying he's not here for that. He's here to make sure everything's clear.
I'm not here to arrest you today.
Be honest with him. It's not clear if you're not honest. Okay,
yeah, that's exactly right. You understand everything?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your name?
Duane Davis.
His real name is Duane Davis. Yeah.
Okay. And what's your birthday?
6/14/63.
How old are you?
I'm 46.
Is it D-W-A-Y?
D-U-A-N-E.
D-U-A-N-E. Middle name is Keith?
Yeah.
And where do you currently live?
9193 Lantana.
Lantana?
Yeah.
This is a voluntary interview, not a proffer, a voluntary interview. So this is different than the last interview we heard with him.
And
Drive, yeah.
Drive?
Corona.
Corona? Do you have a telephone number?
That works. Give me one that works. Or just.
Do you have a landline?
Yeah, 951. 603-3474.
Okay. And who do you live there with?
My wife.
What's her name?
Paula.
Paula Davis?
Yeah.
Does she go by any other name?
Clemens.
Clemens.
Defendant lived in Corona. At some point, he moved to Vegas.
Okay.
After this.
Now, we're going to be talking about Tupac. Is that right?
Yeah, none of these phone numbers would still be his. He moved to Vegas at some point after this and then has been in custody since 2023.
Well, whatever you want to talk about. I didn't brief him, so.
Oh, okay.
You're telling him.
Well, Detective Dupree gave me a call, and he says you may be help to me in the Tupac murder back in '96.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And back in 1996, you were living where?
Compton.
On Burris Street?
On California.
On California Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a place on Burris?
No, I didn't have no place on Burris.
Okay. 1405 Burris, who was living there?
That's my dad's house.
At your dad's house?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Right,
you
he
had other
stayed at a
family that
place
was
on
also
Burris.
living on Burris?
Yeah.
And who is that?
Lando and my sister, Gail and Roslyn.
Okay. Lando being?
Orlando.
Orlando what?
Anderson.
Okay. I know you know that I know what you're talking about, but I need to hear it from you. I'm going to ask you really stupid questions. I just need to hear the whole answer.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, so Orlando Anderson is what to you?
It's my nephew.
And he went by what name?
Baby Lane.
Did he go by any other name?
No.
Lando?
Lando, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm referring to, because we've heard
Like
both.
Calrissian or no?
So I just want to know if that's the person we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any other family over there?
No.
Do you have a brother?
Brother?
He has a lot of brothers. I don't know if the council paused it. We didn't pause it. And back at sidebar. Why? I have no idea.
Brother?
Brother?
Over there?
No.
Do you have a brother?
You see council
Brother.
pause it. All right. I don't hear them at all say that they're approaching to sidebar, but then we see that they're at sidebar. So I'm going to zoom. At least we see that they're at sidebar. I don't know why we're at sidebar. And we have no audio while they're at sidebar, so we're going to zoom. And zoom. The jury doesn't get to zoom. The jury just gets to sit there. I'm just looking at the court and the attorneys talking. It's a longer sidebar in the middle of a audio.
Okay, we're going to start replaying, or we're going to continue playing, sorry.
We're going to resume. Okay.
Okay. Specifically living on birth. Kevin?
When Keffe D says he has a gang of brothers, in his book, he talks about the fact that he's one of 12.
No, he wasn't on birth either.
No, he wasn't? Okay, where did Kevin live?
In 96, you're saying?
Yeah, in 1996.
He lived in Norwalk.
Norwalk?
I'm going to go 1.25.
Okay.
While we're doing like all the background stuff until we get into the night of the incident. It's time to 1.25. At least the audio recording's a little bit clearer. That's great. But we're going to get a lot of repetitive information. Why? Because LAPD does not have jurisdiction over the Tupac murder. So Las Vegas PD needs to do their own investigation, their own interview. So they're going to start back at the beginning and then cover everything that we've heard in the other interviews again.
Back in 1996, you were affiliated with a
gang.
Okay, thank you. Okay. You were affiliated with a street gang?
Yeah.
Which street gang would that be?
South Side.
South Side
Crips.
And what name? You went by the name Keffe D?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm being told that you were running things for Southside. Is that correct?
What do you think about that, Keith? What do you think running things?
Okay, let's say were you a shot caller?
He's using street terms. Just tell him.
I was the boss.
You were the boss. Okay, that makes it easy. Yeah, I just need to understand how things work. That's it. Okay. Now, Southside, were they affiliated or were they assisting anybody?
What do you mean?
At that time?
Assisting like what?
Assisting. Now I understand Death Row was hooked up. Death Row Records was actually hooked up with Pyrus.
Yeah.
Was Southside assisting anybody on the other side? You understand what I'm asking?
We were just friends.
Friends with who?
With Bad Boy.
Bad Boy Records.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Oh, baby, you really? Well, you say he's just a friend. Well, you say he's just a friend. We got a friend, chat. We got a friend. This is not a business relationship. I only got a friend. We're friends with Bad Boy. That's all. Just friends.
Yeah. And Bad Boy Records included who?
Tell me who you knew a Bad Boy in relationship with that stuff.
Puffy.
3 seconds in, and there's Puffy.
Okay. Biggie Smalls.
Yeah.
But Combs is who you're talking about. Puffy Combs.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. Well, I didn't get your name.
Oh, Wayne. It's called me Wayne. Wayne Higgins.
Wayne Higgins?
Yes.
And you're his attorney?
Of course.
Okay. Very good. Okay.
But you said something that stuck in my mind. You said, I'm not here to arrest you today.
Yeah. I'm not here to arrest you. I am not here to arrest you.
Is stuck on the today. Keffe D is stuck on the today part of that sentence. Keffe D is like, wait. You said you're not here to arrest me today. I got questions.
Yeah, he just wants some facts that maybe we have previously discussed. You know, just straight facts. Because once you tell straight facts, it really, I don't think there's going to be much of a basis for that discussion.
The reason I said that, I just want you to know that you're free to leave. I'm not arresting you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all I was trying to tell you. My wording was poor.
Higgins, I don't know how long you've been a lawyer when you're doing this interview, but when the straight facts include handing the gun to the person who shoots into a vehicle while also being in the vehicle, you're going to have some, there's going to be some criminal culpability attached to that. So, he's like, I think when you just tell him the facts, there isn't going to be any problems. No, there's problems. No, there's definitely problems.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay?
Yeah, they're not
I'm
trying
going to leave. I'm going to go back to Las Vegas. You're going to leave and go wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
Okay?
Until we come back
good
and
on
get
that?
you.
Yeah. All right.
After that interview with LAPD, I don't know why he would let his client do this interview with Las Vegas PD. Because it's going to be harder for Vegas to use the LAPD interview. I mean, they can, but it's going to be harder for them to do it. I don't know why you sit down and tell Las Vegas this story. I don't know what benefit there is to Keffe D in telling this story, truly.
Okay. I'm still building up to the night in September. And I'm trying to get some of the background information put together. That's what I'm doing. Okay? I understand that Kevin was there, Orlando was there. Who else went to California? Or, sorry, Las Vegas with you? Or met with you in Las Vegas? How should I put it that way?
Tell him the people he was around when he was in Vegas.
Corey Edwards.
What did Corey go by?
C-Ray.
C-Ray?
Yeah.
Okay. And he's Southside?
Yeah.
And, okay. Is he still alive now?
Yeah.
Okay. Who else?
DeAndre Smith.
I remember DeAndre. That's Big Dre? Okay. Who else?
Wendell Prince.
What did Wendell Prince?
Yeah.
What did Wendell go by?
Win.
Win? Or when?
Win.
When? W-E-N or W-I-N?
W-Y-N-N.
W-Y-N-N. Okay.
Like the hotel.
Who else?
T. Brown.
That's Terrence?
No, Terry Brown.
Terry Brown. Okay.
Tracy Session.
Spelled like that?
Yes, we're at 1.25.
S-E-S-S-I-O-N. And what did he go by?
Trey Dog.
Trey Dog. And Southside also?
No.
Who is he?
He's from Long Beach. He's deceased too.
Okay. He's Long Beach, what?
Inside.
Inside. Okay. Anybody else go down there with you?
Keffe.
What? Me?
No, your nephew.
Yeah, he already said us three.
Yeah, I got Orlando, I got Kevin, Corey, DeAndre, Wendell, Terry, Tracy. Your wife was down there too, right?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
And Kevin's wife.
What was her name?
Gina.
Gina what?
Davis.
Not the actress Gina Davis. Not that Gina Davis. Different Gina Davis.
All right. How did everybody get down? I'm sorry.
Was Orlando's girl down there too?
Oh.
Okay. Do you remember who Orlando's girl was?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Rashina. Yeah.
Rashina?
Yeah, Rashina Smith. Yeah.
You have any idea how to spell that?
R-A-S-H-I-N-A.
Yeah. Rashina Smith. Okay, very good. That's his girl.
I don't know if she was down there.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. How did you get to Las Vegas?
I drove a rent car.
Was this like a week beforehand, the day of, the day before? You remember?
We came down there like a couple of days before.
A couple of days before? And you were in a rent-a-car?
Yeah.
You remember where you rented it?
Avis and Long Beach.
Did you know anybody at the Avis? Or just walk in and rent it? Okay, what kind of car did you rent?
I think it was Southern's our Buick Regal. Regal or Southern's one that was green.
And who all rode down with you?
Me and my wife.
Just you and your wife?
Yeah.
Where did you stay?
I stayed at Monte Carlo.
Okay. Do you remember how Orlando got down?
Didn't you say in the interview yesterday they were staying at the Excalibur, not the Monte Carlo? I think that's what he said yesterday. I might be getting his statements confused with a different statement, but now he's saying Monte Carlo, but they also had rooms at the Carriage House.
No, they came down a couple of days after the day of the fight.
The day of the fight or the day before the fight?
The day of the fight or the day before. I know we were down there a couple of days before now.
Okay. And how did Orlando get down?
Him and Big Drake came.
What kind of car?
Got And T-Brown.
Okay. Where did the Cadillac come from?
It came from LA. I mean, Compton.
Okay, was it somebody's car? It was a rental car?
Rental car.
Do you remember from where?
No, I don't remember from where.
Okay. What color was the Cadillac?
White.
4-door? Big one? You remember what kind of cab?
It was a big one.
4 doors, right?
Yeah.
Do you know where that car went?
What do you mean went?
Afterwards, did it get returned to the rent-a-car place?
Yeah.
It did. Okay. But you don't remember what company it was?
No.
Okay. You remember who rented it?
No.
Okay. This is what helps me. If I have facts, I can corroborate everything that's said to me. It makes everything look better.
Right, I
So
can
that's
go
what I'm doing.
find
I'm
it.
trying to build up things.
The lady, she died though. She passed away. What's her name?
Who's he related to?
The rent-a-car lady. At the rent-a-car place. No, the one that I rented for her.
Was she related to somebody, she was friends with somebody, something in the family, somebody from the hood.
T. Brown.
T. Brown's girl's mother, something like that, yeah.
T. Brown's girls.
It was his mother-in-law. T. Brown's
You said she passed away?
Yeah.
mother-in-law.
The Harris lady did.
Yeah.
Okay, deceased. Do you remember the girl's name? T. Brown's girl?
No, I don't remember. It's been a while. I don't remember her name. What was her name?
Was her last name Harris?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. You remember the first name at all?
No. Jeez. I'm trying to remember.
You said Tisa or Teresa? I don't know. Sorry.
He was just guessing. I don't think he. Yeah, I'll get back with you on that.
All right. Okay. And then who else from Compton went down?
Just the people I gave.
Okay. Any other vehicles? Oh, wait a minute. How did Kevin get down?
They went down in the van.
Where did the van come from?
I think Corey people had rented it.
Corey Edwards people?
Yeah.
Did Corey drive with Kevin?
Yeah.
What color was the van?
I think it was bluish or green. Bluish green.
Do you remember what kind of van?
It was an Astro or something.
Sarah was asking about the spring-loaded compartment. The spring-loaded compartment was in Zip's Mercedes, not any of these three. So, different vehicle.
Okay. And you think Corey Edwards' people rented it?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you any idea who?
I don't know.
Okay. And so Kevin Davis, Corey Edwards, who else rode in that car in the van?
When Tracy.
Wendell Prince and Tracy Sessions. Okay. Did they go down the day before also, or do you remember?
The same day I went.
Okay. Or do you remember where Orlando, Big Dre, and T Brown where they stayed?
No, we was all, mostly all of us at that moment.
At the Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Okay. What about your brother Corey, Wendell, and Tracy? Where did they stay?
Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo. Okay. All right. Tell me a little bit about what the problem was between Bad Boy and Death Row.
Oh, this is going to go back.
The problems they had.
This is going back to the shooting in Atlanta that we talked about yesterday after the Source Awards, when who's believed to be one of Puffy's number one guys killed one of Suge's number one guys. So we talked about this yesterday, but this goes back to that.
They had one Big Jake in Atlanta.
Big Jake in Atlanta?
Yeah.
What happened to Big Jake?
I killed by Wolfie.
Okay, who is Big Jake affiliated with?
Capilano Park. Pyros.
He was with Pyros?
Yeah.
Which park?
Capilano.
Okay. And Wolfie was with who?
He from New York.
Bad Boys. Okay. And that murder occurred when? It was a murder, right?
Yeah. Was it 95 or 94? 95.
1995?
95.
So this had been approximately a year before anything happened.
Yeah.
Is this what started all the problems?
No, at the Source Award.
The Source Awards?
Yeah. Suge got up on stage They said, you know, disrespected the dude, Puffy.
Suge Knight got up and disrespected Puffy.
Real bad, yeah.
Yeah, he made
you want somebody, you don't want everybody dancing all on your videos. Come to Death Row. Woo, woo, woo.
Yeah, basically he said that, you know, if you don't want your executive producer to be...
The lawyer, Higgins, you're not the one being interviewed, my guy. The lawyer filling in what Suge said at the Source Awards. We watched that clip yesterday when they were talking about the Source Awards. But Chad also said yesterday, I mean, was he wrong though? When Suge was talking about Puffy, if you don't want your producer to be in all your videos, dancing, whatever, come to death row. So the lawyer just filling in the gaps here of the woo woo woo. He's like, no, this is what Suge said. Good Lord.
Involved in the videos, you want your owner to, you know, to carry it with a class act. Come nuts, don't come to bad boys because they
refer to Puffy because Puffy knows it on video.
Yeah, he was making a mark about Puffy. You know.
Okay.
And it was a real embarrassing way he did it.
How did Puffy feel about Suge?
He's scared of him.
Higgins is just like, let me fill in the gaps here. Keffe D, I got you, boo. Let me just fill it in.
You scared of him? How afraid of him was he?
He was scared of him. He didn't even want to come out here.
To the California area?
Yeah, period, yeah.
Because he was afraid Suge would do something?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think Suge would have done something?
Who believes that?
If he could have caught Puffy?
Who believes that Puffy was scared to death of Suge? Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Okay. I'm just looking for your opinion. Yeah. That's it. All right. Do you know anything about an incident that occurred at the Lakewood Mall?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me about that?
Our little homeboy, he was going to college to play football. He's in the mall.
Okay. Who's your little homeboy?
His name Marcus. He got killed though.
Marcus what?
Marcus was his name.
I'm sorry?
Hunter.
Marcus Hunter?
Yeah.
And he was playing football where?
Yes, you.
He one of them Arizona schools.
Okay. And he was at the Lakewood Mall?
Yeah, he was getting some apparel to go to college.
Okay.
He was up there by himself, but he had called everybody else to come because they was coming to buy the stuff for him.
Everybody being?
Everybody from your clique?
From our clique, yeah.
Don't help him out with school.
With Win, Big Dre. I don't remember who all, but it was like 5 of them, 6 of them.
Okay.
But the guys was already there.
What guys?
The Death Row guys.
Do you remember who they were? Or do you know who they were?
I don't remember. It was young. I'm older than them dudes, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
They said one was Trayvon Lane.
Different Lane, which gets confusing. Trayvon Lane, not to be confused with Orlando Anderson, whose nickname is Baby Lane. Yes.
Kevin Wood.
Yeah. Okay. K-Dub?
Yeah. But some other little guy, I know his older brother. His brother name's Corey. I don't know the youngster name.
Corey. You know Corey's?
No.
Okay. And another youngster?
No, I know the brother. Corey is his brother.
Okay.
He's a little bit older than dude, so I kind of know him. It's Corey's brother. Their mama name is last name is Stamps. They used to be from our neighborhood.
Stamps.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I don't know. I don't know the little dude's name, but his brother Corey, his mom, he's name dropping his mom. Like, this is who his mom is. I don't know his name.
Okay.
Her son, yeah.
Her younger brother of Corey.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I know the mama real good because she's more my age.
Okay.
Yeah. They was at the mall. He was at the mall. Marcus.
Okay.
By himself. They was talking crazy. Duane going crazy.
What kind of crazy?
Fred.
Like, you know.
Anything you can remember? Statements?
Like, fuck South Side and woo 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 woo.
Fuck the South Side?
All that, yeah. So Marcus was kind of scared, but once he seen everybody coming, he's, punched the guy out.
Which one you punch out?
Well, I think it was Trayvon Lane.
Okay. And what happened?
He just punched his ass, beat him up, and everybody just jumped in and whooped their ass.
Okay. And was anything taken?
They said a chain hit the ground or something.
Well, they switched to a split cam, so now we've got the seal in the background, the audio, and Keffe D's face. So, okay, pool cameras. Now we got the split screen with how Keffe D's responding. Okay. Incident at the Lakewood Mall that happened a few weeks before the shooting with the chain getting snatched.
Yeah, the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who do you know who said you said a chain?
They said a death row change. We took the death row change or something, but we didn't have it. They must have lost it in the mall.
Okay.
Right, y'all didn't take the chain. Y'all didn't care about that chain.
No.
Okay. So you heard, as well as I heard, that a Death Row Records chain was missing.
Yeah.
But you said that they didn't take it.
We didn't get it, no.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this fight, Trayvon Lane gets beat up, and I imagine everybody got beat up.
Yeah.
All right, and that also caused tension.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other events happen here in California or in Compton prior to going to Las Vegas?
Any other things happen that cause any kind of tension between
sorry.
Death Row, Bad Boys, y'all? Any other incidents?
I know the car wash man was like, they brought a fucking 100 tickets. They said y'all better not go. Some of them shit.
The car wash guy said what?
He watched our cars and the Death Row dude's cars. He like, man, they brought 100 tickets and they said y'all better not go down there.
Okay, Death Row's got 100 tickets.
Yeah.
Everybody was talking.
Okay.
We had been going to the fight since like 86, 87, before the rappers even started going to that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So were you worried about Death Row MNO?
He's like, you're not going to tell me I'm not going to the fight because Death Row's going to the fight. Death Row was all going to the fight because Tupac's song was the walkout song. And so Keffe D, it seems, when they said, you all better not go down there, Keffe D was like, bet. I'm getting us tickets. They're not going to show up if we're not going to show up. Right.
100 tickets?
No. I played football with the guy. I don't know he saw. Well, shit. I played football with him. His daddy was our coach. All that shit.
Oh, yeah? Where'd you play football?
At Great Compton, Part 1.
Oh, I'll be damned.
So they was like 8, 9 years old. We know they soft. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. You know they're soft.
I know Suge you.
You should be soft. Okay. All right.
Back to the fact that Suge's dad coached their Pop Warner football team, which is like kids football. It's like Little League football. Their Pop Warner football team. And he's like, I've known Suge since we were 8, 9 years old. So Davis said, since 8, 9 years old, we know they're soft. You know what I'm saying? And Long, the Las Vegas Metro guy, is like, you know they're soft? And he goes, I know Suge is. He cannot keep Suge's name out of his mouth. Wasn't Suge in prison before you put your book out, though? Did you wait till Suge was in prison till you put your book out? Okay.
Well, his daddy was our coach. All that shit.
Oh, yeah. Where'd you play football?
At Great Compton, Part 1.
Oh, I'll be damned.
So they was like 8, 9 years old. We know they soft. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. You know they're soft.
I know Suge you.
You know they're soft. Okay. All right. So, Suge's a big guy, though.
Suge's a big guy. He's like 6'5".
He was like center.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So there's no worries about them having 100 tickets. So everybody goes to Vegas, and you spend a couple days there before the fight.
Yeah.
Are there any incidents in Las Vegas prior to the fight, the Tyson fight?
No. We seen them. They had pulled up in their Rolls Royces.
So we're going to get some more information of the days before the fight. He puts this in his book too. He said that everything seemed cool because they saw them and everybody said hi to each other. So he gets in his book saying, if Suge had a problem with us, like Suge's kind of at the top of what's he doing, I'm at the top of what I'm doing. Instead of jumping my nephew, you should have come to me and we would have handled it. Like things were cool. If there was a problem, come talk to me. So he said they saw them the day before in their Rolls Royces. He says in his book that he and Suge exchanged like hellos. Curious to see, but this is the first time I'm seeing anyone say that Snoop was out there with Suge and Tupac.
The girls was out there. We seen them and all that.
Who'd you see?
It was Snoop, Tupac, and Suge. They had a black, white, and red Rolls they pulled up in. Rolls Royces.
Where was this?
This at the MGM.
For the fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then Mike Tyson then pulled up in them Bentleys. And Worry, Mike Tyson, and what's his name? Don King, they pulled up in their Bentleys, and all the girls ran from their Rolls Royces to these Bentleys. You know what I'm saying? The bags looked like Hot Wheels. They were so pretty.
You remember anything about what Suge or Tupac were wearing when you saw them pull up? You remember it all? Okay, that's fine.
This was like the day before.
But here's what I don't understand. Then where did the BMW? Where did the BMW with the rims come from? If Suge is rolling up to Vegas in his red, like candy apple red Bentley, no. Rolls, sorry. The fighters had the Bentley. If he's rolling up in his candy apple red Rolls, then where did the BMW with the rims come from? R. Dixon in the chat said, do we know if Suge or Snoop are on the witness list? I know Suge's on the witness list. I've never heard anyone else say that Snoop was in Vegas for this. I don't think that Snoop was in Vegas the night of the fight. I don't know if he was there the day before, but I don't think he was there the night of the fight in Vegas at all.
The day before the fight itself? Yeah. Okay. So there was a big entourage, girls running everywhere.
Yeah. It was
pretty good circus going on.
Yeah.
Las Vegas circus. All right. So the night of the fight, where did you all meet up? Everybody in your family?
We had brought tickets from Stanford.
Oh, okay.
Went in the fight.
You actually bought them at the door? Or outside the door?
Yeah.
It cost you an arm and a leg.
That's a different story than...
I was in prison with
He's saying he bought tickets at the door. It's not called scalpers anymore. It's Ticketmaster now has restyled it as just resale with usurious fees. Emily, you're bitter. Yes, I am. But he's saying he bought them at the door. Previously, he talked about knowing the guy he got the tickets from the neighborhood, and it seemed to me in all his previous statements he got the tickets before they left. Maybe I was confused on that, but he's still talking about the dude he knew, and that's how he got the tickets.
Guy that was one of the head scalpers around.
Oh, that'll help.
And I kind of had his back. He was young, and so he just gave me love when I bought the tickets.
Oh, good. There you go.
What's his his little nephew. They did everything in front of everything.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I don't want to go into there. So, did you get all seats together?
We don't want to get into the scalping.
Separated. We were all around the thing.
Okay.
And
that's been consistent.
after the fight, we went into one of the restaurants. And
okay, short fight?
It was real short. So
one of the restaurants at the MGM.
You have any idea what restaurant you went into?
No.
Finally, somebody asked.
It's on the video, though.
Yeah, okay. And who was with you when you went to the restaurant?
Everybody except Lane.
He keeps saying it's on video. I don't know if he saw the video, if he's assuming it's on video. We've never seen the video, but he keeps saying it's on video. It's on video. If you're the jury and the defense is trying to argue to you that Keffe D wasn't even in Vegas during this time, is it hard for you to believe that he's not even in Vegas in this at times when he's telling the police essentially, yeah, whatever restaurant it is, we're on video? That's not somebody who's unsure that the video is going to show that they're there. And we've not seen the video. I don't know if the video exists. I imagine if it did, it would have come in with the MGM security guy who brought in the other video.
Everybody saw Lane.
Where was Lane?
I guess he was still coming from the fight.
Okay. Do you remember what Lane was wearing?
What's that jersey? Dan Marino.
Okay. All right, and what were you wearing?
Lane's in the Dan Marino jersey.
Oh, shit.
You don't remember? That's fine. That's fine. So were you present when Baby Lane had the problems?
No.
Okay.
Do you want to know what he was wearing? I'll pull that section of the book.
Some other guys came to the restaurant.
Who are the other guys?
Some East Coast guys.
Okay.
What's his name? What's his name?
East Coast.
The one with, no,
it's in here.
The Crip dude.
It's on the East Coast?
East Coast Crip.
Oh, Trev.
Not Trev, what's the other boy?
Oh,
I said it did. Did he have it in Paramount?
Oh,
Anthony
Trev, yeah. Anthony Trev, that's what I say, Trev.
Okay,
yeah. He's from East Coast, he's out here.
Anthony?
Trev, T-R-E-G-G.
T-R-E-G-G-S. Is he the one that was present when Baby Lane, he came up and helped Baby Lane after the beating?
I think so. He told us, man, they just jumped on man.
Okay. Is Anthony a little older?
All right. In his book, take it for what you will, but in his book, on page 100, he's starting to talk about his conversation with Zip. He says that Zip's telling him that Baby Lane got jumped. He gets into Zip's car. Zip's got the hidden compartment. Zip hands him, quote, a black 40 Glock. He turned to me and said, it's time to get the money, talking about the money presumably from Puffy. Zip handed me a 17-shot pistol, put down the back waist of my pants, hopped out of the car, held the door open for Foxy Brown to get back in, closed the door, and they pulled off. He says, get in the car. Come on, let's roll. They all roll out in the different clubs from the MGM parking lot. They were headed to Club 662. He says, I was still appropriately dressed in my Ray Luca crime story suit since there was about to be a real life crime story. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he's saying. He talks about the Versace suits he was rolling in another chapter and references his tailored Gucci. But he says he was in a Ray Luca crime story suit. I don't know if I believe him or not, or if that's just in hindsight, it makes a better story, but that's what he said.
Was he a little older in 1996 is what I'm saying?
No.
Older guy.
No.
There's a male, a little older, wearing a white shirt that comes and helps Baby Lane after the beating, right after the beating. He stands there with him, helps him get his Zip.
I don't know. Does the Zip come over to you guys after that? Was he with Lane when they walked up? Or was he with...
we walked up, we seen him.
Okay, well, maybe it was Zip.
Okay, who's Zip? Zip as in ZIP?
Yeah. He's from New York. Well, Puffy Boys.
He's asking if Zip was with Lane. He says later that Zip's the one who told him. So I don't know if Zip was with Lane. At this point, they should have shown him the video and seen what he said, but I don't think they had it when they were doing this interview.
Okay, you know his real name?
Von Zip.
Oh, that's his moniker too, Von Zip. I think it's Eric Martin or Equan Williams he goes by.
Look at Dupree's like, nah, his name's not really Von Zip. With Dupree coming in with the details.
You're killing me. Martin?
Eric Martin.
Or Equan?
Williams.
Okay.
And that's why Dupree's in
And
this
he's from New
interview.
York. And he was he hanging
And
out
because
with
he
you
has
that
a
weekend?
rapport with Keffe D.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Reggie Ridge.
Reggie Reg?
Richie Rich.
Richie Rich, oh, okay.
He's from New York. Wedo was there.
Wedo?
Yeah.
Like Hispanic Wedo?
Yeah.
Meaning white boy?
Yeah, white boy, but he is black. But he's real light skinned. They just call him Wedo.
Okay.
Right.
Do you know Wedo's real name?
No, it's real.
Okay. Richie Rich, do we have any idea what his real name is?
He's from East Coast, some of that was Rich.
Yeah. I think he got 30 years.
I think he got 30 years.
Richie Rich did?
Yeah.
I don't know, you can find his real name.
Okay. All right, monsters. Okay. I'll be able to look that up. Anything on Wedo? Anything
I think he's from the Bronx.
Red!
I'm not sure how to spell Wedo.
W-E-T-O?
Sorry.
No, that's the...
Dupree coming in with how to spell Wedo. I'm gonna go clean that up. Give me a second.
Okay. All right, so
Fred.
Zip, you see Baby
full
Lane right
code
after
Fred.
something happened, and he's with Zip and who else?
He was with them cats.
Zip, Richie Rich, and Wedo. And what is...
What's that?
What did Baby Lane tell you?
They jumped on him.
Who?
The devil shooting him. But his arm was like by the socket. They beat his arm. His arm on the socket.
Okay, so you said Suge. Who else?
Suge, Country, Trayvon, Tupac.
Okay. And they beat him pretty good. Actually knocked his arm out of the socket.
Yeah.
Anything else? Anybody else? They did.
I know the whole crew. They whole little crew. They said it was about 18 or 30 of them.
Okay. And he told you Suge actually took part in beating him?
Yeah.
Okay. This was all on videotape.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the videotape?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody has. All right, so they beat him down. He comes, he meets with you. What is said at that point? Is there anything said at that point?
Well, nothing really said. We just went to Went to the valet parking and got our cars and stuff.
MGM valet? Okay. Were all the cars there at the MGM?
Yeah.
Okay. So the van, the white Cadillac, and the Buick.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I need some water.
He's coughing in court at the same time he's coughing on the video. That's him coughing in the interview, but on video he's coughing in court. It's like he has sympathetic coughing while he's watching himself or listening to himself coughing. Anyway. I need some water. Yeah, the words are getting stuck in your throat, sir.
Thank you for water.
Nothing is said at that point. Do you want to wait for him to get back? Okay. So you go to get your cars. How is Baby Lane feeling? Is he?
He's ready. He actually going to the doctor. So.
Well, he wants to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he angry? Was he mad?
Yeah.
I would be pissed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Did he say anything?
He didn't say nothing. He was just mad. He's like, I need to go to the doctor, man.
Okay. So you go out to the cars. What is Zip and Richie Rich and Wedo? What are they driving? Did they go to the?
He had black Vans.
Black Mercedes?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea where the Mercedes came from? Did they drive across country? Did they rent it in Vegas? Do you have any idea? It's from LA.
Yeah.
Was it a rent a car?
No, it was his.
It was actually belonged to Zip?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that's in valet also?
Yeah.
Okay. So you all go, you get your Mercedes, the van, the Cadillac, and the Buick, and you pull out of valet, you drive away?
I went to Paula to the hotel and gave her some money to gamble with.
Okay.
Then I jumped to the van with him.
He's like, I gave my wife some money to gamble with. It's like, we're going to be a minute.
Whoever else is in there?
Go have fun. We'll be back.
What about the Cadillac? Is that with you?
Yeah, that's with us.
And is the Mercedes with you?
No.
It's not with you. Okay, what about the Buick? You leave that at the Excalibur? Or no, I'm sorry, Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Gotta get my hotels right. So where do you go from there?
We went
Is there any discussion at that point at the Monte Carlo? And you talk about where you're going to go, what you're going to do, anything?
We went to the liquor store to get some drink.
Okay.
I think that phone ringing was in court because those in court reacted to it.
Well, I don't know.
You jumped in the Cadillac.
At the store.
At the store?
Yeah.
Is there any conversation at that point?
No.
Okay.
And we headed up Flamingo.
Okay. You headed up Flamingo or down, or okay. Never mind. Where's the liquor store? Is it
Maryland?
Maryland Parkway?
Yeah, there's a liquor store right there on the corner of Flamingo and Maryland.
Okay.
We was there.
Okay.
Then we left from there, and they got talked about the light.
The van did?
The van did.
Okay.
And once we got to Los Angeles Boulevard,
where were you guys going? Were you looking for something?
No, we was going to the MG. We was going to the hotel. Back to the hotel. We had our drinks and stuff.
Okay. This is where we're at. They leave. He drops his wife off at the Monte Carlo, and he leaves the Buick at the Monte Carlo. He then jumps into the van with his brother and those guys, and they're followed by the Cadillac.
Yeah.
They drive to Maryland Parkway and Flamingo, which is going to be to the east. And they go to the liquor store. They buy some liquor.
Okay.
They then decide to drive up Flamingo to the boulevard.
Yeah.
And you're now in the Cadillac.
Yeah.
With Baby Lane, and the van is following him at this point.
No, the van
got stuck
at the light
at Maryland Parkway, or one of the ones.
One of the lights, yeah.
Okay. So you're headed west on Flamingo.
Yeah, that way.
Okay. Okay.
And we had the light.
So this is after they leave 662, they decide that Tupac and Suge aren't coming to 662, and they decide to go get liquor so they can go party. And this is when Keffe D is now in the Cadillac because the guys in the van, he said in his last interview, were starting to get cold feet, is my version of that. So this is getting right up to that moment. I'm going to slow this down. We're at 1.25. I'm going to slow it down while he talks through what happened, and then I'll put us back at 1.25 speed. So this is Keffe D's account of what happened when Tupac was shot.
Where one of the ones
One of the
between.
lights, yeah.
Okay. So you're headed west on Flamingo.
Yeah, that way. This
Okay.
way,
Okay.
yeah. And we had the light on Las Vegas and Flamingo. And he was Tupac hanging out the window. Hey! And all the girls was going crazy on that corner. Shit, that was the motherfuckers right there.
Mm-hmm.
And hooked the U-turn, went on the side, passed by all the cars.
Okay. This right here is Cobalt, and this is Flamingo. Okay.
It sounds like they pulled out a map and are showing him a map of the intersections.
This Maryland Parkway is down here. The boulevard is right here. Okay? So you drive all the way up. You see Suge hanging out the window.
See Tupac hanging out the window.
I mean, sorry. Tupac, yeah, Suge wouldn't be able to do it. Tupac's hanging out the which side?
Passenger side.
Passenger
Okay.
side.
Did you see who's driving at that point?
Yeah.
Who's
For
driving?
sure.
Okay. Anybody else in that car?
No, it was just them two.
What kind of car was it?
750 BMW.
Okay. Are there other vehicles in line with them?
Yeah, a whole lot.
A whole bunch? Do you remember the vehicle right behind it, or no, do you?
Was it a black jet or an SS Impala?
Okay.
Then there was another BMW wagon. He was on the other side. So it was about 18 cars.
Okay. All right, so you come down.
18 seems like a lot.
There's a turn lane to go this way, and there's actually 3 travel lanes, and then there's a lane to go this way.
What street is this?
This is Cobalt, this is Flamingo.
Okay,
the boulevard is right here.
Las Vegas, yeah, we came this way.
Right.
Made the U-turn.
Okay. And you're now behind the entourage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we pull up on the gutter lane.
Okay.
Pull up on the side of it.
Okay. Were you in the gutter lane, or were you?
He was on this lane, the right hand turn lane, right here.
Okay. And you're in the white Cadillac. Yeah. Who's in the white Cadillac?
E.T., Lando, and Dre.
Okay. Let's start with you. What seat are you in?
I'm in the passenger seat.
Well, which passenger seat?
Front or back?
Front.
Front passenger seat. Who's driving?
T. Brown.
Who's behind T. Brown?
Big Dre.
This is who's sitting where in the car?
And I guess Orlando would be behind you.
Yeah.
The BMW, the black BMW with Suge and Tupac are in a travel lane?
Yeah, they're in the second lane.
In the second lane?
Yeah, in the middle lane right here.
Okay. And you said there was another BMW?
Yeah, like a BMW wagon on this side of them.
Okay.
Then I think a bed, SS Impala, all kind of them. It was all black cars.
Okay. And so you pull up alongside.
The evidence shows it was not all black cars behind him.
No.
Okay. What happened when you pulled up alongside?
Shooting.
No, you're not being clear. He asked you, you said got to shooting. What do you mean got to shooting?
Who got shot?
What happened when you pulled alongside of them? Got to shooting. Period. What happened? We pulled alongside him, got to shooting. It's crazy to me. Can we just look at how crazy this is? It's crazy to me that in a voluntary interview, not a proffer, in a voluntary interview, his lawyer's follow-up on that was, well, you're not being clear. When you say you got to shooting, what do you mean? His lawyer's interjecting that. What are you counsel? You're not helping. Yikes.
No, you're not being clear. He asked you.
His lawyer.
You said got to shooting. What do you mean got to shooting?
Who got to shoot?
Lando. Dre wouldn't shoot, so Orlando was thinking
Dre wouldn't shoot, so Orlando shot.
Okay.
That's been
So-
consistent.
Orlando leaned all the way over from the rear passenger side, and did he get out of the car?
No.
And shot across Dre.
Yeah.
Did he lean all the way across and get his arm out?
Yeah. You know, he Orlando tall and very tall.
Right.
The long little arm. The buzzing, made the right.
Okay, this is where I want to get.
Just slow down, guys.
So he leans across. You're right next to the.
It's not law enforcement. It's not law enforcement that tells Keffe D to slow down. It's his lawyer. His lawyer's like, you need to slow down. Bro, whose side are you on? It's so weird knowing that there's no statute of limitations for murder. This is now Las Vegas PD asking for information. It is a voluntary interview. This is not a proffer. If everybody else in the car is dead, who do you think they're going to arrest? Wild. Also, Emily, this was in 2009. Yep. So how come they didn't arrest him until 2023? I have questions too. They should have left it at that last 2008 interview, not the 2009 interview. Almost 10 years before he does the interview that we saw earlier today for a docuseries.
Right.
Okay, this is where I want to get.
Just slow down, guys.
So he leans across. You're right next to the BMW. Do you remember if the BMW had its window up or down?
It was up.
It was up. He's shooting into what part of the car?
Driver's side. The passenger side.
Okay. Is it a 2-door or 4-door vehicle? Do you remember?
It was a 4-door.
The 4-door? How many
Yeah, that's a
times
big car,
did
the 750.
Orlando fire? Approximately.
Maybe about 5 or 6.
It was definitely more than that.
5 or 6 times?
Yeah.
Did he empty the gun? Do you know what kind of gun was it? Was it a revolver or was it a semi-automatic?
Semi-automatic.
Do you know what kind of gun it was?
Yeah, from the newspaper reports.
No, he's telling me.
40 Glock.
Okay, he's telling you what you.
A 40 Glock.
40 Glock. Okay. What color was it? Silver, black?
You hear what Keffe D said? Well, from the newspaper reports. No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know about the newspaper reports. Also, if Tupac was just hanging out the window seconds before, when did the window get rolled up?
Black. When he finished firing that 40 Glock, did the slide stay back? Was it empty? It wasn't empty. Okay. And you think 5 or 6 rounds?
Yeah.
How fast did it take him to fire 5 or 6 rounds?
That was pretty fast. Well, maybe about 3-4 seconds.
Okay. Were you watching the BMW when this occurred?
Yeah.
What did you see?
I seen the bullet like going Suge head. I seen the boy jump up and down, trying to get in the back seat.
The boy being
Tupac.
Okay. And you actually saw something hit Suge in the head?
You think you saw something hit his head?
Yeah, I thought he was dead.
Okay. What part of you indicated the top of the head?
Yeah, because he had been over like this.
Trying to get into the back also, or leaning towards the back? Oh, into the passenger side. Yeah. Okay, I got you. And then you saw Tupac bouncing around. Did Tupac try to do anything?
No, he was trying to get in the back seat, trying to duck, trying to hide.
Okay. And you're pretty sure he was hit?
No, I thought just the boy was hit.
Just Suge?
Yeah.
Okay. And all right, so you're in this gutter side lane on Flamingo.
Yeah.
They're on this side. Did you see what they did?
They was there.
Who?
Suge and Tupac. Did you see what their vehicle did?
No, he got to driving erratic and made a U-turn. We made it right.
So you made it right. You went down Cobalt to the south. And you said Suge made a U-turn?
Yeah, he made a U-turn. He was driving a Reddit.
Okay.
He made a U-turn, and we went this way.
Okay. Did you see... Were there any... I don't know how to ask this. Did anything happen from Suge's vehicle or any of the entourage towards you? Did anything occur?
Do you understand this question?
Did they shoot back? Is that what you're trying to say? Or did they talk crazy to us?
Did they throw anything at you? Did they shoot at you? Did anything? Anything you remember?
Not that you remember.
Okay, so you don't think any...
In his book, Keffe D says that Tupac leaned forward under the passenger seat and shot at their vehicle, and that their vehicle had bullet damage in it, and they went and got it repainted before they returned it to the rental car, etc. There is nothing else that corroborates that, but in his book, he does say that Tupac was shooting at them.
They fired any weapons at you?
The point is, do you know or recall anything like that?
Recall.
Okay.
Well, I knew they had some police as well, because we had seen them.
Where were the police?
I think they was right a couple of cars behind, or right behind them. Reggie, and Jude Alexander.
Right, and now back around to Reggie Wright. Well, Suge's rolling with the police. They got the police with them. Right back round.
Pretty boys, dude.
Yeah, Frank Alexander?
Yeah.
Okay. They were in the entourage somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but as far as you know, nobody shot at you, nobody threw anything at you, nobody did anything towards you?
No, that's what we call it.
Okay. You make your right-hand turn.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get to this in a minute. What happened then? You make your right-hand turn. Does anybody say anything? Do you do anything at that time?
Yeah, some girls got to chasing us.
I'm sorry?
Some girls got to chasing us.
You remember what they were driving? Or were they on foot?
They was in a little white car.
Little white car? You remember what kind of car?
Seemed like a sea breeze.
Okay.
Seemed like a sea breeze. I think he said sea breeze. I don't think that's the translation. I don't think that's the transcription. I think he said seems like a sea breeze instead of seems like a Sebring. Oh boy. Definitely was a Sebring.
Or did they chase you?
They didn't go far, too far.
Okay. Do you know who the girls were?
I don't know who it was.
You don't know. The question was, do you know who the girls was? Yes or no?
Oh.
Okay.
Never.
Were they black females?
I think so.
Okay. Do you know how many were in the car?
Hold it. Think so, or they could have been?
It could have been.
Could have been.
I don't know what color they was. I know they was in a white car chasing. I said, these stupid bitches.
You know what's not in his statement at this point? That he shot out their windshield. In his statement the year prior, he says that they were chasing him and he shot out the windshield. Now, the witness that we heard that was in the Sebring said that they were trying to get to Club 662 without being in the long line of the entourage, and then the shooting happened and they were trying to literally GFO. I believe her. She was like, we were trying to get out of there, and they were trying to turn right the same way that the Cadillac was trying to turn right. And so they ended up behind them, but they weren't trying to follow them, if that makes sense. So I believe her version of that over. But after the shooting, any car that left that area and followed him, I can also understand why Keffe D in his car and everybody in their car that are kind of now on high alert because they've done a shooting would perceive that they're being followed because of what just happened.
Don't pay no attention. Just pay attention to what the question is asking. All that other.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm fine. So they don't chase you very far.
Yeah.
Because they weren't
is anything
chasing
said between the girls in your car? Anybody in your car?
No.
Okay. But they quit chasing you pretty quick.
Yeah.
You know why?
Because they weren't chasing you.
Well, why they stop chasing you? You think?
Oh, and now the lawyer's coming in with, hey, why did they stop chasing you? And he's like, oh, I shot at them.
I shot at.
Somebody fired around?
Yeah.
Okay. Who fired around?
Nephew. Orlando.
Orlando, okay. And he fired from what window at that time?
On his side.
From his side.
Yeah.
So it would have been the passenger side.
Yeah.
Did he shoot at him? Or do you know?
In their direction, that's what he's saying.
I guess he just scared them off. Cause they got scared and we got on.
Okay. All right.
The thing is,
You
we heard testimony from, I think it was Mob James, that one of the other vehicles in the entourage also had bullet strikes to it. So I don't know if Keffe D is conflating the Sebring in another car, because there was another vehicle that had bullet strikes to it that showed back up at Club 662, as we heard from Mob James. But it is confusing. I think there are details here that are either conflated, confused, or embellished because, well, we'll see. But it's the overall of the story has not changed significantly.
have no idea where he was aiming.
No idea.
Okay, that's fine. Where do you go from there?
It's a little side street. What's that street carriage house is on? You know the carriage house?
Yeah, you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, you went into the carriage house?
Yeah, we went back in that back parking lot.
Okay.
Honestly, I think Keffe D saw all the beautiful women in the Sebring and it stuck out in his mind the most. And they did turn at the same time, and then it all got jumbled from there. I don't know if he was looking behind them. Orlando Anderson might have shot behind them at the other vehicle that was now behind them after the Sebring went a different way. But I think that stuck in his mind. And if he's in the front looking at where they're going, he might have heard Orlando shooting out the back of the car and not have turned around to look to see which car was still behind them, and then filled in the gaps when telling law enforcement the story. Because there was another vehicle that was damaged that was in that entourage. It wasn't the Sebring.
Tell me what happens then.
Then we
True. Peggy said Orlando could have shot at the girls and missed and hit the other car. Also true. Also true. He's in the front seat and there's no indication that he's turned around looking, and he might be trying to fill in the gaps of his own memory, rather than just saying, I didn't see that. I don't know. I saw the girls when we turned, and then I don't know if they were still behind us, because he's definitely not going to do that.
walk back to the Monte Carlo.
Lyndon said that Ingrid said she was shot at, but didn't say that the car was hit. I forgot that, Lyndon. I trust your memory over mine. So I have to go back and look, because I found Ingrid to be incredibly easy to follow and truthful testimony. I found her very believable.
Just leave it there?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is leaving the Cadillac parked at the carriage house.
So you park in the rear parking lot for the carriage house?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you leave the white Cadillac in that parking lot?
Yeah.
And you walk to the Monte Carlo?
Walk by the MGM where that Coca-Cola sign is.
Yes.
Yeah, we walked by that little street. And Lane went somewhere else.
Where'd Lane go?
Lando went somewhere else. And
do you know where Lando went?
I don't know where he went.
Did he still have the gun?
No.
Where was the gun?
On the tire of the Cadillac.
You left it on the tire? You remember?
So the question is, Orlando left it on the tire, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
I just don't believe this at all. I just don't believe it at all. You let me know what you think. He says that they went to the carriage house where they had rented rooms. They left the white Cadillac, and then Orlando left the gun on top of the tire. And then the next day they came to take the car and poof, the gun was gone. I don't believe it at all. They did something to ditch that gun. He's not telling anybody what they're doing to ditch the gun. This seems like bullshit to me. It doesn't mean the whole thing's bullshit, but leaving the gun on the tire is leaving the gun on the tire after being involved in a shooting in the same like few blocks as the shooting is nah. And I mean, it is fair. A few of you in chat had said, what if they had a plan for somebody to come pick up the gun and it's not bullshit because they did leave the gun on the tire so somebody else could come grab it and that was a drop. I guess that's plausible that the gun on the tire is left there because somebody else from their crew was going to come and handle it while they walked away. Plausible that was the drop point. But it just poofed. It just magically poofed. You know, it is Vegas. Magic does happen, but he's been consistent about the gun being left on the tire. I think there's some details missing. But you definitely can't walk down Vegas Boulevard with that gun on you, and you can't leave it inside the car, I suppose. I definitely think it got rehomed. Maybe. Some of you are like, Zip, come get your gun. Possible. Zip, come get your gun, get it out of here. Possible. Because a number of them did have cell phones at the time, so they could have let Zip know that. But he's been consistent about the gun on the tire.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Do you know which tire?
I think it was the front passenger side.
Front passenger. Okay. And everybody walked. You went with T Brown and Dre back to the Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
And Orlando went somewhere else.
Yeah. He came back about 20 minutes later.
Yeah. Where was
he
he at?
Where he went?
No, he didn't tell me.
Okay. Where did the gun come from?
He said he went to pee on his hands.
So he's filling in the details about Orlando Anderson. We didn't see him for about 20 minutes. He probably ditched his clothes too. He went to go make sure he wasn't covered in gunpowder in case they got picked up that night. I mean, right. I guess it doesn't work just for jellyfish.
Okay. Why would he do that?
To get the gun. Oh. Get the gunpowder. Yeah.
That's what you assume, to get the gunpowder, right?
Yeah. That's on the street stuff.
Right. Yeah. I get it. To get the gunpowder residue off his hands.
Yeah.
Okay. And the urine helps in that.
They think it does.
Okay. I get it. Where did the gun come from?
From Zip.
Okay. At what point did Orlando get a gun from Zip?
He didn't.
Parking garage.
Keffe D got the gun from
Which
Zip.
one?
GMGM.
Oh, at the valet.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that. You come out of the fight. Orlando's been beat up.
Yeah.
Oh, why does Zip give Orlando a gun?
I mean, you want him to assume what happened, or
anything you heard at this point? I want to know what you heard.
Specifically, what you heard.
What I heard?
Yes.
What does Zip say?
Or Orlando.
Keffe D's pulling himself out of this part of the story. What will be interesting is to see which version of this the jury believes. Does the jury believe that Orlando got the gun from Zip? And Keffe D later inserting himself into this is ego or puffery or drama or him wanting to be more involved than he was? Or do they believe his other statements where he says he got the gun and gave it to Orlando? But you can't bring Orlando in and ask. You can't bring Zip in and ask. There's no one else to ask.
What anybody said at that point?
I guess we're detecting.
What do you mean guess? If you know or not, just Do you remember any words that was passed between the two of them? That's what they're asking. Did Zip say, here, take this gun, man, do this, or anything like that? He's asking. What do you think Zip said?
Yeah.
What is going? What did he say?
I think to take care of the guy.
You think that's what Zip was telling Leonard to do?
Yeah, to take care of really sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What, just specifically, what did you hear Zip say specifically?
Keffe D was a lot more chatty in his last interview, wasn't he? Now that Vegas PD is there, I think shit's gotten a little bit more real, and Keffe D is a little more hesitant to have this conversation. Yeah.
Here's your opportunity to get back.
As he's handing him the gun, he's saying, here's your opportunity to get back.
Yeah.
That meant to you to get back at Suge.
Yeah.
Or Tupac.
Yeah.
Or anybody that was in the entourage that stomped on him. Is that the way you took it, or was it specific?
No, he just gave him the gun. Gave him the gun.
Okay, and said, here's your opportunity to get back at him.
Yeah, he probably didn't say it like that nicely, but probably something like...
Give me a quote.
Something like...
What is this lawyer doing right now? Higgins is now extrapolating. Oh yeah, no, detective, he didn't say it that nicely. He said it in regular street language. Higgins, what in the lawyering are you what are you doing? I'm buffering on this. What are we doing? This is so wild that the lawyer's the one interjecting the details. Also, Long as a detective keeps cutting off Keffe D's thoughts. Keffe D will kind of talk himself back around. We saw that a little bit in his interview yesterday. I think Long needs to give more distance, because Keffe D will fill in the blank space. And Long keeps just jumping in to try to move this interview along, which is not my favorite. I don't know what this lawyer is doing. This shit's wild to me. Wild to me.
It's like probably in regular street language where like, hey homeboy, handle your business or something like that, something like that.
Handle your business, yeah.
Was that, do you remember that quote, or was it something else?
Just like that. Just like that.
Somewhere closer to that.
Yeah. Can I talk to D for 1 second?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm talking about without you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So Davis says, hey, can I talk to D-Boy for a second? Long says, sure, go ahead. And Davis says, I'm talking about without you. So he wants to talk to Dupree. He's asking Long to get out. Hey, man, can you leave?
Just like that. Just like that.
Somewhere closer to that.
Yeah. Can I talk to D for 1 second?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm talking about without.
I mean, chat would also like a second, I think. But he's literally asking not Higgins. He's asking Detective Long to get out so he can talk to Dupree by himself.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll step out.
Yeah,
just to clarify it.
Holy shit.
Okay. Oh, one thing, let's do it quick. Look, you're doing a pretty good job. I know it's kind of hard, but, you ain't supposed to.
Higgins, they have this as the lawyer. What the fuck? Dupree said, what's up, man? Higgins says, look, you're doing a pretty good job. I know it's kind of hard. Like, you ain't supposed to be getting in anything like he was involved in a murder. You got to keep it. Dupree said, what you told us, stay consistent with what you told us. His lawyer is sitting there looking at him being like, hey man, you're not supposed to be getting involved in anything like you were involved in the murder. Dude, he's in the car handing over the gun. He's involved. Being in the car is enough for him to be involved. Jordan says, is this legal? Yes. Yep. All of this is legal. Why? because it's a voluntary interview. He's free to get up and leave. And any conversation in the police department with the lawyer, unless they specifically say, okay, you can go to the attorney room, is not confidential, and Dupree's still sitting there. They wanted to talk to Dupree. Are they allowed to tape it? Yep. They're allowed to tape it, and they're allowed to not tell him they're taping it. Both. So Dupree from LAPD is still in the room with Davis and his lawyer. Long from Las Vegas PD has stepped out. This is crazy. Look, chat, not legal advice, life advice. If you are ever in any kind of conversation with law enforcement about anything, assume always that it is being recorded or audio or video. Assume always that everything is being recorded. But this is wild to me. His lawyer's like, hey man, you're not supposed to be getting yourself involved with this murder. Then don't go and give another interview. This lawyer's stressing me the fuck out right now. Honestly, this lawyer is stressing me out. I know I keep pausing. This lawyer is stressing me out. I don't even know what this lawyer is doing right now. It is just, this is stressing me out. I'm going to need all of you to send this to Bruce Rivers because I need to know that all the defense attorneys are as stressed out about this as I am. I want to know what all of them thinks. I want to know what all of them think. Because this is so crazy. Like, I want to know what Natalie Lawyer Chicks thinks. I want to know what Runkle thinks. I want to know what everybody thinks. I need to know what all the defense attorneys think of this. This is fucking crazy.
What's up, man? Okay. One thing real quick. Look, you're doing a pretty good job. I know it's kind of hard, but you know, you ain't supposed to be getting into anything like you was involved in murder. You gotta keep it really clean.
But you told what you told us. Stay consistent. What you told us.
He gave me the gun. He gave me the gun. That's what.
No,
You don't say that.
listen.
His lawyer is like, you're doing pretty good. I know you're not supposed to be getting anything. And what does Keffe D say? Keffe D turns around and says, well, he gave me the gun. He gave me the gun. Zip gave me the gun. He gave me the gun. Can I say that? That's what happened. Holy fucking shit. It's crazy.
It's kind of hard, but you know, you ain't supposed to be getting into anything like you was involved in murder. You gotta keep it really clean.
But you told what you told us. Stay consistent. What you told us.
He gave me the gun. He gave me the gun. That's what.
No,
You don't say that.
listen.
Okay.
Okay. See,
Then he said you gotta say. I say.
Okay. Keith, did you hear what I just told you?
Higgins, if you need to do this much work with your client's free to leave. You need to get up and get the fuck out. Because he's now like, didn't you listen to what I told you? I already told you before we started. If that's the kind of conversation you need to have with your client, you need to get up and leave. They cannot keep you there. Get up and leave. Sarah asks, can Higgins' word be used against the defendant? Yes. How can Higgins' words be used against the defendant? Adoptive admission. If Higgins says something and Keffe D acknowledges it, yeah, yeah, whatever, acknowledges it affirmatively, then yes. What the first statement and Keffe D saying yes is an adoptive admission. So that's the truth. Or that can be taken as the truth if the jury believes it. Where if Higgins says something and Keffe D goes, no, man, that's not it, then that's not an adoptive admission. But yeah, it's an adoptive admission. Now, I don't know how deep into it we'll get with the argument on that.
I already told you before we started. There's no reason for you to ask him or me anything like that. And if you want to try to do not what I say, do it. You know better than to ask him that question. Okay, don't ask him that question.
Because he know I don't kick it real, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
Dupree's
it's been told that way before. Because it's the same story. Because you had a bunch of
Dupree's in there saying, you've already told us this. So I understand what you're saying, but you've already told us this. So if you said that before, that's what we're going with. And Dupree's sitting right there. There's not even a whiff that this could be attorney-client privileged information because Dupree is sitting right there. And they know he's LAPD. And Dupree's like, I got to keep it real with you. You've already told us this.
You might want to say it.
So that's what you got to do.
Let me say it this way.
Stay consistent with what you say.
Dupree's like, stay consistent.
Let me put it this way, it makes it easy. Listen. Let me make it easier for you. Okay. You can say it that I think I recall it could have been like this.
A lawyer coaching their client this much on a second interview sitting in front of the cops is so fucking wild.
Okay. You can say it that I think I recall it could have been like this.
It could have been.
Presently, I'm not quite sure if it was exactly this way or that way. But I think he could have handed it to me and I handed it to him. You know,
Dupree's like,
put it
no.
in that kind of
Stay consistent.
Yeah.
The thing is, you gotta stay consistent because the story's already been told, and leave it at that and sleep at night.
But no, you gotta trust me what I'm saying.
But he's trying to. He's an attorney, so
Dupree and Higgins are fighting. Dupree's like, you've already said this shit, and Higgins is like, yeah, but you can say like I could.
What I'm trying to say is, you can stay consistent, but your recollection doesn't have to be exactly. You can also put it in.
Higgins is coaching him to not remember.
What you're saying. I'm trying to recall now. I think about it. He could have handed it to me. Okay. So,
he did give it to me. That's
Holy shit. Higgins is like, hey man, you can be consistent, but walk it back a little bit. And it sounds like Higgins is saying, and this is me speculating, but Higgins is saying, don't you remember what I said before? Do you think Higgins went in here with Keffe D to be like, hey man, just walk it back a little bit? Like, oh, I'm not quite sure. Oh, I don't quite remember. Like, walk it back. Because Higgins is saying, but you can make it less bad. You can walk it back. And Dupree's like, we already have your first interview, stay consistent. And Higgins is like, but you don't have to do all that. And then Davis just sits there going, I mean, but he did just give it to me. Like, the truth is the truth. Higgins is like, he did just give it to me. Holy shit. And Higgins is trying to tell him to walk it back, soften it.
What I'm trying to say,
your lawyer's tripped. Talk to your lawyer.
Is you can stay
this is
consistent,
fucking wild.
But your recollection doesn't have to be exactly. You can also put it in. Just you gotta hear what I'm saying. You can put it in a way where you're saying, I'm trying to recall now. I think about it. He could have handed it to me. Okay. So,
he did give it to me. That's what you say.
Okay.
You want me to leave for 5 and come back?
No. You're not listening to me. Look at you in the face and listen to what I'm saying. Okay. And I'm saying one more time.
Higgins is like, you're not picking up what I'm putting down, motherfucker. Okay, leave. And Dupree and Davis is like, yeah, you did give it to me. And Dupree's like, and that's what you got to say, man. Just get the truth, man. Just the truth.
Okay, it's two different situations. How you said it before, I don't give a fuck. How many people's in the room? Okay, there's certain things that you say that will get you a murder case. Okay, so play around with that as you want. He got a different job than I got. My job is to get you to say, not to get you to lie, but to get you to understand that your recollection may be that he may have handed it to you.
Higgins. No, sir. No, sir. If you have to do this much coaching with your client, what you don't do is go into this interview. This is so bad. Do you think Keffe D realizes how bad this is listening back to it? This is so bad. I'm not trying to get you to lie. I'm just trying to get you to say, I might remember, I might not. Oh my God. And Davis throughout this interview is saying, I mean, he did give it to me. And Higgins is like, I'm trying to get you to not catch a murder case. And Davis is like, but he did give me the gun.
That's when you think about it. I'm not asking you to lie, but I'm asking you to give yourself some room.
Give yourself some room.
Because you may need it. Okay? But I know on that set of facts, it could be a problem.
But I thought they said whatever I tell them.
The bottom line is just
you're not understanding.
Listen to your attorney because he's your attorney, but tell the story.
Okay.
And let's just get through this.
I'm just saying that when you tell the story,
it's all good.
Let me hear what I'm saying. When you tell the story twice, okay, you can either lock it in clearly as it is, or you can still leave some room. And
that's what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. Higgins is trying to get him to walk it back. I'm just saying, when you tell the story twice, you can leave yourself some room. Don't lie. Leave yourself an escape hatch. You need to just cast the spell whole so you can just drop right out. I imagine that Higgins and Keffe D had a very long conversation before going into this interview about the only reason we're doing this interview is so that you can undo what you did in the last interview. This is crazy. Because he's trying to tell Keffe D to walk it back. So if there's multiple statements and they change each time, it's like, who knows what's the truth? The statement keeps changing. And you've got Dupree sitting right there who was in the other interview. And Dupree's just like, just tell us what happened. But telling what happened walks him into a murder case. And now you have on audio, so fucking crazy. And now you have on audio his lawyer saying, if you say it the way it happened, you can catch a murder case. Did you catch that? If you say it the way it happened, you can catch a murder case. You gotta leave some room. You gotta leave some room. Chat's like, yeah, we caught it. All right, we're gonna keep moving. But the jury heard the lawyer saying, if you tell it like that, you're going to catch a murder case. Look at me in my face. Look at me when I'm telling you, leave some room. Oh, shit.
Set of facts, it could be a problem.
But I thought they said whatever I tell them.
The bottom line is just
you're not understanding.
Listen to your attorney because he's your attorney, but tell the story.
Okay.
And let's just get through this.
I'm just saying that when you tell the story,
it's all good.
Let me hear what I'm saying. When you tell the story twice,
I backed up a little.
Okay. You can either lock it in clearly as it is, or you can still leave some room and not lie.
And muddy it
That's
up.
all I'm trying to say. Okay? Because what he's saying to you at the end of the day is two different programs going on that I don't control and he doesn't control. Okay? We can do the best we can do. Okay?
Dupree is sitting in this room watching the lawyer coach his client to not lie, but not lock in his story, to leave himself some room. Crazy. And Higgins ends it with, we can do this, okay? We can do this. We got two programs going on. The cops want to get somebody for murder, and I want you to make this situation a little less clear. This is so bad.
Different programs going on that I don't control and he doesn't control. Okay? We can do the best we can do.
We can do this. Go team. We can do this. And Long comes back in. Holy
Okay, I want to go over
shit.
some things because he may recall some things in detail that maybe we know from previous conversations, and we want to make sure that it's consistent, you know, of the things that he may recall or not recall. So
Okay, that's
we might
fine.
want to backtrack a little bit.
The
But at
lawyer
the
is
same
like,
time,
can we do that
if he
take
remembers
two?
it exactly or not, just do the best you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Listen, the way I want to do this.
That was a long ass time ago.
I understand that. I completely understand that. I have problems remembering what I ate yesterday.
Yeah.
This is a big event. So my plan was to walk you through it.
Some of you are asking why this is bad. The jury is hearing the lawyer tell Keffe D that telling he did give me the gun is a problem for him, and that he needs to mitigate that, and he needs to not lie, but also not lock it in. He needs to leave himself some room. If I was the prosecutor in this case, I would be talking about leaving himself some room all day long. Because why would your lawyer say anything other than tell them the truth if you've got nothing to hide? Well, your lawyer shouldn't be walking you into this room in the first place, but I got thoughts about that. But leave yourself some room. Why do you need to leave yourself some room? If it's not a problem, his lawyer's telling the jury on this interview, as we're listening to it, that what you're saying happened means you can go down for murder. Him giving you the gun means that you can go down for murder. So let's not lock that in. Let's not lock in that you got the gun. Because you got the gun from Zip, you gave it to your nephew or to Dre, and they shot Tupac with that gun. That's aiding and abetting.
Real easy, like we just did.
Yeah.
And then we'd go back and you could add details.
Fucking
and if we want to
wild.
go back again, we can add details again.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm at this point, what I'm trying to do is spark your memory.
Yeah.
So remember, he's
Oh, his
asking you
memory's clear.
specific questions. He may ask you what happened with Orlando or this or that, and he may ask you what happened with you. So when he asks you something specifically that you know that you recall, then you answer that question according to you. If he asks you what you think happened between Orlando and someone, then you answer it according to that. That's what you need to clarify.
All right.
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Because I don't want him to assume that something that was Orlando or Mac or this guy is
Holy
you.
shit.
When he wants to come back to you, he'll say, well, now, Keith, you tell me about this. Okay? Will that make it better, easier?
Yeah.
you comfortable with everything?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went through the part where you guys went to the carriage house. Now we're back to the valley at the MGM. You come out of the MGM. You're with a very large group of people. You get 4 vehicles, right?
We got in.
There's
Three left. 3 left.
Okay, you get the Buick, which you drive over to Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
You get the Cadillac.
Yeah.
You get the van.
Yeah.
And you get the black Mercedes.
Mercedes stayed.
It stays at the MGM.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gets into the black Mercedes?
I had got in there. Had Chick Foxy Brown. And Zip.
Foxy Brown from TV?
Yep.
The movies?
Foxy Brown, the rapper.
There's a rapper called Foxy Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
There's Foxy Brown, the movie that had Pam Grier.
Right.
Foxy Brown the rapper.
Okay, this is the young rapper.
Okay, the young rapper. Okay.
Young rapper.
All right. So there's the rapper, Zip, and you get into the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Okay. When you got in, what happens? Is anything said when you get in by anybody?
I can't recall what exact words were said.
Okay.
Funny how that happens.
But he
He gave me the gun.
gave me the gun.
Yep.
Okay.
That was a long pause for him to say he gave me the gun. Also, all of the back and forth conversation with the lawyer and then coming back and then the pausing, all of that lends credibility to this version for me. He is now reluctant to say it. His lawyer is telling him not to say it. His lawyer is suggesting he gives himself a little room from locking in this story that he's already said. And he's hesitating. And then he's like, he gave me the gun. Right. That's aiding and abetting.
But, he got it. Huh?
Listen to his breathing.
He gave me the gun.
Okay. Who gave you the gun?
Zip.
Okay, where did he get the gun from? The glove compartment?
Some little secret compartment. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What part of the vehicle was the secret compartment in?
It was like up under this thing here.
The armrest?
The center rest? Center rest in this thing, come on.
Okay. It's automated?
That's exactly what he said in the last interview.
So the three of you are still in the vehicle at that time?
No, it was just me and him, yeah.
Okay, where did the...
After step out.
Foxy Brown stepped
this
out.
This is before anything with the gun?
Yeah.
And she stepped out?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just you and Zip. And he automates this thing, and there's a gun there.
Yeah.
Okay, and he gives that gun to you.
Yeah.
And what kind of gun is it?
There it is.
40 Glock.
The 40 Glock. 40 Glock. Okay. I told you I'm going to ask stupid questions. I promise you I'm going to ask stupid questions. So he hands you the 40 caliber Glock. What does Zip say to you when he hands you this gun?
Keffe D is sounding more stressed and less conversant than he was in the interview a year ago. He is sounding way more stressed to me in this interview. But he's like, he gave me the gun. He gave me the gun. And as much as his lawyer was like, can you not? He's still like, he gave me the gun.
It's like having your business, I guess. You know?
Something of that nature.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you take that to mean?
They asked us, did we need some help? We like, no, we don't need no help. We want to get some liquor, chill, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why do you need help? Why do you need help to get liquor?
Like, let's go get them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go get who?
The entourage.
The entourage. You talking about Suge Knight?
We're like, no, we don't need no help. We told the East Coast guys that either we want to get some liquor, and we just happened to run into their house.
Okay, when you took,
and that's consistent with his last interview. Those East Coast guys said, you need some help, and they said, nah, we'll handle it. He said, you need some help? Nah, we'll handle it. That's what we told the East Coast guys. This is consistent with what he said in the last interview.
The gun.
Yeah, we took the gun.
Okay, you say we. What do you mean by that?
Our little group took the gun from him. I mean, I've got the gun from him.
I've got the gun.
Okay. What vehicle do you get into?
I got into that Buick.
The fact that his lawyer didn't stand up and say, and we're done here. Thanks, everybody. Good night. He's free to leave. We're going to leave. We're going to leave. That's crazy thing number one to me. As Keffe D has now said like 6 times, I got the gun. I got the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun. It was no they both reached for. It was just him. I got the gun. He gave me the gun. He said, let's go get him. I got the gun. We're going to go handle business. Well, we got the gun. Who's got the gun? I've got the gun. Thing number 2, this interview wasn't what, 2009? How come he wasn't ever arrested? What happened?
Okay. Do you still have the gun when you get into the Buick?
No.
Okay, that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
You get the gun from Zip. Then I gather you get out of the black Mercedes?
Yeah.
And what did you do then? Did you...
No,
did you give
long
the gun to somebody?
shish.
Yeah, I gave it to the Cadillac. I don't know who I specifically handed it to, but I gave it the gun to the Cadillac.
To who?
Huh?
To the cat? Somebody in the Cadillac, you saying?
Yeah.
The white Cadillac.
Yeah.
And the people in the white Cadillac are Orlando Anderson,
Yeah.
T. Brown,
And Big Dre.
and Big Dre. But you handed it to one of those three guys.
Yeah. And it is a big Dre to be exact.
Okay. So you handed it to DeAndre Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you say anything to DeAndre when you handed him the gun?
No, I didn't say nothing to him. I just went. Then we went and dropped the car off. And we.
If he hands me a gun, I'm gonna say, "What the fuck? Why are you handing me a gun?"
Keith, you don't. Let's stop.
Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Okay, stop. Keith.
Higgins is now saying, Keffe, stop. Because I think Higgins said, Keffe, stop, because they both started talking over each other. But is Higgins telling Keffe to stop answering or to stop talking over long so he can answer more clearly?
And we.
If he hands me a gun, I'm going to say, "What the fuck? Why are you handing me a gun?"
Keith, you don't. Let's stop.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Okay, stop. Keith, hold on. When he asks you a question, answer the question. Now, whatever he says don't mean nothing right now. Yeah. So just ask him a question, he's going to answer the question.
Oh no, Keffe, stop. You need to be more clear in your answers. Well, Long keeps cutting him off. Keffe starts to answer and Long cuts him off.
Specific question y'all can answer.
Did you say anything to DeAndre, or anybody else in the car when you handed DeAndre the gun?
No, I didn't say nothing to him.
You just handed him the gun.
You handed it to him, or if you recall saying something, did you recall saying anything? Do you know?
I don't know. But I gave him the gun and he took it. Then we went to drop water off at the thing, and we took up.
Holy shit!
Went up there and looked for liquor. Got the liquor. And,
Okay. I'm gonna slow you down again. Okay. So you drop off Paula. You leave the Buick.
Yeah.
At the Monte Carlo. Then you get in what vehicle?
The van.
You get in the van. Is there any discussion prior to going looking for liquor about the entourage?
He's asking you specifically, did you tell anybody anything to do or anything related to that gun? So what did you recall?
The gun or the entourage?
Yeah. Like get them motherfuckers.
This is the lawyer. The lawyer is saying, yeah, did you say anything like, let's go get them motherfuckers? Dude, this is stressing me out. Did you say anything to them? Why are you interviewing your client about whether he was encouraging anyone to go retaliate with a gun? Do we not know the definition of aiding and abetting? Because the words can also be enough. The handing the gun doesn't have to be it. The words can also be it. Go do this You're helping the police more than the police are helping the police.
So what did you recall?
The gun or the entourage?
Yeah. Like get them motherfuckers and we get ready to do whatever. Any of that kind of shit. Do you remember that?
No.
Are there any other weapons?
Yes, apparently.
Yeah, I think it was a 9.
Who had the 9?
I was in the van.
Okay.
I don't know who had that 9.
That's okay. Anything else?
I said, when we went to the MGM.
He just skipped over the shooting.
After we
Just skipped in
walked by
time.
the Coca-Cola place. I was in the middle of me, Trey, and what's his name was at that stoplight.
And he just skipped over the shooting.
They pulled up in that. They pulled up in the ambulance right next to us. I'm like, damn.
That was after you shot.
Okay. No, I'm still. Yeah, I got you. Okay. I know this is difficult. I completely understand it.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for specifically is Orlando or anybody else say anything about looking for the entourage.
No, we just got lucky.
You talking about
before anything happens?
Yeah. Meaning, was y'all looking for them, or did you happen to bump into them? That's what he's really asking.
We happened to bump into them.
Okay, but you weren't looking for them.
Did you guys go to the?
Dupree's like, no, they were fucking looking for them. Dupree coming in with the assist there. Dupree's like, no, you were looking for them because you went and sat at Club 662 for like 2 hours. You were looking for them. You were waiting for them. Then you went to the liquor store. Then you got lucky and ran across paths. But you were looking for them.
Club or anything looking for him?
Yeah, we went to the club.
Which club?
6 through 6.
Right, you did go to look for them.
After the incident?
Just before the incident.
Okay, so the time.
Okay. So you leave, let's start over again. You leave the MGM, you drop Paula off at the Monte Carlo, and you leave the Buick there.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is before you go get liquor.
Yeah.
Did you go to the 662 Club from Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
What does 662 mean?
I think blood on the area.
He knows what it means.
Mob? If you dial a phone,
Yeah.
comes out as mob? Okay.
What's your bloods?
What's your blood? Yeah.
His lawyer's clarifying that that's the rival gang.
After that, we just went to the store and got the liquor, and we happened to run into the.
Okay, he'll get back to that.
Yeah. When you went to the 662 Club, did you see anything? Did you go inside?
No.
Okay, did you see anything? What were you looking for at the 662 Club?
We were saying there wasn't there.
Who?
The mob. The mob dudes. Death Row.
Death Row, meaning who?
The dudes that beat Orlando.
Okay, specifically.
The dudes who beat Orlando.
Suge Knight and
Suge.
You wanted to show it? Okay, understood. All right, so you go to the 662 Club. Suge's not there, or that you can see he's not there. Did you send anybody inside to look for Suge?
No.
No. You just went up and saw that his vehicles weren't there, or did you ask if he was there?
How did you determine he was not there?
The lawyer again.
Their vehicles were not there. Okay, so
the lawyer again. How did you determine that they weren't there? Tell me more about lying in wait with a weapon with the people that you're looking for, tracking them down to the club you know they're going to be at, and lying in wait. Tell us more about the lying in wait part. Oh, their vehicles weren't there. Thanks, Higgins.
were you going to wait at the 662 Club for Suge to show up?
No, that would be too dangerous.
Okay. So you leave the 662 Club and you decide you're going to go get some liquor.
Yeah.
And you go find the liquor store at Maryland Parkway in Flamingo.
Yeah. And the liquor store here. The liquor store on the corner right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you pick up some booze.
Yeah.
And you talk while you're getting the liquor. Is there any discussion at that place?
I just got into the camp like Orlando now. Boned out.
Why?
Okay, I'm looking for discussion. Any discussion about, are you going to go back to the 662 Club?
No, we was going back to the room to go smoke and drink, you know.
Okay.
The lady was like, man, my arm feel broke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which arm?
I need to go to the doctor.
Okay. So you jumped into the Cadillac with Lane.
Yeah.
What was your plan?
Or go back to the MGM.
To go back to
not the MGM, but the Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo. Okay. You went to the 662 Club to find Suge. Was there any discussion by anybody about what you would do with Suge if you found Suge?
No. The car I was in was scared.
The van you were in was...
And we heard this from the interview yesterday. He said that the people in the van with him were afraid that Suge would retaliate. I have to wonder, because Keffe D has since said in his book that they waited too long and they got bored, essentially, waiting at Club 662. But I wonder if when they got to Club 662 and started looking around and saw Mob James's whole crew, saw on-duty and off-duty police officers, because Tupac was going to be performing there, and saw everyone there, that they not got bored, but they looked around, and I don't know if Keffe D would ever want to admit this, and that might be why he said we got bored, but looked around at how many people were there and went, this is too hot. There are too many people. Mob James is here with his crew. Reggie Wright Jr. with the Right Way security, who Keffe D believes are all dirty cops, are there. There's Vegas cops there, and I think they showed up, this is my interpretation of this, saw how hot it was and said, no, we're not doing this. It is way, way, way too dangerous. And so they said, okay, well, you're waiting for Suge. And he finally says in this interview, no, that would be dangerous. I think that's accurate, that they did not wait at Club 662 nearly as long as he has at times said, that they saw how hot it was and decided to leave. That makes the most sense to me. And that also explains why everybody in the van's like, no way, dude. No way, dude. Suge's going to have us killed. That makes more sense. But I also don't think Keffe D wants to admit to the fact that they left because they got scared. I don't think Keffe D wants to say that. He gets to, now that would be dangerous, and that's about it. But I think that's why the dudes in the van were so freaked out. I also think that's part of why Dre didn't want to shoot, because they were afraid of Suge, even though he doesn't want to say it, because he doesn't want to say, Keffe D does not want to say he's afraid of Suge. And I don't think that others in the car, I think there might have been, and we're not going to know because everyone else is dead, but I also think there might have been a disconnect here where there were guys who were just like, man, I get it. I get the retaliation. I get we jumped them at the mall and then they jump him here. But we're not really shooting Tupac, are we? Like, come on, man. I get it. We jumped the entourage. They jump us. Everybody got beat up. But I can imagine a lot of these guys just being torn because none of them really want to shoot Tupac either, even though he's rolling with Suge and with Death Row. I imagine that was a little too much for a lot of them based on everything we've heard here. Yeah. I guess we'll see. But it's the first time we've heard him really say, yeah, waiting for Suge there would have been dangerous.
By anybody about what you would do with Suge if you found Suge?
No, the car I was in was scared.
The van you were in was scared?
Right.
You didn't want to really get down like that.
Yeah.
What about Baby Lane and the Cadillac? They had a gun, right?
Yeah.
They had just gotten a gun from Zip.
Yeah.
I
What
agree.
was your understanding?
Chad, it sounds like somebody has taken a nap in this interview room. I don't know who it is, but it sounds like somebody's taken a nap in this interview room. Maybe it's Higgins. Oh no, that would be better if the lawyer was taking a nap because he's definitely not helping.
Would happen if they saw Suge.
Well, I mean, he's asking you really a specific...
Was they saying Suge?
Okay, listen to me. He's asking you a specific question. Was there first any conversation with regards to what was going to happen to anybody? Did you say, or anybody say, we're going to kill him when you see him? Any of that kind of stuff. Was there a conversation? This is what we're going to do? Any of that? That's what he's really asking you.
Yeah.
No, I just said, when I got out the car with them, I was like, oh, they had like some busters over there scared to death.
What would they be scared of? If y'all are just getting alcohol and going to drink and smoke in the rooms, what would they be afraid of? Also known as a buster. Right. Right. Why would they be afraid?
This is what we're going to do? Any of that? That's what he's really asking you.
Yeah.
No, I just said, when I got out the car with them, I was like, oh, they had like some busters over there scared to death.
The ones in who?
Yeah.
In the van?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the ones in the Cadillac, were they scared?
No.
Okay. That's where. Was there, without conversation, was there any understanding? Did you understand that if the guys in the Cadillac saw Suge, something was going to happen?
Well, it can't be understanding about conversation. But he's saying in your mind, he's trying to get inside of your head and ask you, in your mind, did you think that somebody was going to kill Suge?
No.
No, not kill him or light him up.
Anything.
Shoot at him.
Any kind of physical thing. Was that what you was thinking?
No, I wasn't thinking that. We was going to go to get high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. That's good.
Then why'd y'all flip a bitch when you saw him? Why was you screaming, that's them right there, flip a bust a you. The lawyer is not helping.
What you're really saying is that you guys ran into them inadvertently.
Yeah,
and although you went over to 662, if something might have happened with goddamn, but when you left there,
Yeah, I was like, yeah, we done. The land was like, man, my arm feel broke.
Okay. Okay. Understood. Different focus.
Yeah. Our mindset was different.
Okay.
Once we left that liquor store.
I
Your
believe
intent
that.
at that point was drink some, get a little high, and forget about it.
Eat some pussy, basically.
Jesus Christ, Higgins!
All right, so you're heading.
Mongo is appalled. What the fuck is happening? Also, I believe this part of the story. Once they left 662, I think they saw how many were rolling with Suge. Once they left 662, the guys in the van are scared. The guys in the Cadillac are like, whatever. They're going to go get some liquor. They're going to go back to the room. They're going to party. At that point, I don't think they had any intention of tracking anybody down. But when the opportunity presented itself, that did not present itself earlier in the evening, they were like, oh, we doing this.
We got lucky and ran into him.
You're going west on Flamingo.
We ran into him.
Yeah. You're going west on Flamingo towards the boulevard, and you see the entourage going eastbound on Flamingo from the boulevard.
Yeah.
And the first car in the row is that BMW.
Yeah.
This is a lesson on how not to be a criminal
You're in
defense
the Cadillac
attorney.
at this point.
Yeah.
Dre has the gun at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, picture yourself, you're going westbound, you see them going eastbound.
I am dying to know, because Keffe D was just passing a look to his current attorney. I am dying to know the conversations that Keffe D and his current lawyer, which we'll never know because privileged, the conversations Keffe D and his current lawyer had about this lawyer. Because, oh boy.
Does somebody in the car say something?
To themselves?
Anybody. I don't care.
We just there they go.
There they go. Okay. Yeah. And does anybody say, turn around?
No, he just busted you.
Who's driving again?
Terry Brown.
T. Brown. He turns a U-turn. What happens then? Does anybody say anything?
No. Lando just got Graham's like scared, and he just got the gun and got it popping.
How do you know?
So if nothing was supposed to happen, Dre getting scared and freezing isn't an issue. So if nothing was supposed to happen, Dre got scared and froze. Well, nothing was supposed to happen. Why is he getting scared and freezing? And why does Orlando take over the gun?
How do you know that Dre was scared?
He didn't do nothing.
What was he supposed to do?
Did he say anything?
No.
Did he point the gun?
No.
Did he say, I don't want to do it, or he just...
I just said, give it to me.
He snatched the gun from his hand, right?
Yeah.
Right. Dre never said a word.
Never said a word.
Just kind of locked up.
Yeah.
Okay. And Orlando...
So I think, Dre ain't as bad as Lando was, because he got beat up on him.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But there's no conversation. Dre or Orlando said, just give me the gun.
Yeah.
Takes the gun from him.
You can pop it.
Gets to shoot.
Yeah.
Right.
So were you guys already on the side of him when he took the gun and he started popping?
Yeah, we were already on the side.
Like immediately at that point. It's like...
At the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't hesitate. He grabbed him.
How much longer is there left in the recording?
There's about 30 minutes, so you want to take a lunch break. We'll finish the 30 call witness that we won't get through today.
That works. We'll take our lunch break now. The food has been delivered. I don't want it to get too cold. So at this time, we will recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk, converse amongst yourselves, or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1:30. Please rise for the jury.
Thanks, Your Honor. I like the sleeves of your robe. Holy shit. Holy shit. What do you need to talk to the judge about?
For the record, the jury, maybe it's...
Excuse me, Your Honor. What? I'm sorry, Keffe D. What do you need to say to the judge? 1 minute, Your Honor. What? Let your lawyer talk to the judge. What the fuck is happening today?
Hang on a sec. For the record, the jury. Maybe it's accident.
Talk to your lawyer.
Okay. Yes. What's up?
They keep giving out my address. They broke in my house, vandalized my house.
I'm shocked at this point, both that Keffe D is just putting stuff on the record, that his lawyer didn't say, tell me and I'll tell the judge. And the judge didn't say, sir, talk to your lawyer. Keffe D's mad because the cops are doxing him. I can't believe he's talking to the judge. What?
Okay, yes. What's up?
They keep giving out my address. They broke in my house, vandalized my house, vandalized my wife's car. You know what I'm saying? Because they keep giving out our address. Now they gave out my sister's address. This stuff is wrong.
I've heard it's going on both ways. That there's concerns both ways.
They're wrong.
I've admonished them to talk to their witnesses and anyone they can communicate about these issues. Okay, so your attorney let me know what's going on.
I get beat up by the cops. The guy attacked me in here, sent me to prison. This is wrong, and it's mostly this guy.
For the record, you're pointing at Mr. Kajak.
Yeah, for the record, I think he's indicating he's upset I'm prosecuting him for murder.
No, I'm not upset because you prosecute. You're endangering my family's life.
I mean, that's a fair concern.
State, again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to stay.
That's why they paused the video earlier, because he wanted that part of the video redacted out. Honestly, reasonable request that he wanted the addresses redacted out. Now, I don't know if the prosecution thought because this was so old that those weren't active addresses, but honestly, it's a fair request that if you're playing the full interview and he's giving out his addresses in the interview, to redact the address. It's reasonable. And it seems that that's what they went up to the bench about. I have been critical of lawyers on all sides when they don't redact things out of exhibits. I think that's fair. The thing that's so fucking wild is, one, that Keffe D is addressing this directly with the judge, not his lawyer. Like, what the fuck is even happening? And two, did you see how fast all the reporters in the courtroom picked up their pens? I can't believe that he is speaking directly to the judge about this and that the judge is talking back to him. First of all. Second of all, yeah, it's fair that home addresses get redacted out, especially if the defense is not contesting that he gave these interviews. There's no need to there's no need to play that part of the interview confirming that it's him if no one's contesting that it's him. The defense's contention is, my dude's full of bullshit. He's just talking. He's talking out his ass. They're not contesting that he wasn't in the interviews. But yeah, it's fair to say that these things should be redacted. Yeah, phone numbers should be redacted. Addresses should be redacted. I'm just shocked that they're letting him go. I'm going to rewind and try not to interrupt. I want to hear all of what Keffe D says to the court. And I want to watch the reporter's reaction in the background because all of them start scribbling while they're standing up. Can he talk to the judge like that? I mean, no. But also the judge didn't say, sir, tell your lawyer the concern your lawyer will tell me. The judge, it's really on the judge to say, sir, talk to your lawyer will tell me. But he's got beefs. Also, just for those of you that are new here, we've been going through Keffe D's book just a little bit, the Keffe D book club here, his burn book. The last 2 chapters of his book is him going through the people that betrayed him. He actually names the chapter, the first chapter, betrayal, and goes through and names people specifically by name, including Dirt Rock. Dirt Rock's in here. Names people and talks about how they betrayed him. And most of those statements end with, "You're wrong for that. That was wrong. You're wrong, homie." In every single one of these, it is like Sarah Boone's "I forgive you." He ends all of these different statements with, "You're wrong for that." I mean, there's one where he says, "You're wrong and you're a weak ass bitch." There are some that are a little strongly worded. But in all of these, he says, "You're wrong." So I'm not surprised that he's sitting here saying you're wrong. It's consistent with how he speaks in his book. Holy shit. All right, we're going to watch this again. Keffe D would like to address the court. Okay. Nobody's gotten any WD-40 yet in that courtroom.
Maybe it's accident. Okay, yes. What's up?
The jury's out of the courtroom, by the way. The jury is out of the courtroom. The jury is gone. Keffe D is like, I got a conversation to have.
They keep giving out my address. They broke in my house, vandalized my house, vandalized my wife's car. You know what I'm saying? Because they keep giving out our address. Now they gave out my sister's address. This stuff is wrong.
I've heard it's going on both ways, that there's concerns both ways.
They're wrong.
I've admonished them to talk to their witnesses and anyone they can communicate about these issues, okay? So your attorney let me know what's going on.
I get beat up by the cops. The guy attacked me in here, sent me to prison. This is wrong, and it's mostly this guy.
For the record, you're pointing at Mr. Dujac.
Yeah, for the record, I think he's indicating he's upset I'm prosecuting him for murder.
No, I'm not upset because you prosecute. You're endangering my family's life.
Yeah, he's upset about the doxing.
State, again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to stay in communication with your witnesses about not doing any of that. Goes both ways. Mr. Stamps, you'll talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. We'll be in recess.
And the judge just said multiple times it's going both ways, and you need to talk to your client about not talking to witnesses. Oh, I really wonder what's on those jail recordings. Now, I want to know what's on the jail recordings. Keffe D brought up some guy got me in here. Keffe D got prosecuted for assault that happened in custody. So there was something going on between them. I don't know if what Keffe D is complaining of is current or not. And I don't know if the people going to his house or his wife's car is current or not. But his address has been in these interviews from 2008, 2009. And I think the state can and should redact those things. I think that's fair. I don't know about the other grievances, but I do think it's fair to say, hey, if you're playing an audio recording with my house in it, because they paused it and went to sidebar today about it. If you're playing an audio recording that has my address in it, redact it. I think it should have been done in other cases where phone numbers aren't redacted, where social security numbers aren't redacted. But I think that should happen in every trial, not just in a trial that's televised, because those things all become part of the court record. And if no one's contesting the thing in evidence and you don't have to have that address in there, it's not hard to redact it. And you can put in a sealed exhibit that's not redacted if you really need to. But the court also admonished him, this goes both ways and you need to stop doing it too. Tracy said, didn't they check these things? It's not everyone's practice. It's not everyone's practice to redact exhibits that are going into evidence for things like addresses, especially when the interviews are so old. I don't even know if the prosecutors or law enforcement would have checked if anyone's still living at those addresses. It's not everyone's practice to check that. And saying, does somebody live on Burris Street or California Street? That's relevant to the gang stuff. I don't think you need the addresses in there. Also, I think everybody in Compton knows where his family lives. But yeah, the exact addresses of where people are, that can come out. I want to hear what the judge said again. And then we're going to zoom right through lunch because holy fucking shit. I retract everything I said earlier today. Did I say I thought that the audio might be boring? Withdrawn.
No, I'm not upset because you prosecuted. You're endangering my family's life.
State, again, like we talked about at the bench, you're going to stay in communication with your witnesses about not doing any of that. Goes both ways. Mr. Stamps, you'll talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
That's defense counsel. Mr. Samp, you'll communicate with your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
Not doing any of that. Goes both ways. Mr. Stamps, you'll talk to your client about not communicating with witnesses as well.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. We'll be at recess. Thanks, everybody.
Well, that's wild. Dreisen said in North Carolina, it's part of the rules of evidence to redact addresses and cell phone numbers. I think it should be everywhere. I really do. It's best practices. I think it should be. Okay. So we're at the lunch break. Chat has asked for a code red. I think we're just going to go to code red for the summary, and then we'll be back from code red. I think we just need to go to code red for the summary and try to summarize what just happened this afternoon. Because Chad has asked for it. Well, this trial's been anything but boring. There have been those slow moments of audio testimony, but today was not it. Oh boy. Chat, motion granted. For anyone who's new here, code red is a bit flashy. The flashing ends when the music ends. If you're flash sensitive, do not watch. It is only a few seconds long. The flashing ends when the music ends. We are going to code red. For anyone who is also new and is like, Emily, code red. Code red is code what the fuck. And there are moments in court where things are wild, but they're not what the fuck. This is a what the fuck. What the fuck? Yeah, we're going to code red. Because what the fuck? Well, it's day 5 of the, sorry, Miguelina, no, we don't need to because we're just doing a summary and then we're going back to court. If people missed the fuckery today, they missed the fuckery today. I don't think we need an app notification on this because it already happened. But thank you. We're at the lunch break of day 5 of the Keffe D trial. And I was concerned that the audio that we would hear this afternoon, which is the 2009 interview with Keffe D, would be a boring recitation of what we heard in the 2008 interview. And that there would be, and there's been some snarfling, but not nearly as much. I did not expect it to be absolutely wild, but we'll get to that in just a second because after they took a break, they said there's about 30 minutes of audio left. They took a break for the jury because the jurors' lunch got there. And the court didn't want lunch to get cold. Very mindful of the judge. And as the jury's going out, Keffe D's sitting there with his finger up at the judge, with his finger up. Because he has something to say to the court. And rather than the court saying, let your lawyer know and your lawyer can tell me, or redirecting him, Keffe D just had a whole moment to say to the court, essentially, that the prosecutors are wrong and that they are putting his family in danger and that they're putting his address and his sister's address on the record. The court indicated that they had talked about this at sidebar. And remember, at the very beginning of this particular interview, the interview had stopped and they had all gone to sidebar for more than a few moments. I wonder now if that's exactly what the sidebar was about. Do I think it's unreasonable to ask the prosecution in interviews, no matter how old, when they talk about somebody's address, if the address isn't something that is inextricably linked to evidence that has to come in, redact it out. I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's fine. Redact out the address. If you need to leave the city in for context, if you need to leave the street in for context, I think there's arguments that can be made that that needs to happen, but you can take out the numbers or the house numbers. But Keffe D is complaining to the court directly that a house has been broken into, that his sister's address out there, that his wife's car has been vandalized, that the police beat him up, which is not going to be contemporaneous to now, I don't think. But the court spoke back to Keffe D and said that it has been going both ways. Spoke back to Keffe D and said that the state has been advised to advise their witnesses. That the court also said that Keffe D's lawyer, she said, Mr. Samp should also advise you to not be contacting any witnesses. Or not communicating with any witnesses. The fact that the court's response to this was, it's been going both ways, was completely unexpected. Keffe D just talking in open court to the court is completely unexpected. His lawyer not saying, bro, let me talk to the court, is also wild. Most defense attorneys would be saying, no. I've voiced this concern. But his lawyer stood there and was just like, go off, King. It was absolutely wild. The Keffe D is like, no, I got something to say and I'm going to say it. It seems that this was already brought up with the court, that this complaint's already been registered, and the court also telling the defense, it goes both ways. Please advise your client also not to have any contact with witnesses, is wild. So then we get into this interview from 2009. And this interview from 2009, I think, might be one of the best examples I've ever seen of why, even if you have your lawyer with you, going in to do an interview that is not a protected interview of any sort is generally a terrible idea, unless you're looking at it from the perspective of law enforcement or the prosecutor. And then it's like, thank you for explaining that. That was incredibly helpful. Thank you for your assistance. But Keffe D goes into this interview with his lawyer Higgins, Dupree, who we saw testify yesterday from LAPD, who is part of the Biggie task force, and Detective Long from Las Vegas. Because Las Vegas is there to talk about the investigation into the murder of Tupac. And he says it at the beginning of the recording. We're here investigating the murder of Tupac. And Keffe D's demeanor is a bit different in this interview. It is clear that he is more hesitant, more guarded, but now he's talking to cops in the jurisdiction. And Detective Long starts out the interview with, we're not here to arrest you today. Keffe D's like, what? Back up. What do you mean you're not here to arrest me today? He's like, well, I mean to say that you're free to go. And at that point, they should have said, thank you, gotten up, and walked out, because it's not a proffer. It is a voluntary interview. And then as they start going through the interview and who Zip handed the gun to, Keffe D asks if Detective Long will step out. And Detective Long's like, sure. So Detective Long steps out, and Keffe D's lawyer has a little heart-to-heart with him while Detective Dupree from LAPD is still sitting in the room. Dupree is still in the room. Dupree, Keffe D's lawyer. And Keffe D's lawyer is trying to say, hey man, remember that conversation we had before we got here? Remember how we talked about, like, if Zip gave you the gun, then that can put you in some problems with like catching a murder case. Remember how we talked about that? And Keffe D's saying, he did give me the gun. He did give me the gun. And Dupree's like, hey man, you just be consistent with what you told us. You already told us, just be consistent with what you told us before. And his lawyer's like, but here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when you give two statements, this is Higgins, the lawyer. When you give two statements, you can either like solidify it and lock it in, or you can leave yourself a little room. Not lying, but you can just leave yourself a little room. And Keffe D's like, yeah, but he did give me the gun. And his lawyer's like, I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down. I'm just saying give yourself a little wiggle room. Just give yourself a little room. Hi, George. I'm not saying lie, but I'm not saying tell them all of the truth that's just going to be like locked and loaded. So Dupree is sitting in the room while Higgins is telling his client, maybe you need to back away from the last story that you gave. Maybe you need to give a little gray zone, muddy the waters a little bit. And then Higgins is giving him examples of how to maybe muddy the waters a little bit. Like maybe you think that he might have could have maybe given you the gun. Maybe we step back away from that a little bit. And Dupree's like, just tell us what you told us last time. Just go ahead. I have never seen an interview quite like that with the defense attorney because the law enforcement's asking questions, and before Keffe D can even answer, the lawyer is either offering more information or rephrasing the questions in a way that's not necessarily helpful to his client. And I am so curious where the defense is going to go with this. Because remember yesterday, the defense attorney was talking to Dupree about the fact that Detective Kading told Keffe D to get a different lawyer. And it was insinuated that Kading suggested Higgins. That was in the questioning yesterday. Hi, George. I know, we're almost done with this part. I'm also shocked. George is appalled. My other cat. And when he was asking Dupree about that, Dupree's like, I don't know anything about that. I'm like, that's kind of crazy. And then in the beginning of the interview from 2008, Kading's like, yeah, I don't trust that other lawyer, Edie. I don't trust that lawyer because that lawyer set up a $60,000 deal for Orlando Anderson to go testify at Suge's hearing that Suge was trying to help the situation, was not jumping him. So Kading straight said to Keffe D, yeah, I didn't trust that other lawyer. He seems dirty to me. And now Higgins was in there saying, yeah, remember that other lawyer was representing some of the guys that snitched on you, that flipped on you. He's in that room having conversations with the people that flipped on you. You can't trust that lawyer. And then a year later, Higgins is in there being like, so maybe we don't tell them the whole story? Absolutely fucking crazy today. Just crazy. I don't know where the defense goes from here other than, I don't know, arguing that the Higgins lawyer was like a plant. I'm curious to see where the defense goes arguing that, because that interview was not a proffer. It was not protected. No one told Keffe D that it wouldn't be used against him. Hi, George. No one told Keffe D it wouldn't be used against him. And I think that interview is more damning than the last interview that we heard, because his lawyer is in the room trying to get Keffe D to back off that story. The jury's hearing all of it. The lawyer is trying to get him to back away from the story. And Keffe D keeps saying, he gave me the gun. He gave me the gun. So now the jury is aware that the lawyer knew that the act of him taking the gun and giving it to the ultimate shooter is a problem for catching a murder case. And they heard how much the lawyer wanted to back off, and Keffe D's just like, but he gave me the gun. I also think it lends credibility to that part of Keffe D's statement, which is the ultimate question here. Because taking the gun and giving it to the person who shot is a pretty easy aiding and abetting theory. It goes beyond saying, let's go get them. It goes beyond saying, we got to do what we got to do. It goes beyond saying, let's go find them. It is directly involved in, but for you giving the gun to the person who shoots, nobody's shooting because nobody has a gun. Makes it pretty clear, and I think it makes that part of his story credible. I think that interview comes across, and let me know what you think in the comments. Let me know what you think in the chat. I think it comes across as Keffe D is having a hard time lying about that part of the case. He's like, nobody gave me the gun. But he gave me the gun. Absolutely wild. And that's the story he tells in subsequent interviews that I think we're still yet to see. It's a story he tells in the book. And it lends credibility to the defendant's story. And I think it makes it harder for the defense to argue fact or fiction. And everything my guy is saying is fiction. If everything your guy's saying is fiction, why is he kicking the Las Vegas PD detective out of the room to have a sit down with his lawyer and the detective he seems to trust to talk about what he's going to say next? If all of it's just bullshit, why does he need to have that kind of conversation? And why is his lawyer like, you are seriously not picking up what I'm putting down, dude? Give yourself some room. Give yourself some room from this. Why is his lawyer so worried about it if it's all just bullshit? Because in that room, Higgins didn't seem to think it was bullshit. Higgins seemed to think it's something that he needed a little bit of space. That's so wild. What a wild day in court. What a wild day in court. And then Keffe D's like, I have something to say, Your Honor. Oh, absolutely crazy. That interview is going to be real interesting to come back. Dupree, G-Me D said, did Dupree talk about the interview? Dupree talked about both interviews. You've triggered a thought. Thank you, chat. Dupree, remember, Dupree was the one who laid the foundation for these interviews. The interviews got admitted. The prosecution said, we're not going to play all these interviews with him sitting on the stand. He needs to get back to Los Angeles. He had a doctor's appointment or something. And the defense wanted to make sure that Dupree was subject to recall because defense is like, but after the interviews, I might have some more questions. I am wondering if part of the reason the defense wanted to ask more questions of Dupree after the interviews is that perhaps the defense wants to follow up about some of those conversations with the lawyer from this interview that we're hearing now. Because the defense was really insistent, hey, I want to make sure that we have the ability to call Dupree after these play. This is going to be real interesting. Leonard, you were in the room when it happened. You were absolutely in the room where it happened. So let us zoom through the lunch break and continue. J. Michael RN, good to see you in the chat. How does ineffective assistance of counsel play in when counsel was prior counsel during investigative actions? It doesn't. It doesn't. Because that was a consensual interview. So there's nothing in regard to this criminal trial, other than the statements being used, that Keffe D can do about it. It's only attached to trial. Which is why almost every attorney you talk to will say, you know what the easiest thing to do is? To shut the fuck up. Not an easy thing for Keffe D. But Keffe D is not under arrest. It's not a critical stage in the proceeding. He doesn't have the right to counsel at that point. It's not a Mirandized interview. It is a consensual conversation. And there's There's no jeopardy at play there. Can he sue his attorney for malpractice? Kristen asked, well, I don't often give advice on malpractice, and I don't know what else Keffe D and his lawyer talked about. It's not a great look for the lawyer to be suggesting that you're not entirely truthful in a consensual interview that you walked your dude into. And I have to wonder if the strategy there was to try to undo how bad the first interview was. But also the statute of limitations for malpractice in California is like a year. So if that hasn't been done, it is way too late. It is way too late. Canada said they said it was protected, didn't they? That was the last interview. Not this one. This interview was a consensual interview, not a proffer. Hey, come down and have a chat with us. Okay. Let me bring my lawyer. Okay. Now they may have said, this is just a conversation for us. But no, it's not protected in any way. So, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. All right. We are going to zoom past the lunch break. If court takes another afternoon break, I might take a restroom break. But honestly, I want to get back into this fucking interview because this shit's crazy. This is crazy. So Keffe D might have thought that because of the last one, they said it was a proffer. But the detective starts this out with, this is a consensual interview. You're free to leave. Yeah. No, this is very clearly not a proffered interview. Angela said, I think Keffe D feels played. Angela, I don't disagree with you. I think he probably does too. And I imagine that Keffe D was probably real frustrated when this shit started becoming public, when Kading started making this public. Queen D says, why weren't charges brought after these interviews? I have no idea. I have no idea. And I hope that somebody maybe asks, but I have no idea. Because man, all right, let's get to, I'm going to answer one more question. Lala said attorney-client privilege regarding Higgins. Not for this interview because, well, he's still in the room with Dupree. So no, there's no attorney-client privilege regarding the interview. There could be attorney-client privilege regarding the pre-conversation before that interview. Now, Keffe D can waive that. Keffe D could come in and say, but my lawyer told me to do this and my lawyer told me to do that. I don't think he's going to. There's no point to it. But no, the conversation with him and his lawyer and Dupree, there is a detective sitting right there in the room when this is happening. Literally, they're all in the room where it happened. Absolutely wild. All right, let's get back to after lunch. We're going to reserve a code red for future code red needs because who knows with today. We've gotten 5 days in and shit has just popped off in this case. I am surprised. I'm surprised, but I have no idea why they delayed charges. I don't know. I don't know why it took so long.
Yeah.
I really
back
don't.
On record in State versus Davis, C377407.
I want to know the inside of that too. I don't know if we'll get to it. I want to know if they took it to the DA's office and the DA's office was like, no, we want more information. I want to know if the detective sat on it. I really don't know. I really don't know. I'm curious too. And I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to wait to see how trial plays out. And then if we don't get answers at the end of trial, I will see if we can look into it further. But I'm real curious. Real curious. All right.
Anything we need to address before we bring the jury in?
Not from the state.
Timing wise, we're going to finish off with the statement and then you have a witness that you're going to get started but not finished, correct? Okay, sounds good. Let's bring in the jury. Randy?
The violation of the proffer. I'm real curious about the violation of the proffer with Kading putting that out in public. But also, I don't know if it was just the 2008 that came out or if it was the 2009, because 2009 is not a proffer, but I think it was both. But I will double check that. I want to double check that. And then the inevitable discovery after the book Might be, that's the question. It might be about the evidentiary issues with the proffer. This makes sense. And it might really be just that the evidentiary issues with the proffer are that the first one doesn't come into evidence, and it becomes a little more difficult to get those defendant's statements into evidence until the defendant publishes his book. It might be that. Though I think they could have used the second interview because there was no promise that wouldn't be used against him at all with that second interview. So, holy shit today. All right. I turned the volume down just because that door squeaking is, it's been squeaking quite a bit. We're going to zoom while the jury comes in.
It's always warm in the robe, so I don't know.
They were talking about whether it was warm in the courtroom, and the judge said it's always warm in the robe. That's fair enough. All right. Defendant and his lawyer are chatting. We got about 30 more minutes of this interview.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the middle of two-thirds of the way through exhibit number 118. State, you may resume playing whenever you're ready.
All right, let's resume.
Okay. So you said you didn't know that Orlando was going to shoot him, but he wasn't a planned shooter.
No.
There was no plan at that time.
At all, period.
It was a lucky coincidence.
Yeah, we ran into him.
Okay.
It just happened, what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't know how to word this.
You're doing a good job.
Long's like, I don't know how to word this question. And the lawyer jumps in with, you're doing a great job, detective. Higgins, this detective started the interview with, we're not here to arrest you today. You're doing a great job. Holy shit. Thanks for the affirmation.
Yeah, okay. So he does the shooting. You turn. The girls start to follow you. Orlando puts another round off. The girls decide not to follow you.
Yeah.
And then you drive away and go to the carriage house. Is there any conversation before he splits from you, Orlando? Before he leaves you? He doesn't tell you at that time, I'm going to go...
he told us after he got there.
Okay.
Jack clocked it immediately. Chad's like, you're doing amazing, sweetie.
I mean, that was a trip because they was right here and we was at the crosswalk in the middle of the...
We are now getting to Keffe D. Sorry, I was saying you're doing amazing, sweetie. We are getting to Keffe D talking about afterwards. We had heard him talking about walking past the Coca-Cola sign and heading to the Monte Carlo across the street from the MGM. And now he's talking about we were right there and then they were right there. What he's talking about is seeing the ambulances taking Suge and Tupac to UMC from where the car hit the median or came to rest on the median. And so what he's talking about is being able to see into the back of the ambulances. He puts this in his book too, that he saw into the back of the ambulances, saw them working on Tupac, saw Suge in the ambulance. So he's kind of jumped into that part of the story. And so then they go back and clarify a little bit from the looks of the transcript.
He told us after he got there.
Okay.
And I was like, man, we ran right into him at the park. I mean,
we ran right into them at the crosswalk.
That was a trip because they was right here and we was at the crosswalk in the middle of the Las Vegas Boulevard. Like, damn.
When you were walking back?
Yeah, when we was walking back down.
He didn't say this in previous interviews. He did put it in subsequent interviews and his book. But this is it. Right. Yeah, we saw him in the ambulance. Why they don't know about this. Why are we adding this detail?
Suge and Tupac to the back of the ambulance.
Back of the ambulance.
Right by us. Like, we could have said hi.
Did Suge see you?
I don't know.
Okay.
Did he see you? Did he know it was you that was in the car when they did the shooting?
I mean, he could have seen you.
He could have seen me, yeah.
You think he might have, it could be possible.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is, did you guys make eye contact? Did you and Suge make eye contact?
Earlier he
You
said
made
they did.
eye contact with him?
It looked like...
Okay, and this is when you're walking?
No, this was...
During the shooting?
Yeah.
You could have made eye contact with him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So during the shooting, you made eye contact with Suge?
It looked like... I see. It looked like you seen it.
You believe that?
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay.
Is his lawyer Higgins trying to say you believe that, like shut the fuck up? Or you believe that like he's in disbelief? The detective says during the shooting you made eye contact with Suge. And Higgins is like, you believe that? Or Higgins is like, is Higgins just trying to get him to shut up at this point? Or not?
So during the shooting, you made eye contact with Suge?
It looked like... I see. It looked like you seen it.
You believe that?
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay. All right.
That's why he said, y'all had the right motherfucker.
Say it again.
Remember he said on that interview, y'all had the right motherfucker, y'all had your man. You remember him saying that?
Yeah.
Now he's talking about interviews Suge has given. Because Keffe D complains in his book, and I'm sure complained at the time, that Suge was putting his name out on the street. Keffe D clearly feels cannot keep Suge's name out of his mouth. I think Suge is the definition of lives rent-free for Keffe D. Like, you don't remember Suge saying in the interview, you all had the right motherfucker? Because Keffe D has beef with the fact that he thinks Suge was putting his name out there of being involved with this. That's what he's talking about now.
Y'all had the right motherfucker.
Say it again.
Remember he said on that interview, y'all had the right motherfucker, y'all had your man. You remember him saying that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And what do you think he was referring to?
To Orlando?
Yeah, Orlando.
He's talking about him.
Okay.
Not Orlando.
Yeah, I remember he said that when he was at his office. Y'all had your man. Then he did all of that book interview, all that shit. Like this motherfucker. Snitcher. You know?
That's strange.
Though I do think Orlando got arrested. Orlando got arrested after this, so he could be referring to Orlando with y'all had the right man, because Orlando did get arrested after this.
He did that.
Yeah.
You don't remember him saying that?
No, I remember something to the effect. Did you think he was going to
I thought he was, yeah.
press charges on you?
Orlando really kind of saved him.
Well, I mean, anybody. I mean, did you think Suge was going to tell the police?
No, you know better than answer that question. Suge wasn't going to tell him that. But answer the question.
And the lawyer's jumping right in there. Nah. We know Suge's not going to the police.
I thought he was.
You really is?
Yeah, because he just had the music industry view of food.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And like
Keffe D's just...
with the street people.
Keffe D's just disagreeing with his lawyer. His lawyer's like, nah, we know Suge's not going to the police. And Keffe D's like, no, I thought he might. I thought he might go to the police.
Wasn't scared of him. You see now he gets beat up every week.
Yeah. So the police actually came and did some search warrants.
Yeah.
You remember that you were there for that?
I got away about 5 minutes before y'all came.
Okay. And they got into the houses on Burris, as well as quite a few other places.
Yeah.
They actually took quite a few guns.
Yep.
Yeah. They didn't get the right gun.
No.
Do you have any idea now where that gun might have gone?
I
Never
don't know
heard anything about it.
It really sounds like somebody's spinning something on the table where the recorder is, to me. But somebody's doing something on the table. That's what that noise is.
Or did I never say anything about it? Who went back and got the Cadillac?
T. Brown drove it on.
So T. Brown would have had the gun at some point?
Not that I can recall.
You didn't hear anything about that?
Nah, they left it on the tire.
Nobody never discussed what the gun is. Never.
Okay.
Tell them why that happened, because what was your mindset?
What's that?
Why wouldn't you not discuss the gun?
We was trying to get I was trying to get
Keffe D's laughing at Higgins asking this question. If you're listening in the background, come on back as Keffe D is reacting to what Higgins is saying during this interview. Y'all never talked about the gun? No! You don't talk about Fight Club. They know somebody's going to handle it. They probably had prearranged who's going to handle it. They knew somebody was going to handle it. No, they didn't talk about it afterwards. That is a contingency plan that they don't need. They know. They're just running the plays from the playbook. Look at Keffe D's face.
Nobody never discussed what a gun is. Never.
Okay.
Tell them why that happened, because what was your mindset?
What's that?
Why wouldn't you not discuss the gun?
Plausible deniability.
We was trying to get I was trying to get as far away from Vegas as I possibly could.
Keffe D knows how bad this
It
is.
wasn't on your priority.
You should have gotten up and walked out. He knows how bad this is listening back to it with this lawyer. So ridiculous. What was your mindset about not asking about the gun? The gun that the murder happened with. Yeah, I'm confident that everybody wanted to make sure it was gone. It's gone. Anybody dredge Lake Tahoe, like that shit's gone.
I was trying to get the fuck up out of there.
When did you leave Las Vegas?
We left the next morning.
I'm sorry?
We left the next morning because we figured y'all would be looking for that Cadillac on the road.
Okay. So you left in the Buick?
Yeah.
With Pamela. Or Paula, I'm sorry.
Me, Paula, and Lane.
Oh, Lane drove back with you?
Yeah.
What did Lane say about the shooting to you?
He was just nervous all the way back. And he was like, man, because he went on to the doctor and got a what's his name? At the same hospital.
In what hospital?
What? He went to UMC?
On Marlon Parkway.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
The next day or the same night?
That same night, got a slang. What was wrong with everything?
While they were in the hospital?
Yeah.
Tupac was taken to a trauma center, not on Maryland Parkway.
Oh.
There is a hospital on Maryland Parkway.
Yeah.
And you think
that's where he got it? Yeah. Got a slang and everything.
Different
He
hospital.
was fucked up. They fucked him up bad.
Okay.
I mean, not comparatively.
I'm looking for anything Orlando might have said about the shooting. When did you find out that
that day was hit?
Yeah, Tupac was hit. Suge was grazed.
Corey had came from the MGM and said, everybody talking about Tupac is shot.
What did Orlando feel about that?
What, did he say anything?
No.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. He didn't say nothing.
You didn't say anything?
Yeah, no. We was already scared of Corey because they were saying
They weren't saying it in front of Corey anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, snitch, yeah.
Yeah, we was kind of scared of him.
Dupree coming in and is like, no, they're not gonna talk about it because you don't want to get a jack. Listen to Dupree's coming in like, If Dupree wasn't law enforcement, he would have been a better lawyer for you in this interview, Keffe D. But if Dupree wasn't law enforcement, he would have told you to shut the fuck up.
We was already scared of Corey because they were saying
They weren't saying it in front of Corey anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, snitch, yeah.
Yeah, we was kind of scared of him, so we didn't really mention nothing around him.
Okay.
But
Now, go ahead.
He got wind.
Who got?
When Diddy found out, shit.
Yeah, he has some strong words for C-Ray in this book.
Go ahead.
I said, Corey, when he found out what happened and shit, he got to tell everybody.
Well, he found out what he thought happened because he wasn't there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the van, we'll get back to that real quick, but the van, it didn't catch up to you guys at all? It wasn't even nowhere near the shooting at that time? They
didn't ever know we had did it.
None of those guys?
None of those guys.
Did the van
So
not
you
go to
didn't
the
even
liquor
tell them you
store?
did it? How about when you get back to Compton? Did you tell everybody that
I didn't tell nobody.
Okay, he asked you 2 questions. It's not on purpose. Okay, but just listen carefully to his question. His first question was...
Did I tell anybody?
Yes.
Never.
Okay.
And first time I even mentioned it to anybody was when I told him. I was my deeper secret.
Your lawyer didn't even know, right?
I understand.
Keith, your lawyer didn't even know, right?
Higgins, what are you doing? Keffe D's like, this is my deepest, darkest secret. Also, Long should shut the fuck up. But Keffe D's like, I never told anybody. Everyone should be shutting up except for Keffe D, because now he's talking about, no, this was my deepest, darkest secrets. And Higgins is bumping in like, but your lawyer didn't even know. Bro, you're not the main character in this interview. Stop making yourself the main character.
His question, his first question was,
Did I tell anybody?
Yes.
Never.
Okay.
And first time I even mentioned it to anybody was when I told him. I was my deeper secret.
Your lawyer didn't even know.
And I think what he said when I told him, he's talking about Dupree. That Dupree was the first person he told in that last interview.
All right.
I understand.
Keith, your lawyer didn't even know, right?
Okay.
And all the little dudes be on the internet, we killed Tupac. And you cannot be doing that. You know what I'm saying? Stupid motherfuckers. Murder is never over.
Keith, is he asking?
Excuse me, Keffe D? What did you just say? He was talking yesterday in the other interview about the little MySpace gangsters and his disdain for the MySpace gangsters. Truer words have never been spoken, Keffe D. A murder is never over. Correct. Holy shit.
You know what I'm saying? Stupid motherfuckers. Murder is never over.
Keith, is he asking you a question?
Well, no. That's right now.
Quit rambling. Just let him answer the question so we can go.
That's the first time his lawyer lawyered. Look, the lawyer lawyered. Quit rambling.
The Burris crew.
Yeah.
South Side Crips. When you got back into Compton, did you have a meeting with your crew?
Not with our crew. We gave after all that shooting, we gave a meeting there.
We had a meeting.
All the killings?
All the shooting, yeah.
What did the meeting consist of then?
What'd you say?
What did the meeting?
I have no idea who is like dialing a phone in the background of this interview right now, Chad. It's not me. It's not in court. I have no idea. No idea.
What happened at that meeting?
What happened at that meeting?
They had a meeting.
I said we'll take care of all the heavyweight dudes and y'all just take care of all the neighborhood dudes.
Okay.
But in that time that you kind of told them, look, man, this is all because of Tupac, because something happened down there, something like that.
I said,
he's trying to refresh your memory, so just listen to what he says, because he's not trying to testify.
Y'all shouldn't have ever gave that meeting.
Okay.
Shouldn't have ever gave that.
Keffe D says, I never should have gave that meeting. He talks about it in his book, just so we're all on the same page. He talks about it in his book. In his book, he says that he kind of grabbed all the South Side Compton Crips that they could, all the two different kind of sets, and everybody met up at a park, and he was like, look, we are in the middle of a war, gentlemen, with the Pyrus, and this is what we're going to do. We need you to take on these folks. We're going to take on those folks. And that's what we're going to do. And in his book, he says the reason he never should have had that meeting is because there were feds at that meeting. And after that meeting, where he was the one talking to everybody, the feds wouldn't get off his ass. So he thought that the feds being present at that meeting was one of the things that kept them following him. So that's why he's saying I never should have gave that meeting. But they got together in a park. And he's like, look, this is the plan. This is what we're doing.
Yeah, the meeting and
at the point that you have that meeting, it's a full-on war.
Yeah.
A lot of people dying.
People were scared, yeah. We only lost one person.
That would be
Bobby Pence.
Okay.
But you the boss, so you trying to just have a meeting to tell everybody what's going on, watch your back. This is why A, B, C, and D is happening. Then you the boss.
Yeah.
Okay. What was said at the meeting?
What said at the meeting? Shit. I just told them be careful. Y'all take care of all the gang members, the street level guys, and we'll handle the heavyweight guys.
But isn't that the time that you told her kind of like alluded to the fact that somebody from South Side had done that, killed Tupac?
I never told nobody that. Never said that. Because I know better than that. The first time I ever told somebody was y'all. I didn't tell my sisters. I didn't tell my brothers. I didn't tell nobody nothing. I don't know if Lando told anybody or nothing. But I never told nobody shit. Not like that.
He said, I never told anybody shit. However, in his interview yesterday, what he said was that Diddy called up Zip after he heard the news that Tupac had been shot and said, was that us? Was that us? And Keffe D said, yeah, that was us. And that Faith Evans called up Zip saying the same thing. Was that us? Was that us? And Keffe D said, yeah, that was us. So yeah, they were taking credit for it. He says they weren't taking credit for it, but they were taking credit for it.
Did the Cadillac go anyplace?
Did he go anyplace?
Well, you said that Dre drove it back.
No, T Brown drove it back.
Okay, T Brown, I'm sorry. T Brown drove it back to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
What?
Did he go to a car wash?
Yes.
No, hell no.
Nothing like that. No. You just turned it, he turned it back into the rent-a-car.
Yeah.
All right.
Dupree's asking the real questions. No body shop?
No bullet holes, no body shop, no nothing.
No nothing.
None of that never happened.
None of that happened.
Were there any casings left inside?
Keffe D now says in his book that they had to paint the car and that the car got shot back at. I think some of that is, I think some of that might be puffery, but in this, did the car get, if their white Cadillac had been hit, it would have been easier to trace back that white Cadillac to who rented it and start going and putting pressure on people. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So I tend to believe that the Cadillac did not get hit. There were no other casings. There were no other calibers. The witnesses did not, none of the other witnesses saw anything. So I don't think that they got shot at. But
that car?
You know, he got that shit up on there.
T Brown did.
Yeah.
When did he do that?
Shit, before he left Las Vegas.
You know where he did that? Was it there in the parking lot at the carriage house, or do you have any idea where he cleaned it up?
I didn't go over there. I didn't go nowhere near that Cadillac.
I understand that.
Yeah,
But he didn't say anything about,
somebody should have just
I took
reported
care of
it
it, I
stolen.
cleaned it out, anything like that.
No, the Cadillac was a rental.
No.
It don't work here?
I don't know. I didn't tell nobody nothing that we took care of Tupac. None of that shit. Never.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Keffe D? I didn't tell nobody nothing that we killed Tupac. I didn't tell nobody nothing that we killed Tupac.
No.
It don't work here?
I don't know. I didn't tell nobody nothing that we took care of Tupac. None of that shit. Never. That was my deepest secret in my life.
That would cause problems.
Yeah. I told him the first day.
T Brown's still alive?
Yeah.
Where's he at?
Tell him.
He over here in LA somewhere. He hanging out by the Millennium. What's the name? You could arrest him?
No. I'm
just
looking for information. That's all.
Okay.
That got a big reaction from law enforcement. You finna arrest him? No.
Y'all had him.
No. We're not going to tell you who we're arresting. You going to arrest him? No. We're not saying that. We're not saying that.
Y'all didn't give me.
Keith, did he ask you a question? Let me ask you a question.
All right.
Higgins is now trying to get him to shut up. Higgins should have started with not going into this interview.
Have you discussed this with T. Brown since Tupac died?
Man, I'm the only one alive.
I know. Have you two discussed it?
Yeah, all the time.
Would T. Brown talk to me?
What? He might, I don't know.
Okay.
He might. But, yeah. And I would.
Do you think he stashed that gun? I'm just asking for your opinion at this point.
Even that gun is an interesting thing.
Higgins!
You know how many years I've been hunting that fucking thing?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Detective Long's like, we've been looking for this fucking gun. Of course.
It hasn't popped up. Tell him what you know about the gun, like where could it be, or if you have any idea who might have took it. Just think it off the top of your head. Someone come back and got it.
Holy fucking shit, dude. Las Vegas PD says, you know how long we've been looking for that fucking gun? The correct response is, yeah, that's a bummer. I have no idea what happened to the gun. Instead, his lawyer's like, hey, just off the top of your head, anything you can think of. Where might this have come from? Just anything you can tell us. Anything you can say. Just pontificate a little bit. Just spitball with me. What are some things that could have happened to that gun? Just hypothetically. Holy shit, dude. Keffe keeps looking over at his current defense lawyer while they're listening to this. Yeah, it's that bad. It really is that bad.
You know how many years I've been hunting that fucking thing?
Yeah, it seems to be. It hasn't popped up. Tell him what you know about the gun, like where could it be, or if you have any idea who might have took it. Just think it off the top of your head. Someone come back and got it. Anything you can think of?
I didn't go nowhere near that gun.
I understand that.
What I'm saying is, do you have an impression that anyone mentioned something about maybe they went back and got it, or someone took a special interest with it, so you might think, is there a particular person you think that went and took the gun?
Why are you cross-examining your own witness about where this murder weapon might be? The murder weapon that your client just told law enforcement he gave to the gunman. Oh, do you know what? Do you know who might have it?
I don't know. That's T. Brown probably didn't know. He didn't know.
Is T. Brown the kind of person that would keep a gun like that because
hell no.
He got rid of it. You think he got rid of it? He would not keep it as a trophy.
Hell no.
Like that.
Shit.
Who's the detective here?
Not at all.
I mean, that's
man. Him the only one we be talking about. We only do 2 dudes alive. And woo.
He never said nothing about the gun though. Never.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Never.
But we know who all told on us because we got.
He didn't ask you that question.
Okay.
He asked a question about gun, okay? Damn, Keith.
Oh.
Be here all day. Just, it's cool. You got as much time as you want, but. Okay, come on. Okay, go on. Answer the question.
What's told on you?
Corey Evers.
How many times do we. Can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
Okay, just a minute. How many times do we got to talk about Corey?
Okay.
Okay, this is not, but just give to him whatever you want, but, he got a fixation on Corey. Every time we got to talk about any subject, you're bringing up Corey. Okay, so now get what you want. Okay, but I'm just saying, I'm tired of this Corey personal stuff.
Okay.
You're going, say what you're going to say.
Man, that man would say nothing, man.
When are you going to stop on the dude? You got a person, he just thinks, hates him and snitching, and I wouldn't care what you talk about, he going to bring up Corey's name. Leave the dude alone.
He was jealous of Keffe from what I heard.
Yeah. This is why Keffe likes Dupree better. Dupree's like, Corey's jealous of what Keffe from what I heard. This is why Dupree and Keffe D have good rapport. Because Dupree's like, yeah, I heard C. Ray's jealous of Keffe D. Like, that's what I heard on the street. Corey, C. Ray. We'll get there. Higgins sounds like a lawyer whose client continues to circle around the things that he will not let go of and the people who wronged him. C. Ray is one of those people. And Higgins, it sounds to me, is telling Keffe D literally, shut the fuck up about C-Ray. I'm sick of hearing about him. He's got nothing to do with this. I am so tired of you talking about C-Ray. You've got beef with C-Ray. I don't give a shit. Shut the fuck up about Corey. Now, I will say that Keffe D does not heed that advice. Keffe D talks about C-Ray throughout his book multiple times. And let's see, we can just take a moment. Emily, this is why coverage takes forever. Yeah, it does. Because we're going back to the lore here. Now, he talks about him throughout the book, but at the end of the book, the epilogue, Keffe D saves the burn book portion for the epilogue here. So we're gonna epilogue real quick on him talking about C-Ray, if you don't mind. He's got words for everybody, including Dirt Rock, which we should have talked about yesterday when Dirt Rock testified, but we didn't. He thinks Dirt Rock snitched on him, but that's okay. We learned that Dirt Rock, like Keffe D, was working for law enforcement. Give me 1 second. There we go. The other thing was being a thing. Okay, C-Ray. They've talked about C-Ray and Corey a little bit, but epilogue. C-Ray, you got caught in Ohio with 3 gallons of PCP and a kilo of cocaine and only did a year and a half. The minimum sentence for getting caught with 3 gallons of water is at least 20 years. According to the federal sentencing guidelines and their point system, 3 gallons of water gets you 38 points. The first line in the sentencing guidelines for getting busted for that is 20 years. 3 gallons of water, and you only do a year and a half. Oh, and just in case you want Keffe D to tell you what the facts are, he included the federal sentencing guideline chart in the epilogue. He put the federal sentencing guidelines in there. He brought evidence. In the book. He put the federal sentencing guidelines in the book to make his point. But I digress. We heard about C-Ray in the interview yesterday too, because he said C-Ray only did a year and a half out of Ohio. This was yesterday's interview. And he goes, I did 7 for a phone call. He was pissed about it yesterday. Next paragraph. You've been snitching the whole time. When you got raided on the Biggie Smalls raid, you're the only one they raided that knew the inner workings of our business like that. I knew you were snitching. You told them everything, dude. Apparently C-Ray's a twalker. You're wrong, homie. Now you're sitting up there around my family acting like you ain't did shit. Bitch, you know what you did. Then, he's not done. Then you have the nerve to ask my son, is everything cool? It will never be cool. You fucked up our life, bitch. His words. Then you got on TV and said the dog had the gun in his mouth. Nah, homie. I got the Freedom of Information Act paperwork. He FOIA'd that shit. He's like, I got time, homie. I FOIA'd that shit. I got the Freedom of Information Act paperwork. The gun came out of the flower pot in your back house when they raided you in 2001. You can get on TV and say what you want to say. You know the truth. I was real good to you. I had your back and all that, homie. When dudes didn't want you around, I told you to come on. I had you. Period. There's more to him talking on C-Ray, but yeah, did Keffe D spend his time in the federal penitentiary trying to make a burn list of who snitched on him? Yeah, he was sitting there trying to figure out who told who and who told what who. He says the same thing about Dirt Rock, who testified yesterday. He said that This is what he said about Dirt Rock, since we're taking a minute. Dirt Rock. There was a little team of Southsiders who had gone out to Virginia and started rolling, selling work. Dirt Rock was one of them. They got busted in Virginia, but didn't ever tell me about it. When they got busted, they told Virginia police what had become from my hood. Quote, a get out of jail free pass. The sentence is weird. Quote, Keffe D killed Tupac. Virginia law enforcement contacted the LA FBI field office to share what they had been told. Meanwhile, I was out in Cali doing my thing with my homies, and I ran into Dirt Rock at the barbershop. Apparently, Dirt Rock also breached the sanctity of the barbershop before he came in here to testify yesterday. Hey, Keffe D, my brother-in-law wants to buy some keys. All right. Y'all meet me at my spot in Paramount. Dirt Rock came out to Paramount and copped some keys for me. When he came in, I felt something was fishy because the money he paid with was all fucked up. It wasn't wet or stapled together. He goes on to explain how fucked up the money was. He goes on to explain why the money was fucked up. He came with all $100 bills, but he had them in $1,000 stacks. From my experience in the dope game, if you have all hundreds, you put them in one rubber band. You don't put them in 1,000 stacks. I didn't feel good at all that day. Yeah, it's like the feds gave him money straight out of the bank, isn't it? Just kidding. We're continuing. Then the feds sent him back to buy some PCP for me. The money he came with was the same fucked up way. $100 bills stacked in thousands. I felt that the money wasn't right, but I gave the homie the benefit of the doubt. Dirt Rock didn't only have problems from selling dope in Virginia, but he also caught a triple murder case in LA. I don't know if that's true or not. One of my little homies had a Cadillac truck that he wanted to sell for $46,000 in cash. He put an ad in the local paper, and then some guys wanted to buy it. He side quests about the car getting dropped off and whether or not there were bodies in the car. And then he comes back around to Dirt Rock was the only one of those dudes that was a part of that triple murder case that's walking free on the streets so that they, police, could bring down Keffe D. Then, during the burn book section of this book, he has like one sentence about Dirt Rock, who testified yesterday. His one sentence about Dirt Rock from yesterday is, Dirt Rock, you came over to buy some shit from me. The next day, the apartment gets raided. And you know what that raid was? Remember what they said in the interviews yesterday? Greg Kading wanted to have some stuff on Keffe D. This was from Dupree. They wanted to put a little pressure on him. And they went up into his garage. What did they say to Keffe D when they went up into his garage? Hey man, we got you selling a gallon of PCP and 2 kilos. What did Dirt Rock buy from Keffe D? A gallon of PCP and 2 kilos. Dirt Rock was the undercover that made the buy from Keffe D that led him into the place where he was given the proffer interview on the Biggie Smalls investigation. Right. That's the backstory with Dirt Rock, yesterday's witness, and Keffe D. So when Keffe D was a little bit frustrated when Dirt Rock was testifying yesterday, seems like they were the same transactions that led him to the interviews in the in this series of transactions. So really, it seems that Dirt Rock's buy led him to the 2008 interview, which led him to the 2009 interview, which landed him here. And now we continue with this interview where he just said, yeah, I've never talked about the fact that we killed Tupac. Right.
Didn't tell nobody, man.
Yeah, just leave the dude alone, but go and answer.
Okay, all right.
I also love, the feed just jumped on me. I also love the fact that Higgins, the lawyer, is really trying to jump in here and is like, will you stop telling the police all your inside beef with C-Ray? It really is burn book shit. Let me tell you about this motherfucker C-Ray. This girl is yeah. He's going to tell the police all about the people who wronged him, C-Ray being one of those people. Okay, this jumped. Let me get back to the place where we're at and stop pausing so much so we can get through the rest of the day. This interview is wild. Hopefully the history with C-Ray. Hopefully the history with C-Ray was illuminating. It's going to keep getting dark in here because one of my lights is refusing to work. It'll be fine. All right. We're a little bit behind. Stop talking about C-Ray. We're trying to talk about the murder of Tupac. I don't even think C-Ray was there. So they had that meeting. He thinks the meeting put the feds onto him. They're talking about dropping off the Cadillac. All right. We're zoomed past in there talking about the Cadillac. It got turned over in LA. Have you talked to T Brown? Do you think T Brown would talk to us? Do you think T Brown knows about the gun? The gun. And then his lawyer goes off on him. Stop talking about Corey. Every fucking time you're talking about Corey, you got a fixation with Corey. Shut the fuck up about Corey. And then Dupree comes in here with, I heard that Corey was just jealous.
Any subject, you're bringing up Corey. Okay, so now get what you want. Okay, but I'm just saying, I'm tired of this Corey personal stuff. Okay, go on, say what you're gonna say.
Man, that man say nothing, man.
When are you gonna stop on the dude? You got a person he just thinks hates him and snitching and I wouldn't care what you talk about. He gonna bring up Corey's name. Leave the dude alone.
He was jealous of Keefe from what I heard. Yeah. He didn't tell nobody. Man.
Yeah, just leave the dude alone. But go and answer.
Okay. All right.
Dupree.
All right. I'm at this point. What I'd like to do is ask you about the rumors I've heard over the years
about him.
About him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's where I'm going to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, we need to take a break for a second so I can explain something to him. And not to tell you, I don't have a problem with that. But Keith has a way of boasting. Keith, I can do this in front of him. Just answer the questions.
Okay.
You know, don't get into all that. All right. Okay. Now go and ask whatever you want.
I have a question for you, chat. Keith has a way of boasting. Tell me how you read that statement. Do you read that statement as Keffe D's going to do too much and say too much because he's boasting about the shit that he did? Or do you read that statement, if he has a way of boasting, he's exaggerating, he's lying, he's making things bigger? Which way do you read that? He's doing too much and he's just going to keep rambling because he's bragging about what he did? Or he's lying and he's full of shit? I'm just curious what you guys think, because I can see that either way, right? And I think the lawyers are going to argue it either way, but how you take it from this lawyer and how the jury takes it from this lawyer is their decision.
Just answer the questions.
Okay.
You know, don't get into all that.
It sounds worn out with his client.
Now go and ask whatever you want.
Puffy Combs. Does he play a role in this thing?
Yep.
Answer the question directly. Tell him what you think.
I'll tell you what I think.
Did he play a role in it?
You don't hesitate, just tell him.
Yeah, I think he did.
Okay. I heard he was. The rumor I heard was he was directly involved. Going back to money. Was he involved money-wise in this?
We didn't get paid.
Okay, you didn't get paid. Do you believe he paid somebody? Did somebody get paid for this?
I can't believe this is the lawyer. You didn't get paid, but do you think Diddy paid somebody?
To your knowledge.
To my knowledge.
What do you believe?
Higgins is like, speculate for me.
We didn't get no money in California.
Okay.
You think you gave somebody at some other point? Someone else or what?
Yeah.
Then answer the question. I'm saying, tell them what you think.
You think somebody got paid?
Yeah. Zip.
Why is Higgins pushing so much on this?
That's what the word on the street.
You think Zip set it up and Zip got paid?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he's telling you.
What? Higgins,
No shit. Zip, you think Zip got paid?
Yeah.
About how
on the street.
Well, how much money do you think Zip got paid?
I don't know.
Nothing. You have no idea.
But Zip's living pretty good right now. Huh?
Yeah.
So it's
I gotta wonder if Higgins had a conversation with any of these law enforcement officers before and was like, hey, if we can get you to Diddy and Zip, you guys are just gonna look the other way on my guy, right? I can't, this is so crazy. But I wonder if he thinks like, hey, if we can get you good testimony on them, why don't you flip my guy? We'll work with you and we'll help you go after Diddy. He's got beef with Diddy anyway if Diddy didn't pay him. And maybe Higgins is really trying like, hey, the best thing we've got, but then you need a protected proffer. This is just crazy.
Puffy.
What's his name told me, what's his name?
D-Mac?
D-Mac.
Who's D-Mac?
Darius Rogers.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. What did D-Mac tell you?
This is all just word on the street.
They fell out behind that Puff and Zip did because he got paid. And he felt we pulled that Biggie's back out here when he got killed. So they fell out, they ain't been speaking or nothing. So yeah, your boy got the money, I heard. So, is that right?
Okay. Have you ever had personal contact with Puffy?
Since that happened?
No. Anytime.
Oh, God. Yeah, a whole long time.
Oh, you know Puffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
He knows him.
And he knows you.
Yeah.
So you had contact with him prior to the events in Las Vegas?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Did Puff ever indicate to you?
Keith, let me just, if you don't mind me butting in.
No.
Yeah. Go ahead. Keith, explain to him your relationship with Puff and Zip, and did Puffy take an interest in having Suge or anybody killed him?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay, let's go right to the point.
Yeah. Okay. Explain that to him.
Yeah, he was kind of scared of the guy. And we was at a hotel, and he was like, man, I'll give anything for that dude here.
Who are we talking about saying that?
He said that in front of our whole...
Which one, Puffy or Zip said it? Yeah, Puffy was talking about... Okay, go on.
I would do anything...
For that boy's head.
For that boy's head. Referring to who?
Suge.
Suge, okay. Why? Because he was afraid of him?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He was real scared of that guy.
Okay.
It was like 45 of us in the room, and he said that shit.
For everybody.
In front of everybody.
Did he ever offer anything?
Or was he implying that he'd pay to have it done?
Yeah.
He implied it or he said it?
He said it.
What did he say?
Oh shit, I'll give anything for that dude there.
I mean, specific dollar.
That's how they talk, but what he's saying is he's saying, did he kind of throw out a number, I'll give $1 million, I'll give what?
That was
Did
a
he say
different
something like
conversation, Higgins.
He was just like, he'd give anything, so motherfucker, millions, dude, that means big to some little gamblers on the streets, like,
okay,
yeah, we'd turn that, ooh.
But he never had, Puff, as far as you know, never said, I'll give you a specific dollar amount.
Two different
He
conversations.
didn't say no specific dollar amount, but he wanted the man's head gone.
Okay. What about, did Puffy have any problems with Tupac?
How about that, that record came out, told him he's a faggot and all that shit.
Right. Did he ever say anything specific?
Shit.
Did Puff ever say anything specific about Tupac?
Yeah, Puffy's got issues. Puffy's got issues about what people
Put it
said
this way,
about
what
him.
he's saying is, you have the issue with
We
Suge,
heard what he said.
and that he wanted Suge dead, but did Puffy seem to express an interest?
Yeah, Puffy
in
wasn't
Tupac?
happy with what he was
It
getting
like maybe
called.
Something happened in the Tupac. Did he say punk ass Tupac?
Yeah, fuck that dude, yeah. And did he think we got to have something done? He got all this shit started.
I'm saying Tupac was the one that started.
Yeah, got this shit started.
That's what he was asking me for. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm understanding. The night of the events in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Did Puffy ever come up? Did anything in the conversation with Puffy come up? I'm sorry, did I?
No, he wasn't hungry.
No.
Oh, good.
See, if we were in my office, we would be having snacks and anything you want, because, you know, I got it like that. But over here, you know, it's like low budget. You don't even get windows in the room.
What do you think you're so thin for?
Oh, I'm telling you, you start messing with him, you know, you'll starve to death. Yeah. Get some water. Okay, go on.
Did anything come up about Puffy that night?
Higgins is like, my guy's a talker. If we were at my office, we'd have snacks, but we're here at the police department where it's low budget as fuck. But I would have water for y'all, because once my client starts talking, he's just going to keep talking. You're going to need a snack, because he's never going to shut the fuck up. Higgins, for real. But no, let's get back to talking about Puffy wanting to put out a hit on Tupac. No, let's get back to that.
That night?
Yes.
About Puffy that night?
Yes. Did any conversation about Puffy
the night of
the incident in Las Vegas?
Okay.
Oh, after
the shooting.
During the shooting, after anything.
After we was like, damn, we get paid now.
Okay.
And that was meant.
We didn't even know the boy was shot.
But you meant paid.
Came back.
Right.
But when you say paid, been paid by Puffy, right?
Yeah.
Paid by Puffy. To Orlando and your crew.
Yeah.
Were there ever any?
Did he ever give us some money?
Okay. Did he ever give you any money?
No, he didn't ever give us no money.
Not directly.
Was there any efforts made to get paid by Puffy?
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me about that.
We went and met Zip a few months afterwards.
Zip being where was
same one who get Zip
right.
Yeah. Like we.
Where'd y'all meet at?
At the hot wing place on Dupree and 3rd Street.
Okay.
I worked 10 hours and all I want is Wingstop. He's like, yeah, me and Zip got together at the wing place on La Brea and 3rd to talk about why I hadn't gotten paid yet. Sure.
Describe the conversation.
We like
Is it just you and Zip, or is there more?
It's just me and Zip.
Okay.
They had raided our house, took all our guns.
Right.
Like, man, we really need that money now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. These dudes got millions of dollars to go against us. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. He never did get back with us.
No, what did he say when that conversation took place? Did he say, I'm going to check with you, I'm going to check with Puffy?
Yeah. Okay. So I get back, I'll make sure he send you all some money.
Zip said he was going to make sure who sent you some money.
Puff.
Okay. And is there any talk about how much?
No, we didn't say how much. I had a lot of money back then also.
He asked you that question. What you had?
That's okay. Did Zip ever indicate how much he was going to try to get from Puff?
No, he never indicated. We need some money.
Okay.
But the point is, since you mentioned you had your money, you meant money. It's really Orlando's and money for what they did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now you think Zip got paid by Puff at some point?
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
After I got out the feds, I would have met him maybe like 2 years.
What do you mean you got the feds?
No.
He was in the feds visit.
He said when he got out the feds. And Higgins is saying he was at the feds. He was in the feds visiting a while. He was in federal prison. He went to prison long. He got out the fed. Higgins, he went away for a while. He was just away at the fed. Jesus.
Sitting for a while.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
When did you come out?
Yeah.
98.
When did you come out?
2002.
Okay.
Went in 98, came out in 2002.
You think during that time period, Zip got paid?
Yeah.
By Puffy?
Yeah.
Because when you got out, what did you notice?
What's that?
When you got out, what happened that made you feel that Zip got paid?
A big nightclub, a 3-story shit. All kinds of cars, everything.
Okay.
Higgins, why'd you think Zip got paid by Puffy? Well, because he started this club called the Zip Code in this big old 3-story building, had all these cars, had all this shit that indicated that he had money. A number of you are asking in the chat, do I know if Zip got paid or not? I have no idea. I have no idea. This is all what the who said the what to who. But if they hadn't gotten paid by 98, Tupac got killed in 96. Biggie got killed in 97. He goes to federal prison in 98. He's in there till 2002. If they hadn't gotten paid before then, I don't think Diddy's paying anybody while they're sitting in prison.
In that 4 years, he ended up all that shit, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you
I ever try to get in contact with him?
Yes.
No, I never. He never called back.
You left a message, he never called you back.
Yeah. Called Puff too when I got
He ghosted you?
Puffy didn't call you back.
No. But I seen him after everything went down. I seen him.
You saw who?
I seen Puff at the House of Blues.
Okay.
He came to the car. Then he acted scared of us.
I would be too. If I owed you money, I'd be afraid of you.
Well, yeah, he didn't want to pay too, so what did he say when he came to the car?
Yeah.
Higgins!
He was just like he was telling us to come meet him at the hotel room.
Don't go meet Puffy at the hotel. Don't go meet Puffy at the hotel room. I want to know what happened. Don't go meet Puffy at the hotel room.
To Beverly Hilton. So they asked us if we had some weed and stuff. But that motherfucker, he never took his eye.
He had the audacity to hit you up after you got to federal prison and was like, hey, do you have any weed for us? Come to the hotel, bring drugs.
Come meet him at the hotel room to Beverly Hilton. So they asked us if we had some weed and stuff. But that motherfucker, he never took his eyes off of us though at all.
And y'all didn't go to the hotel?
No, we didn't go there.
Yeah.
You're a real gangster. And
Did you hear how he said that? Did y'all go to the hotel? No, we didn't go there. Just out of curiosity and speculation, this is not for the jury to consider. It's just after everything that we've covered on this channel. Do you think they knew what was going on at the hotel when Puffy was going to the hotel? Did you hear how fast he answered this? No, we didn't go up there. I think he exactly knew what was happening at the hotel. Nope. He answered that quick.
But that motherfucker, he never took his eyes off of us though at all.
And y'all didn't go to the hotel?
No, we didn't go there.
You're a real gangster. And he's a rapper.
Well, let me stop.
What I'm trying to
You really don't consider yourself to be a gangster, do you?
I'm a grandfather.
Higgins is like, no, let me interrupt. Higgins is like, let me interrupt. You don't consider yourself a gangster, do you? Davis, I'm a grandfather. I'm surprised he didn't call himself the Godfather. Keffe D's like, no, I got grandkids now.
Well, let me stop.
What I'm trying to
You really don't consider yourself to be a gangster, do you?
I'm a grandfather. I got 4 grandkids. My son tried to go to the NFL. He raw.
Okay.
You should have seen him Friday.
You're a family man, right?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
You have some gang history, but you're not a gangster, right?
No, okay, you're not a gangster today. I understand
not like
that.
the Italians.
But what I'm trying to get across is he's a
His lawyer's like, no, more like a mobster, but not like the Italians. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I understand
Not like
that.
the Italians.
But what I'm trying to get across is he's a rapper.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got
we street dudes.
You're street
Yeah,
dudes.
and Davis is like, we're street dudes.
I mean, you live the life.
Yeah, what they rap about.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I would definitely, if I owed you money, I would be afraid too.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a group of people that would jump at your bid, right?
Is that not necessary?
No, I'm not going. What I'm trying to say is...
What they're trying to say is you're a shot caller, and if you say something, people are going to do it. They've woven it in. Higgins is now trying to block that question. It's a good question to block, but I've got so many more criticisms, I don't know if I can actually compliment that. But notice that Long has picked up on the game of if you flatter Keffe D, he'll just tell you what it is. I mean, but you're at the top of the game, right? He said it at the beginning of this. You're the boss. He didn't want to say he was a shot caller. You're the boss. Yeah, I'm the boss. Yeah, I'm the boss. Long has caught on with like, but if you say something, people are going to do it. But when Keffe D said in his interview yesterday that when they were talking to Puffy the first time about Tupac and Suge after the shooting in Atlanta, that he had a bunch of Navy SEALs with like the little earpieces, he said quickly, Keffe D said quickly, that dude's scary. So I hear Long trying to say, or wanting Keffe D to say, that they're not really afraid of Diddy, because Diddy's just like a rapper and they're, you know, street guys. But in his interview yesterday, he said it real quick. Yeah, that dude's scary. So I think they're scary in different ways, but it's interesting seeing Long try to get him to talk more about Diddy.
It's understandable to me. And there's people around you to do things necessarily, whether or not you tell them.
Try to impress
things happen, right?
Sure.
To impress you.
That makes sense to me.
Okay.
Did he?
Interesting.
What I'm trying to build to here is, did he make any comments or say anything at that time trying to make things right with you?
Yeah, when he approached the car, you knew that he knew it was a problem. So did he say, like, you think that's why I said come to the hotel?
Did he indicate anything about Zip? Yeah. Did he say that there was a?
He just said that he just backed. He just was in the window when we were talking to me. That he backed up. And there was girls all over him. He steadily watched that car. He wasn't paying attention to none of them girls. And I almost tripped over the car. I'm like, this motherfucker is scared.
Well, do you think if you went to the hotel, if you went to the hotel, he was going to pay y'all? Or why y'all didn't go? You would have some money there. Why you go get your money?
Because we was doing something else.
If you thought you were going to get paid $1 million, you go to the hotel. The answer is not, we were busy doing something else. If I had heard this interview 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I think I'd have different thoughts about it than I do now. But how fast he is distancing himself from, we're not going to the hotel. I mean, if you thought he had your money, you might go to the hotel, but we're not doing that. No, we were doing something else. We're busy. Booked and he's washing his hair. He's washing his hair. He's not going to he's not going to a Diddy hotel room.
Long Beach.
Yeah, he knew they weren't going to get paid. He knew they weren't getting paid, and he didn't want to be there at all.
Tennessee.
Nope.
Long Beach.
But you believe Zip got paid?
That's the word on the street.
That's where maybe you ever had a conversation with Zip about the blockage in the payment route.
Yes, Jordan in the chat said he's walking his fish. Yes.
And you haven't talked to him
since I seen him on the Hot Wings. I seen him this summer. I wanted to ask him, motherfucker, where my motherfucking money at? But they wouldn't let it.
But you didn't have the conversation with him, is what you're saying.
You wasn't able, that's what he's asking. You wasn't able to talk about your money related to that. The answer is no?
No.
Okay. What is T Brown, I'm sorry. What is T Brown doing these days?
T Brown doing?
Look at his answer.
Sell a little weed.
Okay.
So.
That's about it?
Yeah. And I got 2 little boys too, grandkids.
Okay. Is there?
You want me to have him call you?
No.
Did he ask you that?
No, I don't want to go that far, and I don't want to get you in that far.
Okay.
What I want to do right now is get my stuff together to see if I can approach him and talk to him. In your opinion, what would be the best way for me to do that? Him?
Yeah, he a motherfucker. He broke me down like a single shot.
All right. Detective?
Oh yeah, whatever.
No, do you have any?
However he can help you.
Oh no.
He know how to do it. He a bad motherfucker. Oh.
Do you have any questions right now specific to Tupac?
Dupree's like, I don't have any questions.
Is there anything?
Dupree's like, this isn't my investigation. Y'all are wild for this, and I'm just sitting here wishing I had popcorn.
I have not asked you that I should have asked you.
Now see, that's one of them kind of questions that is a hell of a question. But is there anything that you recall as looking at the details of what he said that maybe you need to...
And here I was thinking that Higgins was going to say, this is one of those questions that you always ask clients that get them in trouble. Keffe D is not going to answer that one. No, he goes ahead and rephrases it. Anything else you want to share, Keffe? Anything else you want to talk about? Anything else you need to unburden yourself from? What?
Correct, or perhaps,
elaborate on,
or something that you think. Is there anything that you think is relevant that you need to do that with?
I know something I'm gonna ask. You guys were you down there to specifically go do something to Tupac or Suge?
Oh, no, not at all.
You were here for the fight.
For the fight. We've been going to the fights.
But after Baby Lane was beat up, you went to the 662 club to possibly get a hold of Suge. But once that was over, you were done.
Once that liquor got bought,
Well, we were smoking weed and everything.
It was party time.
Yeah, it's party time. And Lane was like, man, I'm fucked up. They beat the shit out of me.
Yeah, and then Suge and Tupac presented themselves to you, and the opportunity was too great.
For Baby Lane. Yeah, he couldn't pass.
Higgins is jumping in. The opportunity was too great. No, for his nephew. His nephew shot Tupac. For the opportunity was too great for his nephew. Now Higgins is jumping in.
Everybody else, like you say, T. Brown hesitated. You didn't have a gun in your hand.
Yeah.
The other guy had a gun. And Orlando just went right.
Higgins is trying.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts when
Not
Baby
gonna
Lane
work.
started shooting?
Oh, fuck.
I get that, but I mean, any other?
It was surprising.
Listen to this. What were your thoughts when your cousin started shooting Tupac and the lawyer jumps in with, it was surprising, and his client immediately repeats, it was surprising. None of y'all were surprised. When you flipped a U-turn, you knew exactly what was going to happen. If nothing was going to happen, you would have told the driver to keep driving. But sure, what were your thoughts? Higgins finally jumping in. It was surprising. The gun, they both, the gun. Right. It was surprising.
I get that, but I mean, any other?
It was surprising.
It was surprising.
Okay.
Then when we got home, that little BET News, every time we see that, like, God, they wasn't saying, Baby Lane was saying, KPD nephew. KPD nephew. I'm like, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Understandable.
He's talking about Suge. That everybody started saying it was Keffe D's nephew that shot Tupac. He was mad that they were dragging his name into it. Everybody was saying it's Keffe D's nephew. It's Keffe D's nephew. He's like, keep my name out of it. Wendy B in the chat said, is Keffe D's nephew still alive? No. Keffe D's nephew was deceased before this interview happened.
They didn't know his name. He was like, Keffe D nephew.
Yeah. So they just kept dropping your name.
I saw quite a bit of it. When did you hear that Tupac was dead?
On the 7th.
No, when he died.
He didn't die for
about a week.
Yeah.
Yeah. And about the 14th when it
What did you think at that point?
Jeez.
Oh, fuck.
The search warrants have already been hit, right?
No, y'all came after he died.
That's right. Okay.
After he died.
And
it was after the war broke out between our sets.
Why was Baby Lane shot and killed?
Oh, Baby Lane shot and killed? The guy owed his for half a key and ran out the back door.
It had nothing to do with Tupac.
Nothing.
You don't think, huh?
I'm telling you what it was.
What said?
We went to sell this dude a half a key.
He went to sell dude a half a key.
Yeah, he went to sell this dude a half a key. And the dude went out the back door.
With the half
a key. He acted like he had a customer. I don't take it in here. And he went straight to the front door to the back door. And he happened to run into his ass.
And then they had a shootout.
Okay.
And they just had a straight shootout.
Yeah.
He just shot better than Baby Lane.
They two of them died.
They both
everybody died.
Oh, two died and Baby Lane.
Yeah.
2 for okay.
They broke the thing.
Okay.
Maybe a little while.
Yeah.
But it had nothing to do with Tupac.
No.
Okay.
No, it's
Yeah, nobody was looking for Baby Lane or anything like that. And I guess
the police.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you wasn't getting any back.
Nobody was looking for Baby Lane. Hey, Davis. Well, the police. Yeah, okay, other than the police. But how come he didn't get killed for killing Tupac? Is what he's trying to ask.
Can I ask my question?
No! Lawyer, can I ask one question? No.
Just so we know, I guess there wasn't no backlash coming from Suge and them towards y'all because of that?
We were scared to death because Suge had the police killing for him. Compton police in the whole city, the mayor, everybody was with the death row. So we was really, you know what I'm saying? Stuck fucked off. Yeah. Compton police, they Reggie them come raid our houses, and they know they with Suge getting paid. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah, we was at a big disadvantage. Yeah. Big disadvantage. They come take our guns, you know what I'm saying? So we can't fight back. You know, Compton police.
So y'all was feeling naked, right?
Yeah, they did us bad, man.
Yeah. How do you feel about Tupac being dead now?
Not naked. Good
I wish it
Lord.
never happened, man. Right. I swear, my life been fucked up ever since. I ain't been able to really be rich no more.
Now, how do you feel about him being dead, though?
How do you feel about Tupac being dead now? I wish it never happened, man. Swear, my life been fucked up ever since. I haven't been able to really be rich no more or nothing. Huh.
Yeah, they did us bad, man.
How do you feel about Tupac being dead now?
I wish it never happened, man. Right. I swear, my life been fucked up ever since. I ain't been able to really be rich no more.
Now, how do you feel about him being dead, though? I know your life probably changed, but how do you feel about him?
See, the point is what he's asking you is, you wish it wouldn't happen. It's a bad situation. It's unexpected. It's what he wouldn't want you to tell him, right?
Yeah, how I feel, I wish it would never, I wish I never.
I wish I never met Puff Daddy, period. Swear to God. Who believes that? Chat, who believes that? I need Higgins to shut the fuck up in this interview. Can you just let Dupree and Davis talk? Just let Dupree and Davis talk. They understand each other. But I believe him on that.
Probably changed, but how do you feel about him?
See, the point is what he's asking you is, you wish it wouldn't happen. It's a bad situation. It's unexpected. It's what he wouldn't want you to tell him, right?
Yeah, how I feel, I wish it would never, I wish I never met Puff Daddy, period. I swear to God. Yeah. He messed up my life, man. I was rich, up under the radar, all that, man.
Rich and under the radar.
So
how do you feel about Suge now?
Suge, I still what you saying. He hugged me. What's up, big homie? Ooh.
Do you believe he knows you were involved? Do you believe? I'm asking for your opinion.
Listen, what he's really, first of all, you asked the question,
lawyer.
were you involved, but does he believe that you were around the people when it was killed?
His lawyer, do you think Suge thinks you were involved in Tupac's killing?
You know, that you were aware of what was going on.
I seen him 3 days after I got out at the Laker game.
And he's never mentioned that to you, right?
No, he like, man, I'm glad y'all stay strong. Ooh, and tell him, you know, my people was telling like a motherfucker, man. And then he asked me, do I need anything or anything like that?
Yeah.
I'm cool.
You told him no, you didn't need anything.
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm asking is, do you believe he knows or he thinks it's South Side Crips that killed Tupac? Not you, but does he?
Does Suge think Southside Crips killed Tupac?
He said he got $100,000 for our head. Me, Corey, and Kim.
Suge put out a hit on y'all? Do you think Suge thinks that y'all had something to do with it? Yeah, because he put out $100,000 on our heads. So Suge does think you were involved. Because y'all locked eyes, right?
Dude said he got $100,000 for our head. Me, Corey, and Kim.
All the leaders.
Yeah, he wanted $100,000.
Okay, what about for the regular soldiers?
$5,000 or something, yeah.
Oh, he actually gave...
Yeah,
so he had $5,000 on your head?
Our homeboys got some cousins that live in this neighborhood that was at the...
He had $5,000 on your head?
100. Oh,
Yeah.
He's pissed at his lawyer. He's like, no, he doesn't have any $5,000 on my head. He has $100,000 on my head. I'm somebody. Do you hear how offended he was that his lawyer was like, oh, he put out 5,000 on my head? Bougie girl in the chat said, please remind me what woo 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 means. It's yada yada. It's It's filler. Ellipses. It's just like, and then. Yada yada. Yeah. It's it's the it's, and then, it's just that filler of, I'm not saying the rest of what I'm saying, but you know what it is. Yeah. Chad said, Lyndon said, so on and so forth. Yes. As long as it's not, Chad, as long as it's not blah, blah, blah. Because he doesn't say blah, blah, blah. He'd be so offended. He's like, I'm not a blood. No blah, blah, blah. I do not say blah, blah, blah. His lawyer's like 5,000. And Keffe D's like, no, 100,000 on my head.
5,000 or something, yeah.
Oh, he actually gave.
Yeah,
so he had 5,000 on your head?
My homeboy's got some cousins that live in this neighborhood that was at the...
He had 5,000 on your head?
100.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Anyways, he had what?
100,000 for me, Corey, and Kev. 5,000 for the other gang members. We knew some, when our homeboys got a cousin from over there, and he was at the meeting when he said that shit.
Okay.
They had a guy on the inside. They had a guy on the inside of the pie room meeting.
Nope.
Because these meetings are happening at parks. So we had a guy on the inside when the pie room meeting happened and overheard, apparently. Overheard the bounty.
You've asked better questions in here. Is there anything you could ask to help in this investigation? I want to close the Tupac case.
I understand,
Then why didn't you? How did it take so long?
Just go back. But you never had a conversation with Suge about what happened. That's
never.
Okay.
Not directly.
Not directly. I've seen him about 4 times since that shit happened.
You talk to anybody from the hood about it? Anybody? Before he rest in peace.
Your hood, any hood. What we're going for is collaboration. We're looking for somebody that you told the story to. It's the same story you just told us.
You never told nobody?
Never.
The first time
ever.
It was
first
said,
time ever.
Yeah. I'm his lawyer.
He never told me. Office, I swear to God. I ain't tell my wife, nobody.
Not even me, and I've been knowing him for
yeah. You never told your wife?
Higgins.
Wife, son.
Higgins, like, he didn't tell me. I didn't know. He didn't tell me, and I've been knowing him forever. I don't know about that part.
Nobody.
That's how he is.
I told him after I told him.
That's how he's lasted this long, is what it is.
He never told nobody.
Never told nobody.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. You? Nope. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Anything else you'd like to
I just say really the reality of it is that, it's been on his mind.
Sure.
I've been his lawyer for a long time.
What in the world is this personal statement from his lawyer? It's been on his mind a long time. I've been his lawyer for a long time. I may have suspected something, but he's never told me. Higgins, what the fuck is this? Higgins is like, the reality of it is, it's just been on his mind.
Else you'd like
I just say really the reality of it is that, it's been on his mind.
Sure.
I've been his lawyer for a long time. I may have suspected something, but he's never told me.
What?
And, on the faith of trying to resolve it, like you want to resolve it,
yeah.
That's why he's here.
Yeah, no, I've suspected it for many years.
He's here, and the first time he said it, because he wanted to get it off his chest,
Sure.
Already did what they wanted and everything the first day. Didn't I tell y'all? I said, I know what y'all want.
Yeah.
Just, I'm going to give y'all what y'all want and leave the fuck alone.
How is this fucking lawyer up here with Keffe D saying, like, be cool, don't be all uncool, give yourself some wiggle room. And then at the end of the interview, Higgins is looking at the 2 law enforcement officers and was like, hand to God, I've known him a long time. And he just needed to get it off his chest. Doesn't it feel better now that the truth is out there? Better out than in. What in the world? He is now vouching for the truth of his client's confession. You were telling him to give a little room, and now you're just like, he just needed to get that off his heart. Well, bless your heart, Higgins.
The last couple bills here is, have we threatened you or made you any promises in regard to this conversation we had?
No.
Have I made any threats to you?
No.
Have I promised you anything?
No. Answer the question.
That's correct.
His lawyer jumped in real quick.
Should happen now?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me ask.
I just have to tell a story. Emily, we're never going to get through today. Today's been fucking crazy, and my brain is still processing it. A lot of detectives close out interviews like this, a lot of them from different jurisdictions. But there was one detective that I worked with who had more than one case that we worked together. When he would figure it out, when he would get to the end of the interview, he would look at the defendant and say, "What do you think should happen now?" 2 occasions, defendants were like, "So I'm probably going to be under arrest now, right?" By the end of the interview, they're like, "So I'm going to be under arrest, right? Like, that's what's happening now. You're going to arrest me?" Twice. "What do you think should happen now?" Twice. I was like, damn. And then they were like, I mean, correct. Now you get arrested. But it was crazy. No agreement. Have I promised you anything? No. And Higgins coming back in with answer the question. You weren't promised anything.
Have I made any threats to you?
No.
Have I promised you anything?
No.
Higgins.
Answer the question. That's correct. What do you think should happen now?
Should happen now?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me ask. Has anybody promised you anything regarding this case?
Yeah.
No. Has anybody promised you anything regarding this
murder of Tupac? Has anybody promised you anything in regard to the murder of Tupac?
Keith. The first day they said anything. Keith. Listen
regarding this case?
I really wish they would let Keffe D finish talking in this. I'm real frustrated by this. His lawyer's cutting him off. I really wish they would let him explain, because I really wonder if Keffe D's like, how is this not the same as the other one, as the other proffer? But that was the Biggie case, not this case. I really wish they would have let him continue. And his lawyer's cutting him off. He's like, the first day he said, like, he's getting back to the interview on the Biggie case. That wasn't an interview on the Tupac case. I appreciate that Dupree's like trying to button this up so there's no confusion about it. But if Keffe D is confused about it, I wish they would have cleared it up, because this is not the proffer. But I wonder what he thinks.
The first day they said anything.
Keith,
listen
regarding this case.
There's been no promises on this case that you can recall. Do you recall someone saying something about this case?
No.
If you're listening in the background, come back. We're going to rewind that one more time. Look at Keffe's face looking at his lawyer in court now. I got some questions about this too. Look, I think everything that I think most of what Keffe D has said is truthful. But Keffe's understanding might also have been that he had some protection. And that might be true as well. 2 things could be true at once. And he's looking at his lawyer now. See? I think this might be a 2 things can be true, because his lawyer is talking right over him.
Has anybody promised you anything regarding this
murder of Tupac? Has anybody promised you anything in regard to the murder of Tupac?
Keith. The first day they said anything.
Keith, listen
regarding this case.
There's been no promises on this case that you can recall. Do you recall someone saying something about this case?
No.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
That's what I'm saying. I was trying to asking. Regarding this Tupac murder, were you ever, to get it clarity, promised anything regarding Tupac?
He's from Las Vegas. He's from the Las Vegas Police Department. nobody has told you that the Las Vegas Police Department has promised you anything.
Or did any other agency promise you anything regarding the Tupac case?
That's what I'm
I'll
going
just
to
say this. They said anything I talk about
is confidential and covered, right?
Yeah, and they said, you cannot be charged on it.
No, regarding the
Right. Keffe D saying, he was saying anything I said was covered and I can't be charged on it. And Dupree saying no, regarding Tupac, not regarding Biggie.
Tupac. I'm talking to you now. Did we ever promise him anything regarding the Tupac?
No, we've never had that conversation about the Tupac case.
Nothing.
About promising. The Tupac case is different than some other issues. But your conversation with him is because you weren't involved in shooting Tupac. That's the reason you're here.
Yeah.
That's correct?
Right.
You weren't involved in shooting him in any way. You didn't.
Higgins is trying to rewrite history at the end of this and saying, but nothing was promised to you because you were not involved in the shooting of Tupac. Sir, that's not the legal definition of not involved. But this end of the interview doesn't sit right. It just doesn't sit right. Keffe said what he said, but it doesn't sit right.
Although things happened, it wasn't because you was out there trying to shoot Tupac.
I wasn't trying to shoot him.
You had some issues about Suge and some things was told to you, but it wasn't about shooting Tupac.
It wasn't about shooting.
Okay. Yeah. All right. In fact, what? And I mean, just for clarification, I think who's the other guy in the back that had the gun? That before it went to Orlando, who had the gun?
Dre.
If anything, you thought he was gonna shoot who?
Huh?
You thought he was gonna shoot Suge? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
His lawyer's asking him questions now.
I mean, there's issues, but I don't think that.
I was watching 48 Hours. The San Antonio case. This dude, they killed his old man at the park.
What are you talking about,
Killed his old man at the park. So they went. They picked him up, talked to him and shit. Said, "You ain't going to jail." Ooh, but they let him go out there. You gonna walk out? You good? You going home? 3 hours later.
How long does it take you to get home?
For me to get home?
Here.
It's gonna take about 3 hours to get home.
Don't go home. Man, he know I'm bad. Don't go home, okay? You have to worry about that. But that's not the reason for this meeting. I mean, you know.
Keffe D's telling a story about I was watching 48 Hours and they interviewed this dude and they said we're not going to arrest him and then they let him go and then 3 hours later he gets home and then they come and arrest him. And his lawyer's like, how long does it take you to get home? 3 hours? And his lawyer's laughing and is like, no, that's not the meeting. That's not the reason for this meeting. What the actual fuck?
Keith, it's a real serious case and obviously there's issues and there's issues of accountability, but
Yeah, there are issues of accountability for your client. I mean, obviously it's a real serious case and there's issues of accountability. Yeah, there are.
And obviously there's issues and there's issues of accountability, but the point is, you know, this is a unique set of facts. If you guys actually, which is true, wasn't shooting, Orlando had a problem with Tupac and he grabbed a gun and shot Tupac and y'all wasn't looking for him, you know, it is what it is. That's my opinion. But if y'all was looking for Tupac,
it's still a first-degree murder. Higgins.
you know, and that's what your intent was, then I think that there's a different issue. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, Orlando was very upset, you know, and I'm.
Oh my God, Higgins, stop talking. I mean, yeah, Orlando was really pissed that he got jumped. Orlando has all kinds of premeditation and motive.
I get that.
You know, but you know, this is what
and it's
amazes
believable because it's always been what we believed it to be.
But what amazed me is that's what I couldn't figure out. It's like,
shut up.
It seemed like the first thing you thought when I was looking at the news is the guy just got beat up. He went and killed him, but I couldn't understand how it wasn't connected that fast.
Because he went to the hospital.
No, we connected it.
I mean, y'all knew it.
Long as like, no, we connected it. It's just nobody will talk to us. We connected it, but we don't have any witnesses. All the witnesses are like, I ain't saying shit. I didn't see shit. I don't know shit. Except for Keffe D. 10 years later. Long as like, no, we connected it all. We didn't have any witnesses.
But
can't raid our houses?
Yeah.
But what, it just wasn't any...
We were under the impression that there was different people in the car.
Oh, okay.
Some of the same, some of different. But I've always believed Orlando was the shooter.
Yeah.
The problem in the car? Was I always in the car?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Yeah.
Your name came up a lot.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff going on. We just...
But I mean, I'm more...
Keffe D, was I always in the car? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But your name always came up a lot.
We're kind of from the street, Diaz, suburban dude. But the reality of it is that I believe, in his situation, usually gang leaders, people that are top of this gang, they usually have beef. Like his beef would have been with Suge.
Right.
No. My client doesn't have beef with Tupac. He's just got beef with Suge, who was driving the car and got grazed by a bullet, who he just said, I thought that dude was fucking dead. And that we had money out on his head and that taking out Tupac would have directly impacted Suge Knight, even if you didn't kill Suge Knight. He's like, no. My dude's a higher up. He's got beef with the other higher ups because my dude's a higher up in the gang. Stop placing your client as a shot caller in the gang. There are still gang allegations that attach to crimes. No, my dude's too big time for that. He's too big time to fuck with shooting Tupac. Suge's another thing. Holy shit, Higgins, shut up.
Tupac would be, and I'm speaking for Keith, but Keith will tell you, it would be like something minor to him. He wouldn't even be in the same ballpark with him. So Keith really wouldn't have a beef with Tupac. Because his thing would be like, Orlando or whatever y'all little problem is, you need to straighten out on the street. But if it was more him and Suge, that would be him, Suge, or somebody in a leadership role would be somebody he would really focus on.
Go ahead.
Because it would be kind of demeaning for him to focus on that.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
It would be demeaning for him to focus on that. See, my guy's up here. Tupac's down here. Tupac's small fish. And Long's like, yeah, okay, I'm out. I'll be right back. I can understand why Keffe D's pissed about this interview. But this is not law enforcement's fault. This is that lawyer's fault. And this lawyer's like, I've represented him a long time, and I might have suspected some stuff about the killing of Tupac, but he never even told me about it. What a crazy ass interview. What a crazy interview.
Yeah. Where's your restroom? I'm fine.
All right, I think this is the end of that interview. Back to court.
Dorsey.
He should never had his client in that interview. He writes a book on it later, but would he have if he didn't do those interviews? I don't know. If he didn't do those interviews and they didn't come out, would he have written this book? Maybe not. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I have so many questions. That interview is just wild. Two things can be true. I think Keffe D was as evolved as Keffe D says he was. But also, your lawyer should not represent you in that fashion in an interview. His lawyer did him zero favors. And yeah, I understand why Keefe's mad about it. He should be.
This action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Two things can be true.
Please be seated.
Next
Please
witness.
State your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure, I'm Michael Dorsey, and it's MichaelDorsey.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackline, you may proceed.
So the researcher from the Death Row Chronicles who recorded all of those interviews that we heard about in the last witness is here. Okay.
Dorsey, how would you describe your profession?
I'm a film producer and documentary producer and filmmaker.
How long have you been doing that?
About 25 years.
And do you focus on a particular type of documentary?
My expertise is probably true crime more than anything else, but I've done all different subject matters.
I'm going to direct your attention to sometime
Shark Week
around 2011. Do you decide to make a documentary about the Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls murders?
It was late 2012. Greg Kading's murder rap book had been out for about a year. And at the time, I would always have some passion documentary project going on the side. And I just finished the most recent one, and I was looking for a new project. And I came across a couple of articles about Greg Kading's murder rap book. And they had some quotes from Keffe D's 2008 proffer in them. And it just sounded legit to me. I don't cater to conspiracy theories, but it sounded very well backed up, and it sounded like the real deal. So I just reached out to Greg Kading and asked if he was interested in making a documentary, and he said yeah, and we went from there.
Did you ask him how the fuck he released that proffer? Because I really want to know. I really want to know.
So you reached out to Kading and asked him if he wanted to do the documentary. He said yes.
Correct.
Describe your process. Well, do you have to do research to do a documentary like this?
Yes, it took me over 2 years to make the film, in large part because of all the extra research that I did. I needed to interview Greg Kading for it. He was kind of the main person walking us through the story. But I also wanted to make sure that what he was telling me was legitimate, and also needed to make sure that I covered the whole story, so I understand it, and it's not just him, deciding what we're going to cover. As part of that, he turned over to me digital copies of the entire LAPD case file for the Biggie Smalls and Tupac cases.
I hate that.
And gave me unfettered access to those files so I could check basically on my own.
I hate that. I mean, that's not wrong on the documentarian. It's wrong on Greg Kading, from my opinion. This is my personal perspective. But the Biggie Smalls investigation and the Tupac investigation were still open. People who could be considered suspects in those investigations were still alive. Turning over case files to a documentary film crew is it does not sit well with me. I'm going to leave it at that. Y'all can imagine how I feel. I don't like it. I've said my piece. I'm going to let it go. It is not okay. It bothers me. It's unethical. I don't like it. And I'm not putting that on the journalists or filmmakers. Journalists, when provided information, can use that information. It's on the person who's providing it. And it's crazy, and I hate it.
What he was telling me.
You also, well, maybe you didn't. Did you check into... Greg Kading's wasn't the first book ever written about this.
Sure.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. I also read Kathy Scott's The Killing of Tupac Shakur, which was the first kind of definitive book on the murders. And then lots of articles on it, of course, because there's been tons of coverage over the years.
And as you were kind of researching all of this, this information, what is your ultimate goal in creating a documentary?
Well, there's like the kind of philosophical aspect of it, which is my goal is to get at the truth. But also my goal is to tell the public a good story, something that I think is of the public interest that they should know. And in this case, it seemed like they had solved this murder, and yet the world was carrying on like it was still unsolved and like we still didn't know what happened. And it was like, it sounds like we do know what happened. And so that was my goal, was to put that out there.
Did you have any concerns about accusing anybody of murder?
Absolutely. I had concerns for my own safety, accusing a gang member from a violent street gang of committing a murder, and then also just my own financial concerns, since Puffy was going to be implicated in it as well.
Yeah, you didn't want to get your ass sued.
Taking on someone who was at the time heading towards becoming a billionaire, and who at that time did not have the public backlash that he's faced the last few years. He still had a pretty good, clean image at the time, so I was concerned about both. And
Based upon that, do you eventually make a documentary?
I do, yes.
Does anybody sue you?
I was not sued, no. I was threatened a couple of times.
Who threatened you?
Yeah.
Universal Music sent me a note because we used Tupac's Hit 'Em Up, his diss track against Biggie and Puffy in the
you didn't get approval for
film.
that?
We did it using what's called fair use law, which means you don't have to pay for it because it's a documentary. It was.
Have you met Universal Music, sir? Hey, we used Hit 'Em Up. It falls under fair use. Yeah, not until a judge says it falls under fair use. That's not how Universal rolls. It means we don't have to license it or pay for it because it's a documentary. That's not all of how that works.
Times.
Who threatened you?
Universal Music sent me a note because we used Tupac's Hit 'Em Up, his diss track against Biggie and Puffy in the film. We did it using what's called fair use law, which means you don't have to pay for it because it's a documentary. It was just like a cursory check-in from a lawyer at Universal Music, making sure we had permission, and our law firm had cleared it for us, so that was no problem. And then
I don't think you had
supposedly
permission.
Puffy's attorney, Weitzman, I can't remember his last name, but he was a high-powered A-list attorney. He sent a note to Apple TV over it because that was one of our distribution companies, and basically saying that the film was defamatory towards his client Puffy Combs, and that they had like 5 business days to pull it down.
To try to stop
And
distribution?
Apple, they're indemnified, so they don't care. It's up to us. It's up to me as the producer if I want to pull it down or not, because I'm the one that's going to get sued, not them. And we said, no, we're leaving it up. And that was the last we ever heard of it.
So you never wound up getting sued by Puffy?
You were never sued by Puffy, no.
Who can imagine why?
Now I want to sort of fast.
Right. They tried to get the distributors to blink. The distributors didn't blink. And they didn't go after him. Gee, I wonder why.
Fast forward past 2012, does there come a point in time when you see something that causes you to want to get involved with Mario Diaz?
Yes. I can't remember the exact date, but it was probably early 2017 would be my guess. Earlier in 2017, I was actually in Tulsa, Oklahoma for a film screening of one of my films, and I was out at dinner, and I think someone sent me a link to this YouTube video, and it was Keffe D in a studio. It's a short video. It's just him saying he's going public. He wants the world to know he was there for Tupac's murder. He says he has cancer. He wants the truth to come out, and I couldn't believe it. I was at a restaurant. I went outside and started calling people. And I talked to, I think, Greg Kading and some others, and we just thought, Keffe has to know he can't go public with this information because it can be used against him. But it sounded like he was going to go and talk, publicly about this murder and repeat possibly what he had said in his proffer in 2008. So we went from there, and then that's when I decided, I wanted to get involved with it.
And ultimately, are you retained as a subject matter?
So we tried to get in touch with Keffe D because he can't go public with this because it's going to be used against him. What? You can't go public with this. We can use your proffer, but your proffer can't be used against you in court. We can use it in public. Do you think they were worried? Maybe I'm too cynical. Do you think they were worried that Keffe D was going to go public before they got to put their documentary out? And that was the problem? Or do you think if Keffe D went public, they really wanted to just be the first ones to tell that story? You can't go public with this. They can use that against you, man. Come talk to us instead.
Expert for the production done that's now known as Death Row Chronicles by E1 Entertainment.
Yes, I was a consultant, technical consultant, and I was an on-camera expert as well. So they interviewed me.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit and come back to that. Subsequent to your involvement in Death Row Chronicles, have you continued to sort of follow these murders, investigations, the case, everything else?
Absolutely.
Parts of the proffer were already
2017, when
Parts of the proffer were already out. I still have questions, but parts of the proffer were already out, but they couldn't use that against him in court. They can't use the proffer against him in court, even though it was out publicly. But him talking in an interview is a whole different thing.
he recorded the interview for Death Row Chronicles in July of 2017. We were actually in production on Unsolved at Universal, which was a scripted series based on the murder rap story. So that was happening concurrently, and then he kept going public.
Wait. So you were making Death Row Chronicles that was in part based on the book Murder Rap, but Unsolved was also being made based on the book Murder Rap? How many times did Kading turn around this story? Probably made more doing this than his police retirement.
These murders, investigations, the case, everything else.
Absolutely. 2017, when he recorded the interview for Death Row Chronicles in July of 2017, we were actually in production on Unsolved at Universal, which was a scripted series based on the murder rap story. So that was happening concurrently, and then he kept going public. He kind of laid low, I think, for a year and a half or so, and then this book that he had talked about during his BET interview, all of a sudden he's promoting it and saying it's about to come out, and then we find out he's going on Vlad TV and doing another interview. So he just kept, from then on, for years then, he just kept doing more and more interviews. So I stayed engaged with it, and I also was conducting my own interviews, following up with new people. James McDonald, Mob James, who I believe testified, I conducted his first ever public interview back in 2017. We convinced him to go public and tell his story. Since then, I talked to multiple gang members, gang detectives from Compton, detectives out of the LAPD, anybody who might have information on either Biggie's case or Tupac's.
In particular, back in 2012, when you kind of reviewed the information that was available, was there any information from Trayvon Lane or Roger Williams within kind of the case file as statements that they made about what happened that night?
In the case files, were there statements from them?
Yeah.
Not really, no, because Trayvon, they don't cooperate with the police. There was an FI card from Buntry, Alton McDonald, who's James McDonald's brother. That they had talked to him at the scene and he refused to cooperate, but they noticed that there was a bullet hole in his car. And then subsequently, I've interviewed Williams, Neckbone. I interviewed him a few months ago, and I've had private conversations with Trayvon Lane.
In particular,
Neckbone was in one of the follow cars.
Buntry is deceased, and was deceased even before you became involved in the project, on any project.
Correct. He was murdered like 20-some years ago.
During the course of the interview with Mr. Roger Williams, a.k.a.
Now I'm going to try to get this.
Do you provide some video that was taken of Mr. Shakur and Suge as they're leaving the Tyson?
Yes. I showed him the MGM video of Orlando Anderson getting beat down. Neckbone was one of the men who participated in that beating, and then I showed them the footage of them then fleeing the casino with Tupac in the lead with his bodyguard Frank Alexander and Suge. And there was a moment where Neckbone kind of reaches out and kind of punches Trayvon, like we got him, kind of a thing. And he confirmed for me in my interview that that's what it was. That's what he was doing. And he also told Trayvon.
Let me. I was like.
It is. Well, I'll sustain and you'll rephrase.
Yeah, I'll
so stricken.
As you see both Neckbone and Trayvon Lane running through on the video, you can see Neckbone kind of either dap or punch Trayvon.
Exactly.
And at that point, Trayvon Lane removes the black hat he's wearing.
His fedora that he had on, yes.
I was actually talking about somebody else's video. Was there some high quality video of Tupac and Suge leaving the?
Yes, when they first leave the arena, there's some footage. I think it was actually shot by BET. A BET photographer was there and shot, and it's footage of them coming out of the arena, and Tupac is in his gold shirt, and he's all hyped up because he just watched his friend Mike Tyson knock somebody out, and he's playing to the camera, and he says something about, if you go to jail, you come out and you win, or something like that, because Tyson had also gone to prison, and Tupac had as well, so you could tell he was just super amped up.
And then last night we watched that portion of that video out of your Neckbone interview.
Right.
And then that one, Neckbone is the person speaking while that video is playing.
Yes.
All right. Judge, I have marked in my hand the clip of just the Tupac and Suge at the MGM coming out of the fight. It has the audio removed.
Okay.
It's just the video portion of that. I'd offer it at this time.
Any objection?
Yeah, that light won't go on.
Okay, you may play it.
It is
Or,
what
sorry,
it is.
it's admitted, you may publish.
I'm very curious to see what
Did you
this
give him
is.
154?
154.
All right. I was trying to fix my light. It's not working. I'm covered in George's cat hair.
Exhibits that disappeared.
It's just a Friday. But that's all right. It is what it is. So this is the video after.
Both Suge
That was so quick.
and Mr. Shakur are
Real
both
quick.
readily identifiable from this video, correct?
Right, yes.
And this is the shirt that, the clothing that both of them are wearing as they come out of the arena.
Yes, and there's photos of them beforehand in the casino in the same outfits.
And afterwards. In the same outfit.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Showing you as marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 149. Have you ever seen the photograph of these men sitting on the curb sometime after the homicide occurred?
Yes, I've seen this.
And do you recognize the people that are in those photos?
I recognize them more because I've been told who they are, although Trayvon Lane is very easily recognizable because I know that that's the outfit that he was wearing that night.
Okay.
Mr. Cole, can you take down the listing of what's on that?
Oh, sorry.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So that's Trayvon Lane.
Mm-hmm.
We've previously heard testimony that's Idi Amin and Leonard Jefferson.
Correct.
Have you ever spoke to Kevin Woods?
I've never talked to Kevin Woods.
And do you even know who Castro is?
Yes, another member of the Outlaws.
Okay.
Yes.
Were Kevin Woods, Castro, and Idi Amin all members of the Outlaws?
No, Kevin Woods, I believe, was one of the Pyrus, also known as KW.
So just Castro and Idi Amin are...
As far as, yes.
Okay. You got a little bit ahead of me, but during your research into this case, you had access to the Biggie Smalls file. Alton McDonald is actually known as Buntree, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned this. There was a record of the fact that he was field interviewed by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in the night of the homicide on Flamingo.
Yes.
And at that time he was driving a black 96 Toyota Supra.
Yes.
And it had a bullet hole in it.
Yes.
Did it say where the bullet hole was?
No, it just said vehicle took bullet impact.
And that he was uncooperative.
And that he didn't want to cooperate, of course, yes.
Now, you've also interviewed Reggie Williams, is that correct? Oh, Reggie Wright Jr.
Reggie Wright Jr., yes. I interviewed him for a murder rap, over a decade ago when we were making that movie.
And
so now we've got, just so we're clear, we've got the series based on murder rap, the movie based on murder rap, and Death Row Chronicles, also based on murder rap. We're now up to 3.
I'll leave that alone.
I just want to get a few other pictures into evidence with you. So during the course of the 2008 proffer, there's a mention of greenblatts.
Yes.
And sometimes it sounds like greenbacks.
Yes.
Were you able to eventually identify that location?
Yes, it's very obvious. It's a New York deli. It's been there since the 20s. It's very famous. It's on Sunset. It matched the description. And also the way Keffe described the upstairs and downstairs and where the liquor area was, it was clear that he was talking about Greenblatt's.
Showing you is marked the state's proposed exhibit number 152. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the front of Greenblatt's on Sunset Boulevard.
There's some blue writing on there. You recognize that as well?
Yes, those are subtitles that I added.
That's a screenshot off of your interview, I think, with Neckbone, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of a person by the name of Eric Zip Martin, also known as Equan Williams, maybe Eric Von Zip Martin? He went by a bunch of names.
Yes.
Who was he?
Zip has a long story. He's kind of a Harlem legend, a hustler from Harlem. He was a drug dealer, trafficker. He, I believe, also was trafficked in women. Was a pimp. He was an older generation, or kind of in between Puffy's generation and Puffy's father. Puffy's father was also involved in the street business there in New York and was murdered when Puffy was very young. And Zip Martin was kind of like he was a mentor to Puffy when it came to like the street life and wanting to kind of have that gangster persona. And supposedly he may have also been dating Puffy's mother at some point.
That
I was unaware of.
Was he the godfather to anybody associated with this particular case?
Yeah, he was supposedly godfather to Biggie's son, Chris, CJ.
What?
And is that the son with Faith Evans?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
When Biggie died, was there a memorial that gave certain credit to Zip?
Yeah.
Is this the big ass memorial that Puffy supposedly turned around and charged Biggie's family for after throwing it? That memorial? Is it that one? Because I got questions. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've heard. So Zip is Biggie's child's godfather.
I believe so, yes.
When Biggie died, was there a memorial that gave certain credit to Zip?
Yes, actually on his second album that came out a few weeks after he died, Life After Death, in the back there's a thank you, a list of all the people to thank, and there's Uncle Zip, and then in parentheses it says the spiritual advisor.
I forgot that Life After Death came out that fast. I forgot about that.
Also, I'll put this in 151, showing you as marked as state's proposed exhibit number 151. You recognize that?
Yes.
And who are those two individuals?
That is Sean Puffy Combs on the left and Zip Martin on the right, and this was supposedly at a New Year's Eve party in 94 or 95.
Move to admit
Do we
151.
have
Any objection?
Do we have pictures of Keffe D with Zip? This man's just telling them everything. But he is connecting the dots with this is who this is, this is who this is, this is who that is, this is Greenblatt's. He's the one that's running down these leads to try to connect back to the things about Keffe D's story that were verified or not verified. They're approaching. Canada said, I believe the allegation about Diddy charging the family for the memorial was found to be not true. It's very possible. It's very possible. It is again not something I can speak on as verified fact. It is what I have heard about the memorial, but I truly do not know if that's true or not. Again, that's not what's on trial here. But let's see what they're
Pursuant to the conversation at the bench, no objection, it'll be admitted.
So this photo is being admitted.
You may publish if you want, whatever you wanted to do.
Now we've got a photo of Diddy in evidence.
think we got to do both. I'm not sure I did 152 yet. So 152.
Oh, that's Greenblatt's.
One of the shots that you had of Greenblatt's.
Yes.
And then 151. That's
Diddy and Zip with bottles.
Mr. Martin.
Yes, on the right.
And who's the guy on the left?
The left is Sean Puffy Combs.
This is wild.
Now, Mr. Diaz testified about sort of the production of the Death Row Chronicles. And initially, were you contacted by Cliff Mogg as well?
I reached out first to Las Vegas Homicide, and then Cliff Mogg reached out to me after that.
He had contact with you, and just so since this is one we put up in our opening, showing you state's proposed exhibit number 61. Do you recognize that guy?
That is Zip Martin.
Who to admit 61?
No objection, Your Honor.
So submitted.
And do you essentially conduct an interview with Detective Bond?
Yes, he came out to Los Angeles and interviewed me in my home with his sergeant.
Was there a request for all of the underlying supporting raw data / footage associated with the two interviews you were involved in 2017, I think?
For Death Row Chronicles?
Yes.
It wasn't so much a request, but I told him, I figured you could just subpoena the raw footage and get it. I didn't know yet that, there's laws and that it's kind of up to the entertainment companies if they want to turn over footage or not. They can't be compelled to.
I don't think that's an accurate statement of the law, but you do have to go through court process for it.
So that's what I thought would happen. I thought I'll let him know about this, and then it's his to do with what he wants.
Sometime after the indictment of this case, did you learn that we were unable to acquire the raw footage of that?
Yes, and I was even included on some of the email threads at my request because I was also reaching out to Paramount. Paramount Pictures attorney got involved. Paramount owns BET. And I think someone at E1 got involved, and they were initially saying no, and since I work in the business, I was trying to work it out with them how they could get that footage over. And then ultimately they did give permission for it to be shared.
Did you have footage, or I shouldn't say footage,
right?
Did you
They got permission for it to be shared and then nobody could find it. Whoops-a-doodle.
had your own raw data at that point that was also authorized to be disclosed?
I did.
Explain to us how the setup was.
Sure. So,
yeah, he took
my
the audio
reason for being
recordings.
hired onto Death Row Chronicles was a technical consultant, but mainly it was tied to Keffe's interview. I helped Mario Diaz write the questions, and then on both days of the interviews, they had me in an office there at E1's studios, or their office building, down the hall from where the production studio was, where Keffe was being interviewed. And they gave me a headset so I could listen live to the interview as Mario was conducting it. And then I was texting follow-up questions to Mario while he was in the studio as things came up.
Were you recording your audio feed?
Yes, I took the headphones off and I made my own recording with my phone.
Right.
At some point, do you learn that the only thing we could acquire from E1 Entertainment was an actual transcript of the tapes themselves, but not the tapes?
Correct. Yes.
And then, did you provide us the audio to your that you had done during these two interviews?
Yes. Once you subpoenaed me, I sent over my audio.
And was there? Are you aware of either gaps in your audio or additional audio that wouldn't have been in the transcripts?
Yes, there's sections where I was rolling, and I'm sure they were rolling also, but they're only going to transcribe. The reason of making a transcript for a production is the pertinent parts of the the interview that they're actually going to edit into the show. So they it's so that when the producers go to figure out how they're going to edit the show together, they have a transcript and they can tell the editors use this segment here, use this segment here, use this part. There's a lot of chit chat stuff that I had that they might have also had that was not transcribed because it was just chatter. It's never going to be used in the show. There are also some sections where I probably was rolling when they might have already cut. And lastly, there's a few moments where in the first interview, one of my audio recordings, the file was corrupted, so I lost about the last 4 minutes of it. And then during some of the interviews, I didn't always know when they would be done with a break, when they had come back and were already rolling again. So there's a few times when I missed maybe the first few minutes of a new segment.
Let's start with the transcripts.
At least
State's
there's
proposed
something.
exhibit number 113 and 114. First of all, you recognize the
These
front
transcripts,
page is
oh my
the
God, those are big transcripts. These
original transcripts
were
that
admitted to the
generated
last
off the
witness
tapes.
today.
Yes.
And then, did you become aware that we took your audio, transcribed the additional audio, and then anything that was not on your audio, we highlighted in yellow to
Yes.
identify you didn't have it, but it shows in the transcript.
Correct, yes.
And so these should be as complete a record as we have between your audio and those videotapes for the two interviews that occurred in July of 2017.
Yes, correct.
Judge, I move to admit both 113 and 114.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yep.
All right, they're approaching about the transcripts. The prosecution made clear what was highlighted, what wasn't. I'm going to zoom past the sidebar. Sorry, that's my mouse on the screen, or my pointer on the screen. They're still at sidebar. I don't know what they're sidebarring about.
All right, pursuant to our discussion at the bench, the transcripts will be admitted over objection.
All right, all the transcripts are coming
And
in.
that will be as 114 and 15? 114 and 115?
113 and 114.
113 and 114. Thank you.
Mr. Dorsey, I want to give an example to the jury about what we're talking about here. And
are they gonna play these tapes, or are we gonna? I'm curious to see how this is going to come into evidence. Are they just going to give the jury the transcripts?
113. So if we go to 113. And we roll down.
Interviewer, so give me your full name.
about
Duane Keffe D Davis. We're zooming, and we're scrolling, and we're scrolling.
Oop, there it is. It's page 28. Time cutoff is about 30 minutes and 16 seconds in. The yellow part is the part that's not on your audio tape. Is that correct?
When you are on a film set, TV set, or production set, you have to assume that someone is always recording. It seems like Keffe D is talking about prison. You know, I did 5.5. That motherfucker must come up here at least 10 times. Told that warden who you got up here, he's a serial killer. Like, oh, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Killed them rappers. Time cut off 30:16. And then the highlight is, that mine is crazy as hell. But I used to go off on his ass like, you ain't got shit. Fuck you. I ain't worried about your punk ass. But he don't know once he left, I'd be in the bed like, God damn, you know what I'm saying? Interviewer, during the whole time after Vegas, did you ever feel you were in fear for your life?
Yes.
And that was
I don't know what comes
transcribed
after
from
that.
the original videos that we don't have.
Right.
And everything else that's unhighlighted, we should hear on the audio.
You should hear, yes.
Okay. And that would be the same for both of these.
Yes.
Okay.
In addition, I've had marked both the July 17th, 2017 as 121 and the July 18th of 2017 as 122. I'd offer those as well.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And we only got about 40 minutes, Judge, so I would start 121.
Okay.
Oh. Emily, how are they going to get them into evidence? They're going to play all of them. Okay. So we've got transcripts, we've got recordings, we've got some stuff that's missing, some stuff that's in, and we've got the raw. God damn! Not this transcript again. They're so ugly. But at least the transcript overlays the audio, so I'm happy for that. We've got the raw audio from Keffe D's interview with the Death Row Chronicles. All right. Roll tape. I hope they go back to the split screen.
Yeah. South Side over here in Compton right there. What was Compton like when you were? It was when I first started. Compton was when I was I moved here when I was like 3. And it was
I'm glad there's any recording,
white,
I guess.
All white. It was the first black family on the street.
Where'd you move from?
We moved from Watts.
Oh, right. But you still grew up in LA.
I don't think he's lying yet.
Right.
Better to hear
And
Keffe.
how did it change during the 60s, 70s, and 80s?
What did that? There was a weird noise on that. Hold on. I just wanted to hear it again.
White, all white. It was the first black family on the street.
Where'd you move from?
We moved from Watts.
Oh, right. But you still grew up in LA.
I don't think he's lying yet.
Right.
I can't tell what that is, but I don't know if that's a hot mic or if that's the audio in there, but that doesn't sound like it's from the interview, but that's odd. Yeah, it sounds like someone is talking. But it might be somebody on set, it might not be. That was
Watts.
Oh, just right. But you still grew up in LA.
I don't think he's lying yet.
Right. And how did it change during the 60s, 70s, and 80s?
In the 60s, it was mostly all white. But 69, 70, 71, they started moving out. And more black families was coming in.
And then when did it get dangerous? When did it start getting dangerous?
When did it start getting dangerous?
Yeah.
Oh, about about 72, 73.
What happened?
The gangs started coming in. Like the first Crips were the Grandies and the Blue Hills right there on Alondra right there. Grandy Crips.
So you were part of that history, the initial sort of gang.
Yeah, I was there when the first, I was a kid when it first started.
Sorry, chat, that's the audio too.
That noise, and I'm stopping this at 1 minute and
That was fucking loud.
45 seconds, it looks like.
Yes.
Was that your phone making?
That is my phone making that noise, yes. And there's going to be a few times here where you're going to hear me loudly texting, and you're not going to be able to hear the audio very well because I was probably texting a message to Mario in that moment.
On the phone
So
while you're
sometimes it
recording
cuts
from the
out
phone.
in this first interview.
This was recorded when they were doing this interview with him in 2017. I'm just turning the texting down. We have the transcript. He's talking about his fourth grade teacher. I don't know if it was the defense or the prosecution that asked to approach. Somebody asked to approach. Connor, can we approach? Do we have to? I'm going to zoom. I didn't hear what the court said. I'm zooming past that sidebar. And more clicky clacky. I'm gonna turn down the clicky clacky. He talked about his fourth grade teacher who hooked him up with being a ball boy. He was working as a ball boy for the football team. Later on that changed. Did you feel pressure to join the gangs? He asked that earlier. No, I didn't. All right, I think the clicky clacky stopped. Nope, I was wrong. Later that changed. Who were your friends later on? Who did you hang out with? What did you do to make money? What did I do to make money? I was shooting dice at first, gambling when I was in junior high school gambling. Diaz is like, so tell us about the South Side Crips. How'd you end up affiliated with them? Davis said, well, the first day South Side started, I happened to be at school when it started. All my big homies, brothers, and they were there. I was shooting dice and my dad rolled by and he saw me. What the hell are you doing? I said, shooting dice. He said, shooting dice? Like, yeah. He said, get your ass in the car. Come on with me. So I really got a whooping for trying to be a Southside. So that was like, I was 9 years old when it first started.
That Southside started. I happened to be at the school when it started. All my big homies, brothers, and they was there. I was shooting dice. My dad rolled by, and he seen me.
He tells this story in his book too. Tells it the exact same way.
What are you doing? I said, I'm shooting dice. He said, shooting dice? I'm like, yeah. I said, get your ass in this car. Come on with me. So I really got a whipping for trying to be a Southside. So I was about 9 years old when this first started.
That early?
Yeah.
How'd you work your way up?
How'd I work my way up?
Yeah.
Shit. I don't feel comfortable saying
No. You don't have to go into detail. You can just say, look.
You don't want to talk too much about his gang affiliation or what he did to get his way up.
Okay, so ask the question again.
Yeah, how'd you work your way up to that organization?
What, to be the boss?
Yeah.
Well, money, really. You know what I'm saying? Money gave me the power and stuff like that. The dope gang, really. The dope gang. Yeah. One of the coaches at Compton College, I was 17 years old. Got to start with that.
So you were respected.
This is in his book too. He talks about doing Upward Bound at UCLA.
Because when I was in high school, I was in this program called Upward Bound at UCLA.
Come on. Upward Bound program.
Shit, I was kind of a smart student and stuff like that.
I wonder if the witness, and they haven't clarified this, but I wonder if the witness is processing out loud in the room that he's in watching this interview, and that's what we're hearing. It's him in that room talking as he's listening to this going on in the other room. I really wish they would have clarified that, but that's what it sounds like. It sounds like the witness in the room watching the interview happen. Because it wouldn't be happening on the stand. But I think that's what's happening. And Keffe D's book hasn't come out yet. They don't know these things about him. But he talked about how well he was doing at school and how well he was doing as part of this Upward Bound program. but that he wasn't making enough money and he wanted to make more money.
And on the weekend,
like an advance
I
program.
come home, and all my homies, they was kind of rolling. You know what I'm saying? And I was up there eating them noodles and toodles, you know what I'm saying? So I should have stayed there going to UCLA, but I stopped, got in the gang, started selling drugs.
Could have gone to college, gotten the gangs instead.
Stop that for now. Yeah, so can we find out who? Yeah. Well, just continue, but we can.
How'd you meet Suge?
Yeah, can you keep an eye on that though? I'm not paying attention yet. That looks good. How'd you meet Suge?
Oh.
You talked about him earlier.
I was like 9 years old, 10 years old, 10, playing park water football.
That's
I was a running back on the team, and he was the center. Like the ball. And his dad and his uncles was our coach. So after we would win games, we would go over their houses, go swimming, have hot dogs, chips, and everything. And I was like the star running back, running out, winning all the touchdowns.
You guys, he was the best at school. He was the best at football. He was the best at drugs. Obviously. But I can imagine for the filmmaker who doesn't know this side of the story, this is the first time anybody's really hearing that Keffe D and Suge Knight went back that far.
Number 20.
Yeah. And Suge was what?
Huh?
What was Suge?
Suge was the center.
He was the center.
Yeah, hiked the ball.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Were you guys tight? Or just knew each other sort of like, because you were in the...
Back then?
Yeah, back then.
The coaches was real strict. You know, they didn't care. You know, you bring your parents up there, trying to, rough house them, they gonna whoop the parents' ass. You know, the coaches was real strict, so... Because daddy used to, I was doing a lot of exercises, running a lot of laps, push-ups, 6 inches, beat the stomachs and shit. We used to be mad at that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? The dad is punishing our ass. So, shit. At practice, I used to try to take it out on his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Hit his ass even harder, you know what I'm saying? He was a little younger than us. You know, maybe a year or two.
His beef with Suge goes back to them being, what, 8 years old?
Yeah, because your daddy fucking over us. 6 inches, all that exercises, hard work and shit, bull rings. So really, Coach Son used to catch it back then. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
He ended up going to
UNLV,
right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
We had lost contact back during that area. When he went to UNLV, we lost contact.
You didn't continue playing?
Got in drug game. Yeah. My mom, they got sick when I was 15, 16 years old. She suffered with cancer. So I really lost my backbone. When she lost, that really broke my heart. I really needed her. I really kind of needed my mom's back then. At that point in time in my life, she could push me to be a better person for us.
Your pops?
Well, yeah, he's a good man. Very good man.
So when did you connect with Suge?
In his book, he talks about how much his mom's death impacted him, but he had 12 siblings. And he talks about the effect that had on their family.
Like death row days?
I can't tell you all this, you know what I'm saying? Because these dudes are still in the street, homie.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So forget about that. Now, talk to me about death row. When he started death row, were you connected?
Yeah. I was rolling, yeah.
Business?
Yeah. I was big time, man. Real big time. I was bigger than him and Puff.
I've heard that before. At the beginning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're like, when they started hanging out with Puffy in like 93, 94, they're like, you go to a concert with him, would Puff pay for your room? Be like, I didn't even fucking pay for my room. We had more money than they did. They were just...
And we heard that in the 2008 interview from yesterday. So this is the researchers in the room, not where the interview is happening. This is the researchers in the room where the recording device is. Because he got offended in the proffer. Did Puffy pay for your room? And he did. He got mad. He's like, no, we had more money than them. We heard that yesterday. He got pissed.
A little startup company, music label.
Right,
like we were rolling. Like, what are you talking about? I don't need to pay my hotel room.
I read that interview the
The
same
other way
way.
around, if anything.
Yeah.
EVD saying I had a good ass life, man.
Hell of a life, man. You know, being the king like that, the boss, all different areas, you know, different states. It's on, man. I was having fun, man.
You see a lot of money come to your hands?
Yeah, really. Like 3-4 million every month. All.
They made 3.
How did Suge
What are you saying?
earn his reputation as a tech guy? That's what everyone thinks about. You know him differently. You know him.
Well, you guys think you're tough guy.
That's what I'm saying. Who's the real shit?
He went to college. He's just like the rappers. You know,
right.
They want to be gangsters, but they're not.
It's a great line.
You know what I'm saying? College guy or rapper.
It's a great line.
And we get the inside commentary of the side room with the researchers running production here. Suge went to college. He's just like the rappers. They want to be gangsters, but they're not. That's a great line. Clip it. Put that in the promo. That's a great line. A few of you have asked, does Keffe D know he's being recorded? Keffe D is in the other room on camera being interviewed by the interviewer who testified earlier for a docuseries. So yes, he knows he's being recorded. He's sitting down for an interview to be part of a docuseries.
You know, they want to be gangsters, but they're not.
It's a great line.
You know what I'm saying? College guy or rapper.
It's a great line.
They're not no gangsters. They rap about what we do. You know what I'm saying? Real gangsters do. You know what I'm saying? This is like Tupac, Biggie, you guys ain't no gangsters, you know. They just rap that. They don't represent that.
And Suge
had the industry scared. He didn't have the street scared. I knew him since he was a kid.
Great lines.
I knew he wasn't like that. You guys thought he was like that. I never thought he
Suge had the industry scared. He never had the street scared.
He's a college kid.
Yeah.
That's a great line.
A college kid, you know a gangster.
But then he's associated with Bloods.
You waited to get $1 million to be associated with Bloods? Come on, man. You wasn't in the streets, dude. Knock it off.
Yeah. I want to get the real story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
However, in a lot of these interviews, Keffe D says, yeah, we were concerned about Suge because he keeps saying Suge had these cops working for him. And we were scared. We were concerned about the cops that were working for Suge. They say it numerous times. But the commentary on the production side is wild. Imperial Girl says, I bet Suge is fuming. Suge knows that Keffe D has said this shit about him forever because it's in his book too. Like he knows. So, you know, it's not new.
Just like the guy knocked him out at the barbershop, the barber. Come on, man. Yeah, I been knew that. Yeah. Since we played football together, you find out a person's heart,
God.
especially in a football game. Football, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So tell me more about him. Do you think he was just
Tell me more about Suge.
No, his dad's name is Suge. And he just took on his dad's name. So he just called him Big Suge when we was playing football team.
Oh, that was his dad's name.
His name is his dad's name is Suge.
But what was his personality? Was he,
His name was
like,
Sugar Bear.
You
That's
say
what his
he was
mom
a
called
gangster,
him.
but was he like
And then it got shortened to Suge.
softy at heart? Like, was he like a soft guy?
Oh, he's a good kid. Went to college. That's what good kids do, go to college. Yeah.
Did he have business smarts?
Evidently he did. He took a record company from the ground up and made it $100 million, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been trying to be no gangster, because you're not no gangster. He should have just stuck with the business. You know what I'm saying? Like Puff did. Stuck with the business, the business side. Jay-Z stuck with the business. But you want to run around here hitting on people, you know what I'm saying? Think you a gangster. Then you got them crooked cops running around with you, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So that was his problem. He was trying to be a gangster when he wasn't.
Yeah.
And that got him into trouble.
Really? You can't be out here faking.
Suge's beef with Puffy got everybody in trouble, it seems.
You know what I'm saying? You really can't be out here faking at all, because you will get exposed. The streets will eat you up. Especially if you're weak.
I got you. So, real quick, just to talk about Death Row again. So, when did you first hear about Death Row? Like when they were doing really well? Were you excited? Were you around that whole scene?
I just want to see if he starts talking about the fact that he was given the money to start Death Row and that he's the one that connected Suge and Dr. Dre. I want to see how much he takes credit for the beginning of Death Row. I'm real curious.
Dre and Snoop, all that stuff? Or were you not so close to them?
I was handling my business, man. I wasn't worried about no, you know what I'm saying? Them dudes rapping about
Can that
what
dude
I
out
do.
there give me a Coke?
You know what I'm saying?
That dude that's getting our lunch
They not
orders,
really
their way to
like that.
page
they
that
rap
guy.
about
Or,
what gangsters do.
I have no idea.
I'm not no
that dude's
gang.
name, you don't know who that guy is?
Gang, baby.
It's like a PA.
Okay. If I see him walk by,
It's a difference.
When we were talking in my office, you told me that you delivered the money for the startup money for sure.
That can get me hurt on y'all, you know what I'm saying? Still out here. Yeah, I got you. I respect that, you know what I'm saying?
Did you listen to their music?
Did you listen to their music? Yeah, it was
Okay,
cool.
The Chronic
I liked
and
it
All Eyes on Me are
out
great.
The Chronic, Dr. Dre.
That was woo
Them was from my side of town. Him and Easy and Ren, they from my side of town.
Did you, you're a fan of Tupac?
Ran pretty well from
Yeah, that was cool.
NWA.
I did.
There's
The researchers tried to explain to somebody else in the room who NWA is. That's funny. I mean, it was only a matter of time before we got to the Eazy-E and NWA of it all, right? It was only a matter of time.
Your brother Kevin was tight with Eazy.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So your brother Kevin was tight with Eazy-E.
They was two youngsters
Cruising down the street
trying to
in
make
my
it.
6'4". Right.
Doing their thing. Making money and stuff. Yeah. And I went to the pen. I went to the pen in 1985. And because I used to be in his house, he used to be making all that racket. I'm like, man, that sounds like some fucking bullshit. Turn that shit off. You know what I'm saying? Shit, but he stuck with it. And I was walking around the track in Tracy all the time. I'm listening to the cruising down the street. And
Tracy's where he was in prison in 85. He went to prison a couple times. But Tracy's where he was in prison. I'm walking around the track in Tracy and I'm listening to cruising down the street in my 6'4". Right.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, but he stuck with it. And I was walking around the track in Tracy all the time. I'm listening to the cruising down the street in my 6'4". It was him. I didn't even know. One of my partners came up and was like, I'm like, man, what the dude, Eric, right doing? He like, man, you heard that record? Easy, that's Eric. I'm like, man, you bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? Because they only had 2 TV stations back then in the prison yard. So, you know, but we was listening to the shit on the radio the whole time.
So he'd heard the music, but he hadn't seen that it was easy.
When I got out, he blew up like a motherfucker. Yeah.
And Kevin wasn't into music?
Huh?
Kevin wasn't into music?
Kevin went to prison.
Kevin was in prison.
Oh, he was there with you?
No, he went to prison after me. He went to prison when he blew up kind of when this shit came off. Yeah.
How many times did you go in?
How many times I went in?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I went to Tracy. I went to Cochran.
Shooting.
I went to the feds.
And I had a drug case. I went to Tracy, Cochran, and then I went to the feds. I went about 4 times. Went to the feds about 4 times. This last little bit, they raided my house, came in. So, the guy didn't know who the fuck I was at first.
He must have been so offended to be raided by someone who didn't know who the fuck he was. He must have been so mad. He's like, he didn't even know who the fuck I was. I was getting raided, and they didn't even put respect on my name. He must have been pissed.
Raided my house looking for my daughter's boyfriend. So I'm like, damn, he like, what you got in here? So I got a pistol and some money. Like, okay, I'm glad you declared it. So the motherfucker got I had on my drawers and my slingshot t-shirt while he had me in handcuffs. So he went in the room and got my pants and he found out who the fuck I was.
What was your ID in your pants?
He like, man, I know who you are. I'm like, shit, man, you keep it.
He recognized me, guys. And then he recognized me. And then he recognized me. He was like, he saw your ID? I know who the fuck you are. You're Keffe D.
You leader of this gang.
He's getting raided by the police and getting handcuffed in his boxers in the middle of the night. And what he wants to tell you is that this cop knew who the fuck he was. He recognized him. Kind of tells us everything, doesn't it?
He like, man, I know who you are. I'm like, shit, man, you Keffe D. You leader of this gang. I'm like, man, I ain't been out there in about 5 years. He like, oh, fuck that. I'm taking you to jail. I said, man, you ain't a man of your word, dude. You said you're gonna, declare my shit. No. Just take you in. So I just did a little bit in Wasco for that, for a little gun case. Yeah.
Well, you were probably on parole, to be fair.
That was in 2015.
Okay.
So you weren't supposed to be around guns.
The whole offer deal that had been made before.
Is that it?
All right, let's just move on. Yeah, let's switch it. So this is what I was talking about. He has to stop and change a color. You good? You need water?
Why would they ask him if he was good or needed some water? I'm going to zoom until they move on. Because it's I'm glad they have a recording. We'll see what we get to.
Anyways. Feel all right? Like, yeah. Man, you shouldn't.
I can't tell if they're just bullshitting right now or if they're filming.
Yeah.
They didn't give you a costume bag?
No, he caught it. He showed it right back together.
Yeah.
He told me before I went to the surgery that I was going to have a colostomy bag.
Yeah, so it's the location. If it's near the rectum, you get.
Yeah.
It's above.
Yeah.
But it's a pain in the ass.
Yes, it is.
I told you, I've got 2 people close to me who dealt with that.
I'm a lost pastor now.
You mom?
That's what scared the shit out of me.
Oh, so you have a hereditary thing.
Man.
Right. Well, I mean, I got my check. It's supposed to be at 50. I got my check at 40.
Yeah, yeah. I've been going every year now.
You do it every year?
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
it every 5. Yeah.
Are they talking about
you guys
colonoscopies?
There's a bunch of Southsiders in 90s music videos. You guys are...
Because it sounds like he was... Or prostates. They're either talking about colonoscopy or prostates, but he was talking about being worried because of his mom's cancer. But either way, they were talking about their taking care of themselves. Also, yes, get your colonoscopies. But he was talking about being freaked out. Remember, Keffe D said at the beginning of this interview that we saw a million years ago earlier today, before we got sideways on that interview from 2009, that the reason he was doing this interview is because he got cancer. And he had cancer and he's got nothing else to lose. So that's why he's doing this interview. What stage he's in of his cancer treatment when he's doing this interview, I don't know. But that's why he said he was doing this interview. So,
do you remember which ones you were in?
And now they're talking about music videos.
Was that Mellow?
Yeah, that's
all the Easy. One of my brothers is a famous actor in every Easy video. He come get it every time Easy used to get a video. Pick up my older brother every time. Every single time in every single Easy video.
So was that fun? Was that something you guys did all the time?
TV, I didn't want to get exposed like that because of the type of business.
He's like, I didn't want my face on my face on those music videos where they're rapping about selling drugs and shit. I didn't want to do that. I didn't need anybody to know. I didn't want to get exposed like that.
Funny.
That's funny.
I was in one the Mellow video, just that Mellow. That's the only one I ever got in. But other than that, I didn't want to be exposed like that. Try to stay undercover. Under the thing.
Is it true that you guys provided lowriders from some of the video directors?
Yeah.
How's that work?
We had only the hydraulic place in Compton called Compton Hydraulics. So people used to call up there and ask for lowrider cars. Like, what's his dude named? Batman? Little dude,
Batman?
Chris Snow's boy, what's his name? Batman? Batman. The little dude, what's his name? Marcus Houston. He was my car before. He was in a little group. What was that little group called?
This is where they need. This is where they need the researcher to fill in the rap lore for the interviewer of who he's trying to talk about.
Well, there was 3 little boys in before B2K. Marcus Houston was in. Yeah, they had a little group. They used my cars. But they used to call up to the shop, different actors and different people used to call up in the shop, did all the lowriders.
Cool. And then there's that famous, Usher.
Yeah, that's my 64, yeah. He was a little kid, about 14 years old. Usher. Usher was a little kid, about 14 years old, and they needed to use him and Puff needed to use my car. I let him use it instead. He was dancing all on the hood and shit. Like, damn, I can't believe when I seen the video what the fuck you was doing. You don't do lowriders like that. Guess the East Coast don't know. They don't know about that type of shit. Yeah.
I saw some footage of
that was my baby, like my wife, was
doing that video?
I think
you know what I'm saying? My lowrider,
look it up.
Yeah.
So they fucked it up and what happened?
I had to go get the whole car repainted. candy paint.
We've heard about this a million times now. Because remember how excited the cops were when they were like, wait, who rented it from you? Did Puffy pay you directly? Like, how did you get paid? They were trying to find a connection with that payment. But he's like, no, I'm the one rolling down the street in my 6'4". He put a picture of that car in the book. That's his the lowrider that they leased to Usher for his music video. Same story in the book. Told the exact same way.
So they paint the whole car because it came mix and match. It was sponsored stuff. Yeah. So they paid for it. Oh. Yeah. Okay. And little Usher was telling his mom, let's buy this car. Can't buy my girl, you know what I'm saying? Not today. Yeah.
That's funny. He's like, you can't buy my girl. Not today. Did you call the car baby? We have questions. I agree with you. I agree with you on the I'm not selling you that car.
So what happened? How did you how did we get to this point? Like, what you opened up to the police about what happened today? I want you to be comfortable talking about it. Like, at some point they cut up with why did you tell them?
We got from an Usher music video to the shooting of Tupac immediately. Let's talk about it.
Definitely. Are you comfortable talking about what they had on you? Is that? Are you comfortable talking about what they had on you? As far as the drugs? Yeah. As far as proof. They were, the FBI don't come with us, they have you. They don't come with us, they have you. They sent a guy from DC to get me. Form a task force. But I figured I was targeted behind all Suge friends,
you think
police and shit. So they was like kind of, we was fighting on real war. So the mayor, he was even with Suge. We was sitting at a restaurant.
This wasn't because of Suge.
Sitting at IHOP.
He still thinks
Compton
it is.
Boulevard and
the feds wanted to put RICO cases on Death Row and Bad Boy per the feds that testified. This, I mean, it's not about, Suge's not doing this to you. The feds want to take down both labels because they think the labels are being fueled by drug money, and there's a ton of forfeiture in that. So the feds were going after both of them.
Alameda here. This motherfucker come in here, acting like he a street motherfucker. You tripping, mayor. You better do your mayor, you know what I'm saying? Coming in there mad, he knew who the fuck we were, you know what I'm saying? He was just one of Suge's boys, A lot of the Compton police is the Suge boys. The Wrights, Reggie, Junior and Senior. Yeah.
So, before any of that happened.
What's so interesting about Keffe D, and he would be fantastic pen pals with Sarah Boone. What's so interesting about Keffe D is the center pin of everyone's story, including his own. Everybody's behavior in his mind is just centered around him. No, the feds wanted to make a RICO case. The feds wanted to make a RICO case.
The Tupac murder was in '96. Did you ever feel like it was going to catch up with you?
Was that?
Did you ever feel like it was going to catch up with you? That people would come and talk to you about it?
Man, they had this. The FBI was on it from day one. It was on it from day one.
No,
Tell
they
me
weren't.
about the first time they talked to you about it. Was it '97? Tell me about the first time they talked to you about it.
After Biggie's death.
Shit. They didn't talk to me till I went to the feds. 98. They never can caught up with me. Every time they raided my houses, I was never.
And at that time, you didn't tell them anything. You just told them.
He did. He told him.
I was just, but they got all the bottom feeders. You know how they do. They get all the bottom feeders. And all of them motherfuckers just sold me out. Really kind of hurted me, So all I did was help them dudes out. Had they back, no matter what.
The text saying.
Pockets were right. Families were right.
He's talking about everybody that sold him out. I took care of all of them.
Get all the bottom feeders. Lead them up to the big men. Like you go down a snowball down the hill. Everything get caught on it, Shit.
Just said Mario.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Real consistent with his book. He starts naming names, though. Randy said, why is the army catching strays now? No, he's talking about the people who were his army. They were his army. And they all flipped on him. So, and a lot of them did. But the people below him flipped as the feds were trying to put together that narcotics task force is the first one that he got looped into, not the Biggie task force. That came 10 years later. So the FBI agent that testified about the proffers that were just written that there's no audio of, those are the proffers he's talking about now. And the feds got him on wiretap. He said, I'll tell you what I know. He brought up Tupac a little bit in that, but not as much as he did 10 years later in the Biggie task force. Yep.
Mario, the first note.
You talked to the cops in 98. You said they're barking up the wrong tree. You thought you were done.
No. When I was in the feds, they came up there every month, making my life miserable as hell.
He kept talking to him.
At least you got, 12 years until they caught up with you, 2010 or whatever.
I was a little smart, I guess. But the dude said he was going to give me promises. That motherfucker was so cold, his eyes was piercing. This fair dude named Holiday, that dude made my life a miserable. Living hell on, but ever since that night, it seemed like dude stuck his head up my ass on me. You know what I'm saying? He's a special agent in charge of the major crime unit. Ever since that night,
You guys, it's not just any Fed that's on his ass. This Fed that's on his ass is the special agent in charge of the major crime unit. He's a big deal, you guys. It's not just any Fed that's investigating Keffe D. He is the fediest Fed to ever fed. This dude.
I did 5.5. Motherfucker came up there at least 10 times. Told the warden, yo, who you got up here? He's a serial killer. Like, oh, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Kill them rappers.
What was your relationship with Puffy like?
Nobody was calling you a serial killer. Be so for real.
How did it, evolve? You guys were cool and then you hung out a lot together?
When he used to come to California, we used to meet up and have fun. I was a baller, I was guilty. In fact, I was doing better than him back then. Shit. Have fun, man.
Did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about getting scared?
You fucked up. What's that?
I said, did he ever talk about Suge? Did he ever talk about being
Back to Diddy.
Scared of like, you know, all the bullshit, go back and forth, the East Coast, West Coast shit.
You didn't talk about that till later on in our relationship.
That's right.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, you know, when did we get to that spot, that place where you guys were talking about that?
I remember my boy Zip was rolling up, he was going to the club one night, rolling up green leaf in the neighborhood. His phone rang.
Rolling down the street in my 6'4". Right.
I guess they must have fucking played it. So I don't know. He's like, man, let me speak to Keefy. So got on the phone. What's up, dog? He's like, man, I'm giving a concert out there. You want to tour on the West Coast. He asked me, think it's cool to come out there? I just said, why it wouldn't be cool? He's like, the big CEO guy.
He tells this exact same story, this exact same way in his book. That Diddy calls up Zip while they're together and is like, hey, let me talk to Keffe D. Hey, do you think it would be cool if we come out there on tour? We're not cool with your big CEO guy, who was Suge.
CEO.
And then they came out to Irvine Meadows for Summer Jam. Irvine Meadows was awesome. Unless you were at the very top. Those hills were treacherous. But Irvine Meadows was awesome.
Yeah, the big guy. I knew what he was talking about. It was like a cold word for shit. So I guess I was kind of scared of the guy. So we went to the Irvine Meadows. It was Summer Jam.
Oh, let's get to Irvine
Biggie had the hottest song out in the world. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that song was One More Chance. Boogie on the stage. Suge was right there. So I came off the stage, he asked me, man, how you doing there?
He tells us exactly the same way.
Same way I know you. I told him that. So then, after that, we went to the San Diego concert. Matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel we stayed in.
Good, he's telling all the same details. Let's continue.
And the researcher's like, he's telling the exact same story. He is. He's like, we were at the hotel with the Dallas Cowboys and it was totally awesome. I mean, it's super consistent. It's super consistent.
Amazing. And all the balls would go all around that mother for the Dallas Cowboys.
Football team,
it's ready for Troy Aikman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we're going to get you in trouble or not, but the balls were all around the game. Yeah. Then we went to the Anaheim. That was on the Halloween.
He talks about thinking it was Halloween because somebody was in like a cat suit. That's that one.
Halloween was cool there too.
And he just give you.
That's when he says Diddy first asked him to put the hit out at that event.
I just go get a picture with little homies. I was riding in the van. I was on the stage with him.
That's the Navy SEALs one.
You get to hang out with Big E, obviously, right?
Yeah, Big E was cool. Cool dude and everything like that.
So when did Puffy start talking about, Suge on a real serious level?
He was back there? Oh, we already established that.
Yeah.
Now, what'd you say?
I said, when did he start talking about Suge, like, on a real serious level? Puffy.
Oh, being scared of Suge?
No, of killing Suge.
I ain't really comfortable talking about that right now. When you see me in that suit, you got me, alright?
Okay.
I've been thought that out.
Okay. So let's take a break.
I'm not really comfortable talking about that right now. Great, let's take a smoke break and see how that goes. Let's see if you're more comfortable talking about Diddy wanting to put a hit out on Suge in a minute. Let's take a smoke break real fast and see if it's better. See if we feel differently about this situation.
Can you be back here in 10 minutes? I want to get more before the 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to give me to my wife.
She did take me back. You know, I might have not been here.
What do you mean? You want me to?
I said I might have not been here for.
Oh, of course, yeah. But
Can we take a 10-minute break? Let me continue telling you about me. She's
not down there with you, right? She's in the hotel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like.
Well, I got to take care of her.
Yeah, of course.
After
After lunch, we'll do a little more, and then you're done. Okay.
All right. A little smoke break.
That cool?
Jay, that's probably a really good breaking point.
Where are we at time-wise, just so we can put that on record?
35 minutes, 17.7 seconds.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the day. We're going to have you guys back at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury, everyone.
All right, let's see if they put anything on the record, because you never know what today is going to bring.
9:30 on Monday. Over the weekend, do not talk to...
She's talking to the witness now and admonishing the witness about the sequestration order. You can't talk about your testimony over the weekend. You need to be back here at 9:30. You're still on the stand.
Anybody about the case, do not discuss your testimony
He's
with
still
anyone.
on direct, so myself and Mr. Paul should be allowed to talk. I'm in the street talk to Mr. Stamp as well, but he's not on cross. So I think it's appropriate that we...
What are you saying, counsel? What world of evidence do you live in? It sounds like the prosecutor is saying, no, he's still on direct. We should be able to talk to him. No. Once he's sworn in, you don't get to talk except about scheduling. Be back at 9:30. That's it. What world are we living in?
Your testimony
He's
with
still
anyone.
on direct, so myself and Mr. Paul should be allowed to talk. I'm in the street talk to Mr. Stamp as well, but he's not on cross. So I think it's appropriate that we still talk to him.
What's the standard definition?
Well, I get that that's the standard, but it's usually between direct and cross, that the witness is not allowed to be, or after the cross has started.
I disagree.
Yeah, I agree with the court on this one, counsel. I've never seen any world in the land where you're allowed to talk to the witness about anything other than scheduling. Be back here at 9:30. Once they start, swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Once they start their testimony, you can't talk to them. And the prosecutor is saying, no, it's in between direct and cross. The court's like, I disagree.
Definition.
Well, I get that that's the standard, but it's usually between direct and cross, that the witness is not allowed to be, or after the cross has started.
I disagree.
The court says I disagree.
You can talk to him about scheduling.
Correct.
Okay.
Period.
The call.
Perfect.
Ew. What do you mean your call? It's the law. Don't get snappish. You're wrong. You're wrong for that, homie.
Which one? Were 149 and 152 admitted?
149 and 155? Are both. The 149 is not in.
149 was not in. 152 is?
What is 152?
I don't think 152 is either.
Sorry, I just don't know.
Mr. Dorsey, more excuse.
All right,
I know that
Thanks, sir.
151 is. I think the prosecutor needs a snack and a nap. That's what I'm going with. It's Friday. It's Friday. No, not that kind of. It's not that kind of Friday for the prosecutors. I think the prosecutor needs a snacky snack and a nappy nap. Of course, if I was the judge, I would be peeved with that too. It's your call. It's hard not to. I would imagine it would be hard not to clap back. I do not have the judicial temperament. Because I would be like, you want to come a little closer and say that again to my face? What do you mean by that? It's your call. Damn fucking right, it's my call. No, I think everybody is tired. All right. That's the end of the day, everybody. What a Friday. in court. Sorry that I'm sitting in the dark. One of my lights has just decided that today was the day. It was done. Today's the day. So we're at the end of day 5, and we are walking through testimony with the documentary crew that made Death Row Chronicles. And it seems we are going to go through all of the raw audio of Keffe D's interview with documentary filmmakers. We heard testimony that at first they had asked for the raw video from the network that produced the documentary, and they were told no. Then the network acquiesced and said, yes, you can have the raw video. And then no one could find it. So the researcher who was watching the interview happen off of the set in another room and then messaging questions to the interviewer was also recording this contemporaneously on their phone. So you hear them clicky clacking on their phone, which is wild, but it's the only recording that exists. Was like their kind of archival recording, because they're not going to have access to dailies. And if the job of the researcher is to go back and formulate what did we miss, I can understand why they have a separate recording. So that audio recording was provided. So we have a transcript and an audio recording. That was all done in 2017 for the series that was released in 2018. So we saw 2 witnesses about that today. We're not even halfway through, I don't think, with the witness that's on the stand now, because we're going to go through, it seems, all of Keffe D's statements. We're going to go through all of Keffe D's statements. All of them. But the thing that was so wild for me today that just sent me was that interview with Dupree, Detective Long from Las Vegas PD, Keffe D, and his lawyer Higgins. That 2008 interview was absolutely wild. So we have now seen interviews from Keffe D in 1998 with the feds, and that fed came in and testified, with Kading and Dupree in 2008, 2009. Sorry, that second one was 2009. And now we're seeing interviews from 2017 that aired in 18. So we've gone from the 1998 interviews to the 2008 and 2009 interviews into the now 2017 interviews. And the stories have been pretty consistent. There have been small shifts in details, but the stories have generally been pretty consistent. Which still raises the question for me, is after that 2009 interview, Keffe D wasn't arrested. And so almost 10 years later, he's like, I've got cancer. I've got nothing less to lose. I'm going to sit down and tell my story. And then to hear this witness tell it, Keffe D started giving interviews and wouldn't stop, and then started promoting his book. So Death Row Chronicles came out in 2018. Keffe D released his book in 2019. He was indicted in 2023. And now we're here for trial in 2026. I really wonder if when Keffe D started giving those interviews, if he just didn't think there would be any repercussions for it, because he wouldn't be there for there to be any repercussions for it. But he did give those interviews to law enforcement years prior. Well, I guess we're going to hear a lot more of what Keffe D has to say. I didn't think that 2009 interview would be nearly as wild as it was. But man, oh man, oh man, oh man, was that interview wild. And here's just my thoughts on that. When the police are like, hey, would you love to sit down and chat with us? We're not giving you a deal. It's not a proffer. We just want to have a chitty chat. I don't see how that can ever go well for you. And this interview with Higgins is a masterclass in why to not do that. And we have seen some lawyers that I've been like, man, what are you doing? Or man, why aren't you doing anything? It feels like Higgins is actively trying to help in that interview, and I don't know if it's his client. So we're going to get back to trial on Monday. And I feel like this is one of those trials where I'm real curious about some of those sidebars from today, because those sidebars predicated Keffe D popping in and talking at the judge right before they went to lunch. What a wild day in court. All right, let's answer some questions and then we're going to go. We've been streaming for almost 9 hours. Griffin has popped his head in and is like, TikTok. So we're going to answer a few questions and then we're going to go because we'll be back in court Monday morning. All right. A lot of you have asked about IAC. We're not in the proceeding where he has a right to counsel. He doesn't have a right to counsel, so there can't really be an effective assistance of counsel because he doesn't have the right to counsel. So, yeah, he doesn't have the right to counsel. So it does not help there. Rebecca wants to know, says, no way fact versus fiction works here. Sorry. The defense attorney doesn't have a ton to deal with or a ton to work with. I think his approach on this is maybe one of the best approaches. I guess we'll wait till the end of evidence, but I don't know what other approach he can go with. His approach is, hey, you can't believe my client. He's a big fish guy. This is all Hollywood. It's all for production. It's all part of the show. This is all making it bigger, right? I think that 2009 interview is going to make it really hard for them. But I can still see where counsel's going to lean into that. He thought Keffe D was talking because he thought he was protected, and then Keffe D was talking because he thought he was dying. And so it's not really true. But if this is what you're unburdening from yourself because you think that you are at the end of your life, I don't know if it cuts the way of that's when you're lying, or if it cuts the way of that's when you're telling the truth. And that's something the defense is going to have to grapple with too. Cindy, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to all the new Leonard members. Good to see you. The Lauren said, do you think they'll go after Puffy? I think if they had enough to go after Puffy, they probably would have. But I don't see what changes in this. And the problem for them is that the feds had a lot of this information. And the feds indicted Puffy on other stuff when they had this information. So unless there's something new, and I don't know what that would be, but unless there's something new, it's going to be really difficult for them because they're going to run into double jeopardy issues. You can't sit on things that you could charge and not charge them. Now, if they couldn't charge it then and something changed and they can charge it now, we'll see. But there would have to be something intervening that's new. And maybe Keffe D testifies. And now Keffe D's under oath saying this. Maybe that's the thing that's new. Or maybe some of these witnesses testifying is the thing that's new, even though this is all in reports. But I don't think they have anything other than Keffe D's statements and people saying, yeah, that tracks. There needs to be a thing more tangible. Because otherwise the question is, well, did somebody get paid? How did they get paid? Where's that paper trail? Weren't they gonna shoot at Tupac and Suge anyway because they jumped Orlando Anderson? So how do you prove that Keffe D didn't come up with the, oh, Diddy told us to do it after the fact because this really was gang retaliation? So I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. And we'll see if something happens. It seems like it's something new, but we're not there yet. I'll tell you if I see anything that I'm like, oh, that might be new. I'm keeping an eye for it. A number of you in the chat have asked if Zip's still alive. No, Zip passed away from cancer more than 10 years ago. So, Scrambled Megs said, my Irvine Meadows nostalgia knows no bounds. Same. Kay Carly said, so happy to be here with the Leonards. Me too. It's our first full Pacific Coast timeline trial. And it's been wild. So, hey, everybody on Pacific, we've got a trial in your time zone. Everybody else is like, oh my God, it's late in the day. I know. Amy said, if a jury question affects either side's strategy, will it still be asked and answered? Amy, it's a great question. Yes, it will be. The only reason a jury question wouldn't be asked of the witness is if it's an improper question. So if it's a question that calls for hearsay, or if it's a question that steps on a 402 ruling, then it won't be asked. But no, if the attorney strategically chose not to ask a question and the jury asks it and it's a legally proper question, it'll come in. And I don't know if this judge asks the attorneys if they want the jurors to be able to ask questions, or if that's just the practice in this judge's courtroom. It varies by courtroom. It varies by judge. Not all judges allow it, but it's really interesting. It's really interesting to see. Amelia said, off to get married Saturday. EDB, pray for sun. Amelia, we are sending you all the sun. However, rain is good luck, but we are sending you all of the warm wishes for sun, but not too warm. Just lovely sun with beautiful weather. Have a wonderful wedding. It will be a delight. Remember to take a minute and enjoy it. It goes so fast, and you're just like, whoosh, it goes so fast. Take time in the day to just enjoy it. Carrie Spins in the chat asks, what determined this being tried in Las Vegas versus LA? Las Vegas had jurisdiction because it all happened in Vegas. So even though everybody from LA came to Vegas for the weekend, this is not a new problem for Vegas prosecutions because it's such a destination. But the murder happened in Las Vegas. Las Vegas has jurisdiction. And so LAPD can't charge someone for the murder of Tupac. It's outside of their jurisdiction. LAPD was investigating Biggie because that happened in LA, even though he's from New York. And a lot of the witnesses in that case, I would imagine, would be from New York because they were all coming out to LA for an event. They were all in Vegas for an event. Vegas is the jurisdiction. So it has to be where the thing happened. That can get a little squirrely with civil law, like, well, how much of the thing happened here? Like with civil law, you're looking for a nexus, but in criminal law, it is where did the thing happen? Michelle, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Diane, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. To everyone who became a member today, welcome, Leonards. To everyone who got gifted memberships today, welcome, Leonards. Let's see. Bella said, on behalf of all us West Coast Cali Leonards who have followed all the East Coast trials with tons of coffee, we appreciate this one. We had to do a PST trial. Also, this trial is really surreal. Not only does it overlap in areas where I worked as a prosecutor, where my friends worked as prosecutors, but it overlaps things that were happening as I was growing up. And so, and music that I listened to, and personalities that you watch, but also like rumors that we heard, things that you kind of are like, well, it sounds like that's true, but I don't know. I didn't think this would ever, ever, ever go to trial. And it's surreal watching it go to trial. It's also surreal watching them so casually being like, oh yeah, my brother was in all those Eazy-E music videos. And oh yeah, this is the car that was in Usher's music video. It's the history of music during that time as well is wild. And so it's really surreal, but I never thought it would happen. It's wild watching it. And it's also wild hearing testimony where I'm like, well, that's kind of what I thought. It's weird hearing you say it, like hearing the FBI sit on the stand and say, we were interested in RICO cases against Death Row and Bad Boy Records. Crazy to me. The Lauren said, like Depp v. Heard on the jurisdictional quirks. But I feel like I know more about what was going on in the 90s with this than I did about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, because I did not follow their marriage at all. I feel like I came into this with more knowledge of especially California music in the 90s than I did with Depp Heard. But the jurisdictional quirks in civil, definitely Depp Heard. That was just good lawyering. Also, I read Keffe D's book, because the second he got indicted, I'm like, did his book get him indicted? Yeah. He also has a very high opinion of himself. He is, in fact, the Compton Street Legend. I guess it's kind of legendary to write a book and get yourself indicted for murder 30 years later. I don't think we've ever seen that before. That'll be a first. I don't think he's going to see it that way, but that'll be a first for us. But that interview, so wild. Frio said, being born and raised in Long Beach, this trial is wild. It's largely validation and a trip down memory lane. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. This is gonna be. This is going to maybe be a cautionary tale of the greatest tale that ever was about ego taking someone out when I think he thought it was going to be fine. D. Bart said, does the jury know he thought he was dying of cancer? The jury saw the clip of him saying at the beginning of this docuseries, I have cancer and I have nothing else to lose. So they saw the clip of him saying that. Yes, they do. So that is what it is. Valkyrie said, I still don't get why Deputy Her was in Virginia of all places. Very strategic lawyering. And because the printing presses and some of the servers that served the newspaper were located there, so there was a nexus there and there was jurisdiction there. Also because it got around some of the challenges that Los Angeles would have posed with the anti-SLAPP laws in Los Angeles. They're very different in Virginia. It was strategic. But there was a nexus there, and the judge found that there was a nexus there. Crimes don't work the same way. It's not a you can pick A or B or C or D. Crimes are like, where did the crime happen? That's the crime. That's where it happened. But I agree with you, Lyndon. Lyndon said the Virginia change of venue and Deputy Heard is one of the most brilliant legal moves we've seen. Yeah. It was very good. It was very good legal strategy. And even though it's going to be inconvenient for everybody, the law was friendlier to their case in Virginia. So, Beats Kill Beans said, being a teenager in Inglewood in the 90s, this trial feels validating and wildly surreal. I'm exactly with you. And also, I hope you felt validated when I was screaming that they were misspelling Inglewood yesterday. Generally, I can't pronounce any of the locations that are happening in trial. And here I'm like, oh, the Jerry's Deli in Marina Del Rey. I used to work right around the corner from there. This one's a little different. This one, a lot of the locations are intermingled with my life. It's funny because in again, back to Keffe D's book, there's a part in Keffe D's book where he's talking about meeting up with Zip at the Chevron in El Segundo. And I'm like, oh, that's where I used to go get gas on my way to work when I didn't have time to go to Costco. It's crazy. It's just crazy. So we will be back in court 9:30 a.m. Pacific, which means we'll start. I always give myself like about a 15-minute buffer. So we'll start, would that be 11:45 Central, right around there on Monday? And are we just going to do all interviews on Monday? Maybe. Are we going to get into, well, honestly, are we going to get into whether or not Suge testifies? Because apparently they locked eyes. So if anybody can place Keffe D in that car, apparently it's Suge. Keffe D cannot keep Suge's name out of his mouth. Then again, if Suge comes and testifies, he's been giving interviews on his recorded jail line to TMZ. So he's been watching the case and giving commentary on the witnesses. Is a subpoenaed witness supposed to watch the trial? Absolutely not. Does Suge give a fuck? Absolutely not. I want to see all this happen. I really do. I want to see all this happen. So I will, I'm keeping an eye, not very much because these trial days have been long because they've been so wild, but I came across two of Suge's brief conversations with TMZ, and it's clear that he's watching this trial and who the witnesses are. Yeah. Should he be doing that? No. Does he care? No. I wonder if Suge's like, what are they going to do? Have me not testify? I don't want to testify. So fine. But if he's talking to TMZ daily, I guess TMZ will know if Suge gets transported from where he's housed in prison to local custody in Vegas. I guess TMZ will be the first to know that because they've been in close contact with him. So I guess we'll know. TMZ will know first. We'll keep an eye because he's got to get transported to Vegas if he's going to testify. And that's going to take a day at least. So we'll see. Kombuch said, would that block him from testifying? I could see the defense arguing that it should block him from testifying. I could also see the court saying you can question him about it. You can question him about it. Did it change your mind about anyone? You can question him. Then again, if I'm the defense and Suge Knight's going to say Keffe D's full of shit, if I'm the defense, I want Suge Knight to testify and say Keffe D's full of shit. If I'm the defense, you want Suge to come testify and you want to be like, hey, have you seen everything my client said about you? Yeah. Is that true? No. Is it bullshit? Yeah. Is my client full of bullshit? Yeah. Does my client brag about stuff? Yeah. So that'd be interesting. That would be interesting. Could they zoom Suge in from prison? They would transport him. Yeah, they would transport him. If you're the prosecution, you are not putting Suge on Zoom. You're going to have him transported. So we'll see. I don't think they'll have him on Zoom. A lot of you are asking, what is Suge in prison for? Vehicular homicide, but I think it pled down. But he was pissed at people and ran them over with a car. And they died. So he's in for 28 years on that. I don't remember what they were pissed. He was pissed over. He was pissed over something. But I think it might have been a docuseries. But he pled to that in 2018, but it was pled down. So, yeah, that's what Suge's in custody for, but that's a different day. So, with all of that, Law Nerds, Team Baker, thank you. It's been good to see you. I hope you guys have been enjoying the case briefs and keeping up there. We'll also have a new podcast for you on Monday. Emily, what's the podcast about? Don't worry about it just yet. We are going to talk about Penn State a little bit, and probably Alec Murdaugh too. So don't worry. Make sure you have the Law Nerd app. I will see you soon. Have a good weekend. Take care. Get some rest. We're in trial. Trial days are long days. I'll see you Monday. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.